Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world. Hello, welcome to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and our coverage of Day 2 of the 2025 Motorsport UK British Kartmasters Grand Prix, the jewel in the crown of British kart racing. My name's Henry Beaudette, and joining me today will be Andrew Mather, Xander Clements and Bachini. Andrew, to start with, what a day we had yesterday.
Very good day's racing yesterday for kicking off Kartmasters 2025, but I think the ante's going to go up today. It's the same repeat of the schedule. It's a qualifying session to get us going and then 2 sets of heats. But this is when the drivers will now start to think, how's my Friday been? How am I doing at the moment in terms of the league tables and all of that? Because ultimately, they want to get through into the top 30 in those big classes, get themselves into at least the pre-final for tomorrow, avoid the repechage to go deep into the weekend and maybe ultimately become GP plate holder at the end of the weekend.
Make or break today. You want to be in that top 30 by the end of today to avoid that repechage. 7 classes, 300 drivers, 25 different nations. We've got another 12 qualifying sessions, 18, 19 races to bring you. But it's not just going to be up here, and you can see the commentators' room is well prepped with notes, plenty of refreshments and what have you. We're going to be bringing, a lot of stories to you today from all these drivers. The tension is mounting. It's mounting up here, but it's also mounting down in the pit lane area, where at the moment, Bachini and Xander Clements from Kart Chaser USA will be bringing you information from the paddock as well as up here in the commentary box. Xander, Kai, good morning. How are you?
Good morning and welcome to Day 2 of the Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix. We've already had action galore over our Friday sessions. Qualifying is out the way, which means that it's pure racing on Saturday. Only heats are going to be taken to the track today. And Xander, I think it's fair to say that stuff is already heating up.
Yeah, no doubt. Yesterday already there was a good amount of shakeups throughout the field, and just about every major driver in every single division had one bummer session. So they're coming into today trying to maximize points, because in nearly every single grid you need to be well above half the field to have a safe chance to fight for the GP plate on Sunday, just to be a part of the grids on the Sunday finals. So today, especially in the afternoon, when we get to that final round of heats, desperation's going to show, and I think the aggression level, as crazy as it was yesterday and what we were able to show, is going to be on another level today.
We have a lot of big names, a lot of previous winners of the Kartmasters GP title, and plenty of people trying to esteem their names into the rafters as a Kartmasters Grand Prix champion as well. Many big names have been performing. We've got Callum Bradshaw, Freddie Lloyd, Macaulay Bishop, just to name a few. Xander, who are a few of the drivers who have impressed you so far?
Well, without a doubt, Callum Bradshaw looks like he is in top form, and I think it's so impressive that he hasn't even been behind the wheel of a kart at all in 2025. So to be as fast as he was and on his game as he was racecraft-wise was really good. Obviously, Macaulay Bishop was quick, but I think in Senior X30 in this first heat coming up throughout the day, Gus Lawrence looked like he had speed, but the racecraft rust in the first few laps kind of kept him away from the spotlight. If he can get through the starts, I think he'll be a major factor. And like you said, Freddie Lloyd looked extremely impressive yesterday as well. For Junior X30, Junior Rotax, Mini and Micro, to me, it's still wide open. There's been a few that have shown some promise, but already just about every major contender in the Junior and Mini grids has had one major miss in a heat race, whether it be a mechanical or on-track incident. That's shaken them up in the points, and I think we're going to have easily a mixed-up grid come Sunday.
And you know what, Xander, you've only been in the country, 48 hours now, and this is your first ever Kartmasters Grand Prix. What a spectacle to find yourself in the UK for. What is one class that's impressed you so much?
Oh, man. Well, I think absolutely race of the day, at least coming down to the wire, had to be the second Water Swift heat. My goodness, these kids have been exceptional. Already, we've had questions coming to me from walking through the pits of what was the pass of the day. And to be honest, it was really hard to pick one that stuck out. So I've been thoroughly entertained. For just the first day of opening heat races and the chance for one driver to get away from second or third battling, but you have this major long straightaway headed up to the bowl. And then, of course, even still down the bridge is so fast. fast that it keeps the fields tight. I've been entertained across the board, so I've had a ton of fun calling the racing, being down here on the grid with you, and the paddock's welcomed me with open arms. It's been really cool to be able to meet so many new faces, and at the same time, meet a lot of the same people too. The racing world is so small, and it's felt already a bit like home, but I will say that's only just from the atmosphere. I'm still hopefully adjusted to the time now, but by the time I think I will be, it'll be time to go back home, which will be unfortunate.
Well, you've told us about some of the drivers that have been performing amazing over the course of the weekend. This is a reminder for everyone watching at home. We've seen it time and time again. Gus Lawrence last year, 31st to 2nd. Brandon Carr, last to 1st. Just because you haven't had a good Friday qualifying in the first couple of heats doesn't mean you're out of the game. This is the 2025 Kartmasters Grand Prix, and anything can happen. Anyone's in with a shout of winning that esteemed GP plate on their kart. As long as you make it to the final, you have a chance.
That's right. It's just about being able to be a part of the grid on Sunday, and from that point, you just never know. The race could go a million different ways. We've seen it over the years, and for the 30th running this event, who knows who we'll have with the GP plates come Sunday afternoon. We might have a double winner. There's always the chance of that with enough drivers running both. I'm excited.
Yeah, there's plenty of drivers actually running that double class, as you mentioned. The one name, we've already mentioned it before, and he's been on a barnstormer of a weekend. Callum Bradshaw. We can't seem to get his name out of our mouths over here at Alpha Live, because what a performance he's put on all weekend. Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop have gave him some good competition in both classes, but I think Bradshaw has just been a step above the rest so far.
I would agree. I think if you look of especially the double duty drivers and you look at their average across both grids, he's had a very, very strong Friday. At the same point, that paints a target on your back today, right? Everyone knows, and you can see it throughout the entire day, as well as on our live feed, the classification to this point of where you've tracked in the heats. So running good early in the weekend sometimes can be a bit of a detriment, because when everybody lines the grid on Sunday and you're the #1 target going into that main event, they're going to be not wanting to follow you. They're going to want to shuffle you back because they think that you might be the fastest. So at a certain degree, someone that has run a little bit further off the pace, or at least down the leaderboard but on pace and flying under the radar, I think could easily steal a GP plate come Sunday afternoon, because there's so many places to pass on this racetrack, and that was one of my big takeaways from yesterday. You have nearly all but about maybe 2 or 3 corners that you can make an overtake on, and a lot of those lead in with major brake zones, and a lot of them lead in with a straightaway where you can get the toe going into it as well. So, you know, the opportunity to pass or the opportunity to wait really relies a lot on the driver behind, and he's in control in a certain way of what the race is going to be. Not to mention, of course, this year with the defending rules, right? You don't want to get to the lead too early in the main if the main event is going to be a battle for the lead, because you're only able to hold that spot for so long and only able to cover off for so long before you have to open up or risk the penalty flag, which has been another talking point this weekend, right? The marshals have been busy. My goodness, we've had, unfortunately, a couple of exclusions, but a lot of 5-second penalties and more that have affected the results of the race. And that's going to, again, play into the heats, play into Sunday. And everyone at this point, I think, should have a good pulse of what's okay and what's not okay, but that doesn't mean they're going to push the limits, or not going to push the limits, I should say.
As you mentioned, opportunities are plenty. Opportunities to gain, opportunities to lose. Senior X30, they definitely prove that. They're going to be the first ones out on track. I'm Kai Bachini. Alongside me is Xander Clements. We're going to be calling you through alongside Henry Beaudette and Andrew Mathers for what will be an amazing Saturday of the Kartmasters Grand Prix.
Thank you very much, guys. You can see the green flag is waving. Qualifying for today is underway. The first group out is Senior X30. Hello to everybody on the Alpha Live chat feature. We really appreciate your comments coming in already. We have got Michael Burke tuning in from Bathurst, Australia. The viewing figures yesterday were absolutely superb. If we can repeat them today, tell a friend to tell a friend, we could be on to break the 2025 world record for live viewership on YouTube for a karting event. We've got to get to 80,000 viewers over the 3 days. Hello to Bring the Noise, Kees Moyes, tuning in from the Netherlands, watching Roxanne and Kevin Lantinga, amongst others. A large contingent of Dutch drivers here. We've got spectators who travelled all the way from Germany to be here at the circuit. Reggie Chandler has just come in to the commentary box to give me a mug so I can drink my iron brew out of the mug, and he's given me a key ring, and it sums up what today is all about, what yesterday and today is all about. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Exactly the same format today as it was yesterday.
Is indeed. Let's quickly run you through who's out in this session for Senior X30s.
Well,
they're split into
3
two groups
minutes
because
ago, yep.
there's so many of them. So Max Cooper, Ty Mayher, Thomas Gray, Aaron Brown, Rylan Eschberg, Gus Lawrence, Cam Edmonds, Kevin Lantinga, Tiger Dixon, Harrison Mackie, Katrina E, Theo Lestrange, Fred Green, Robbie Buckley, CJ Bennett, Luca Mann, Marley Porreo, Sam Lewis, Jake Brook, Harry Cottrell, Joao Castro, Henry Gregory, Monty Brathwaite, Lewis Goff, and Jensen Pugh. Big thanks to Motorsport Magpie. David Whitehouse, I know he's put a link for the entry list if you are of the statistical nerdy disposition us in the box. The rest of the entry lists are all on there. If there's a name you're expecting for Senior X30 that we've not read out, they're either in the next group or they've been sent home. We've had one driver sent home
we'll
from
get
Senior
to
X30
that
so
shortly. We might have had another one. We'll get to that now. First of all, Gabe Belanca, the Wizard of Oz, is tuning in as well, cheering on Team Strawberry. We've got 2 minutes to go in this session. Let's remind you all, it is one flying lap only. EKC Bob from the Mendips Raceway down in there. Now, apparently, before the Mendips Raceway was a thing, there was a kart track there.
Yeah.
Street Kart, I think it was called. Interestingly, that's down in the West Country, the west of England. Went to watch the Thunderbolt at Mendip Raceway. It's a banger racing. Hopefully, that's the only mention of banger racing we're going to get today here at Kartmasters. Gus Lawrence was fastest. Harrison Mackie is now top of the board in the Fusion Motorsport number 121, the reigning junior X30 champion in the UK. Stephen Prentice gets in. Stephen Prentice, our very first Honda Cadet GP plate winner back in 2011. Hello, Stephen. Asking why have we not got Hondas here? We haven't had Hondas since 2022. The Water Swift restricted class, the licensing rules were changed. So we haven't got that. We're down to 7 classes this year. Who knows? Next year might have Hondas back. The Honda grids in the UK are on the rise again. Since now they've got the GX200 engine. Who got removed? Sadly, the reigning senior X30 champion, Cian Geraghty, was excluded for the officials felt he went too fast under a red flag situation, and very unfortunate. So Cian Geraghty has been sent home, and now the clock strikes 0. So we might not get a new champion because, of course, Gus Lawrence is a former GP plate winner in this, and of course in Senior X30 we also got Macaulay Bishop and Harrison Mackie and Callum Bradshaw, who are former champions, but we're not going to get a repeat winner in this class. Gus Lawrence on his way potentially to pole position in the number 1 plate, the triple defending British champion.
Big lap.
Good lap. 56.07. Can anyone else beat that?
Well, Mackie was a little bit deep through hairpin 1, so I think it's going to be tough for the reigning junior GP plate holder to go any better than 3rd, but that is better than what Mackie had yesterday, where he was marooned in the midfield. That looks like it's it then for the first group in Senior X30. Lawrence on top on provisional pole. Now, whether that will remain the case, we'll see what happens in Group 2, of course. Fred Green, good qualifying for the O-Plate holder P2. Within Group, Mackie P3. CJ Bennett, that's a really solid performance from the Irishman P4. Sam Lewis had a tough day yesterday. This is what I like about this format, Henry. Sometimes when we do competitions and it's 4-5 rounds, I I'll be honest, if a driver's had a really tough qualifying, their weekend's almost done in a way. I quite like how we have this midway reset with these timed qualifyings, and Sam Lewis might be able to get a bit of momentum going. 48th yesterday in TQ. He's going to be decidedly higher than that after the second group. Lewis Goff P6, Kevin Lantinga P7, Harry Cottrell, Cameron Edmonds, and Joao Castro in the top 10. That's a great performance from Joao there. The driver flying the flag for Brazil via Watford. So we'll see how that IPK Racing UK machine gets on later on. However, let's pass down to Parc Ferme, because I believe we can head now to Kai Bachini.
Saturday qualifying is now underway, and we start off with the number one in the number one spot. Mr. PFI, Gus Lawrence, is on pole position, provisional pole position for the senior X30 class. Obviously, there still is another group to go out, but Gus Lawrence is fastest in his group. We're going to walk over and have a look at some of the karts. As you can see in Parc Ferme there, we've got the O plate sat after that qualifying session. That will be Fred Green after what was an intense qualifying session. We're going to see if we can catch Gus Lawrence as he comes into the pit lane here. Obviously, all the drivers coming into Parc Ferme now, they all have to go over the weighbridge, and it's just like that through qualifying session. If we have a little walk down, I think we can see Gus Lawrence down this paddock way. If we're allowed to walk down, he's already got his helmet off, so we might be able to catch him for a quick chat as he's making his way to the weighbridge now. We can see him, the PFI suit and the luscious locks. That's Gus Lawrence that we can see, our provisional pole sitter. We'll catch him before the weighbridge and catch him while he's not ready. Gus, provisional pole position. How does that feel for you?
Yeah, obviously we had some nice clean laps at the end. I decided to sort of go alone and not focus on the chase, and it paid off well. Like, the lap time was quite quick considering the age of the tyres, so yeah, I'm happy with that.
And you know, last year you were just a little bit shy, 31st to second. It was an amazing result last year. Do you feel like this could be the year for you?
Oh, it's Kartmasters. It's definitely down to the last few laps of who can place it in the right point at the right time. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, quite a few races to go yet before the final, so see how we go.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've placed yourself in a good position already. Gus, thank you very much for your time. That was Gus Lawrence, our provisional pole sitter for the senior X30 class. Still one more class to go, but we'll go straight back up to the comms box for the next qualifying session.
Thank you, Kai. You may notice that I look a slightly bit different than I did yesterday. You're going to see I have more costume changes than there is at a Madonna concert.
You like Taylor Swift?
Or a Rihanna concert, or a Taylor Swift concert. That's an era appropriate. Get it? Era appropriate.
I do.
There are 300 drivers here. Some of them are obviously older, but the vast majority are teenagers. This is Papyrus. This is a helpline to prevent teenage suicide, something that has hit karting several times. Teddy Pritchard Williams' best friend, Kieran McCartney, who raced at Fullbeck, which is just over the road there, sadly took his own life. There are lots of posters around here at the circuit for anybody who is concerned or worried about somebody else. We try and create a happy, inclusive environment for all our drivers. Don't know what goes on outside a circuit, but at a kart circuit, we want to make sure that every single driver here knows that you could email pat@papyrus/uk-uk.org. Let's go. The next qualifying session.
So into our next session, which is Senior X30. This is the second half of the field in the competition, setting their qualifying times to give them their grid positions for later on in the afternoon. Let's quickly run you through who we're going to be talking about in this one as we pull that information on our screens. This is in pre-grid order, so in terms of race numbers, yes, it's a little bit jumbled up. George Mayle, Dylan Patel, Ali Cresswell, Callum Bradshaw, Jensen Buckingham, Tristan Powell, Jack Nettleship, Hayden Eldridge, Sam Branston, Joey Brown, James Harris, Freddie Lloyd, Cader McQueen on his went a little bit under the radar yesterday, McQueen, but of course it's his first race in the UK in 2025. He's been doing a lot of racing over the Atlantic with our friends over there. Leo Robinson for Tim Wilson Motorsports, Spencer Allen, Lewis Bird, Dan Bridgen, Zef Nurnberger, Gabriel Stilp, Sam Houghton, Roxanne Lantinga, Macaulay Bishop, Aaron Lask, Jack Mowat and Alfie Gallagher. All of those drivers have 3 minutes and 35 seconds to try and beat that lap time from Gus Lawrence in that last session of 56.07. That is the benchmark, and good to see that the conditions are stable. At this stage of the day yesterday, 24 hours ago, it was a really, really big mix of the wet conditions transitioning to the dry. Very much if you were in the second groups of each of these categories, you had a little bit of an advantage in terms of track conditions. That's not going to be the case here today. Let's see what the drivers can do, though. Early stages. Gabriel Stilp has gone to the top of the timesheets on a bit of a warm-up lap there, so a 60.85. That's to be expected. There is Freddie Lloyd. Very good day yesterday for Freddie Lloyd. Very competitive in doing double duty, of course. This is him on board his more conventional in 2025 premium karting entry for Senior X30 on the OTK chassis. Had a little bit of a go, of course, earlier on in the season with Fusion Motorsports, which he raced with for a very long time. They've, of course, changed to the Kart Republic chassis. He preferred to be on an OTK, so that's why he's changed teams into premium karting. Here's one of the big stories from yesterday, though. Callum Bradshaw on his return to Kartmasters. Hasn't won a Kartmasters title since 2016, but I think he's got a very, very good shot of changing that history here this weekend, Henry. Irrespective of what Bradshaw was sitting in yesterday, he was rapid.
I mean, he could be rapid if he sits in a shopping trolley, to be fair to Callum Bradshaw. He's the 2022. So Callum, of all the major karting events around the world, international global events, you've got the FIA World Championship, you've got the Miami Warriors Final, and you've got the Rotax Grand Finals. Callum has won 2 out of those 3, and he's come very, very, very close to winning the 3rd one. He's been a European X30 junior, I think it was junior, or it was definitely an X30 European champion. I couldn't quite find if he'd won the World Finals or the Warriors Finals for Miami. And yeah, out of a kart for 7-8 months, hops back in.
As if he's not been away.
As if he literally has not been away. For those of you wanting to come down and watch as spectators, it's £10 per adult to get in. Under 16s go free. There are simulators here.
There are.
Which you can test already. My spidey senses are getting tingled by art on the screen there. Love the low camera shots. The base sim, the actual sim rig, not the computer or the screen, is available every day. You come here, whoever sets the fastest lap. I know Ben Baker won it on Thursday. I'm not quite sure who was fastest on the sim yesterday. I'm sure we'll get that information through. Freddie Lloyd at the moment, how are we looking compared to Gus Lawrence?
4 tenths. 4 tenths is what we need.
4 tenths what we need. So we need to get down to a 56.0. At the moment, we're at a 56.48 for number 2, fast Freddie Lloyd, the younger brother of another former European X30 Miami Euro Series champion, Alex Lloyd. Callum Bradshaw, very smart. This is how it goes. The checkered flag is coming out. Bradshaw is behind the fast guy. He's 3rd at the moment. Gabriel Stilp, 2nd fastest. Joey Brown, Macaulay Bishop, the rest of your top 5.
This is looking quick as well, Henry. Purple through sector number 2 for Freddie Lloyd. What can he do? Can he improve from this 56.4? He can, but Bradshaw goes faster. 56.32 for Callum Bradshaw, looking to continue this form from Friday into Saturday. That's a very, very good start, but not as quick as Gus Lawrence. So Gus Lawrence goes 1 better than yesterday in timed qualifying.
Yes, indeed.
P1 for number 1. That is a really, really tantalising prospect for those heats later on in the day, Henry.
It is. Now, Gabriel still 56.26. Right at the end, he was the last kart to cross the line and take the checkered flag. Still in the mad croc, steals it from Bradshaw, who stole it from Lloyd. Armed robbery here in the early stages of Kartmasters. Not as quick as Gus Lawrence. Lewis Bird goes fourth. Joey Brown is fifth. Macaulay Bishop only sixth. As you look at the top six there. Now, as you look at the results from that session, yesterday, over the course of the weekend, we are trying to find the ultimate Kartmasters champion. We had 16 drivers yesterday, 8 head-to-head polls. We had 7 yesterday. You're voting for who is your ultimate Kartmasters champion. On the screen, or on the live chat feature now, we have the last in our first round matchups. So you've got to vote. At the moment, who's the ultimate Kartmasters champion? The winner goes through to the next round. We'll do the semi-finals today. Then that will leave us with the 4 drivers that you have voted for. And tomorrow in the finals day, you vote for the ultimate Kartmasters champion. So, is it Mike Spencer or Mark Kimber? That's your head-to-head. Mike Spencer or Mark Kimber. Get your votes coming in. The winner goes through to the next round. We'll run those this afternoon. Kai Bachini is down in the pit lane with, I hope, Gabriel Stilp, although he was right at the back of the grid. Let's see if he's down there. Kai, take it away.
Senior X30 always love to go down to the wire, and that's exactly what happened here. Last lap drama. Gabriel Stilp put it on pole position here for the Senior X30 second group, just pipping Callum Bradshaw by 0.06 of a second. But get this, the top 3 is separated by just 1/10 of a second. That's Gabriel Stilp, Callum Bradshaw, and Freddie Lloyd. All the top 3 within the blink of an eye. Blink and you will miss it. These top 3 crossing the line, but Gabriel Stilp managed to put in a brilliant lap on that last lap of the qualifying session. We're going to see if we can get Gabe as he makes his way off the weighbridge. We'll see if he's anywhere close. If not, we'll grab either of the top 3. This B right here seems to like the microphone. Maybe we should interview the B in the meantime. We can see Caden McQueen here. Gabriel Stilp seems a little bit far back, so we're going to try and catch either of number 2 and number 3 of Callum Bradshaw and Freddie Lloyd. They're just having a quick chat right now. We're going to see if Callum or Freddie are welcome for a chat. Callum's going to come out. He loves the camera. Yeah, we'll get both of you. Why not? We'll get both in for a chat. You know, the top 3 of you, it was Gabe, then you, then Freddie Lloyd. All 3 of you were separated by 1/10 of a second. You had it until the last lap. How does that feel?
I guess that's how qualifying goes. But no, I'm really happy, to be fair, even just to be up there. Like, it's all about top 5. As long as you're there in the final, then it's fine.
And of course, Freddie, you had a clean sweep yesterday, 0 points on the board. It was the perfect Friday. P3 still sets you up nicely, right?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, top 5, that's all you need, really. Always there. That's all you need to say, really.
And Callum, you've been, obviously, you're both doing the double, but you've been performing very, very well in the senior road tax as well. Is it the same mindset as yesterday, or because it's Saturday and it's getting closer to the wire, has that mindset changed?
No, my mindset stays the same, really, all the way through. I'm been experienced now, kind of hopefully know what to do, but yeah, go out there, get in top 5 and be there in the final.
And Freddie, who do you reckon's going to win out of the 2 of you?
Can't say anything, can I?
Oh, he's not going to let his secrets go. He's not going to let his secrets go. But guys, thank you very much for your time. That is Senior X30 qualifying done and dusted. We're going to go straight to the sting, ready for the next qualifying session. Now on.
Junior X30, ladies and gentlemen. 42 drivers. No, 41 drivers. Unfortunately, Maisie Creed, excluded from the meeting, had a nose cone issue that she tried to rectify before getting back to the pits, and that is a no for the nose cone. So we're down to 13 female participants out of the 300 drivers. Again, strong female participation this year. We're looking at the number 46 kart, Alexander De Benedictis, one of the few drivers here on a right chassis, which is good, a British-built chassis. Keeping it on the live chat. Hello to Gillian Bennett saying good luck to Aaron Richardson. Ben Price, I agree, we're in for some massive good racing today. Aidan Clark Racing, is it a TB kart? It is a TB kart. So we got the competition going on. Is that excluding home eating? Yes, it is, unfortunately. There have been 5 drivers in total who have been asked to just become spectators for the rest of the weekend by the stewards. I don't think they have to pay the £10 entry fee to get in, but they're coming down hard because we want tomorrow to be clean. Now, other little things that we're looking for today. We're looking for the best overtake of the day. At the moment, Enzo Butterazzi has that from Heat 2 in Waterswift yesterday. We're looking for the naughtiest cutback of the day. Obviously, we're trying to play kart mechanic bingo as well.
Better chances today. With the
best chances today because the weather tomorrow is looking iffy. I have to say, Oakley Pryor, Archie Rogers, Tyler's mechanic, is looking good at the moment for kart mechanic bingo. He gets it on the fact that he's got 8 gallons of hair gel on, so that is a good thing. Alexander De Benedictis is fastest. Charlie Blenkinsop. For those of you that will be watching the Paddock Show later on, Bertie Blenkinsop, Bertie the Bulldog, was the star of the Paddock Show last night. Lamar Chigarimbo. Lamar's just started out in karting. He's the younger brother of Rashan Chigarimbo. Now, if you're noticing there, Dan Ashton.
He's looking a bit sorry for himself.
Dan Ashton's looking a bit sorry for himself this morning.
He did a great performance on the quiz.
He did a great performance in the quiz.
But he was doing a bit of a...
I know that Dan is a fan of the Jordan Formula One team. He's a specific fan of when they had their cars painted yellow. The buzzing Hornets. He was such a fan of them that when he saw a buzzing Hornet this morning, he wanted to give it a cuddle. And the buzzing Hornet turned around and stung him. I'm not going to tell you where it stung him, because I don't know. But it stung him. So he's looking a bit down the dumps, everybody, is Dan Ashton. So in the paddock, when you see Dan Ashton, just give him a cuddle.
Give him a cuddle.
But not like
on Thursday when with the Coldplay count.
Yeah, like with a Coldplay count on a Thursday. Minute to go. The O-plate of Riley Cranham leads at the minute. Riley, the junior Rotax extra GP plate winner from last year. The only driver here with more than one GP plate to their name. We've got a total of 12 former winners here. Cranham, the only one Kai Hunter as well has 2 GP plates as well. So that was my first mistake of the day. We'll get to the mistakes I made yesterday. Looking down at the thing, I've got 8 hours to go. I want to, I made a few mistakes yesterday, and I'm going to rectify those today, ladies and gentlemen. Was there a Paddock Show last night, Dan Walker? Yes, there was. Of course there was. But you've got to wait till the lunch break to see it. You've got to wait because it's extra special. Aaron Richardson goes top of the pile from Finley Lines. Riley Cranham and Oliver Meek now top of the chart. Lines had a shocking day yesterday doing double duty. There he is, the Argenti backed driver. Now he is on form. If he gets a good qualifying, that's a great help. The checkered flag is waving. Andrew, what have we got?
Yeah, still got some times out there that are looking pretty quick through the sectors. Cranham, of course, on top at the moment. De Benedictis is the first driver over the line, stays 15th. Is anyone going quicker? Cranham's gone and set a personal best through sector 1, but not as quick as Oliver Meek. Meek slightly better through sector number 1. Lines has done a personal best through sector 2, so there's still some performance out there for the drivers. Aaron Meta looking to improve as well, has done a double green sector at the start of this last lap. What are they going to do here? Lines improves to third. Archie Owen up the order as well to second, but is immediately displaced by Oliver Meek. I think Riley Cranham's going to hold on to this. Yes, he is. So that 57.03 on the fourth timed lap for everybody out there. That is the benchmark ahead of the second group. Oliver Meek, good performance there for Oliver in the number 67. An improvement from yesterday. Was 14th in TQ yesterday. Is going to be at least in around the top 5, I'd imagine, with that one. Archie Owen, Finley Lyons and Aaron Richardson all in that top 5. Kai Clark a little bit lower down than he was yesterday, but does have that good knowledge of some very strong scores in race trim yesterday that can be the benchmark for him in terms of his performance later on this afternoon. Max Ewell, Harley Musk, Katie Donaldson and Rocco Leon Shenton all in the top 10.
Rocco Leon Shenton, oh, there's a bumper that is a little bit on the loose side of Aaron Richardson's kart there. Maybe that was just the setup, but they all head back to Parc Ferme as we speak. So, a couple of numbers for you. 184 drivers have won at least one GP plate. Only 31 have got more than one GP plate winner. We have got 11 drivers doing double. No, actually, we're down to how many? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 drivers doing double duty this weekend. We spoke to Kai Bachini, spoke to a couple of them earlier on, Freddie Lloyd and Callum Bradshaw. Who has Kai Bachini got with him now? Let's find out.
Riley Cranham, Oliver Meek and Archie Owen, the 3 big names in this Junior X30 class, and all 3 inside of the top 3. Riley Cranham's already stood waiting for us. He knows the deal by now. He's going to make his way over. Obviously, Riley, you've got the O-plate on your kart, which you achieved around this circuit. We know you're a very fast driver, and you proved that yesterday. Little bit of a difficult day yesterday in the heats. How do you bounce back off that on your confidence?
No, I think, yes, it was a good day. I think I showed really good pace, just a bit unfortunate happening in heat too. So I'll come in today feeling, well, I want to do a little bit better than yesterday, of course, of the DNF. So we'll just see how we get on now.
And, you know, 17 points in the heats yesterday, that placed you a little bit further down the order than you would have been hoping for. And what your pace has been showing over the course of the weekend, you don't deserve to be down there. How do you come back from something like that? What's the mindset coming into today and tomorrow, and how do you recover from that?
Well, I think we just forget about yesterday's last heat and just come into today with a new mindset and just keep charging in the heats now.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Riley, for your time. That was our pole sitter, the O-plate of Riley Cranham. We're going to see if we can get any of the other top 3. You know, we normally treat you with one interview, but why not get more than one if we can? Oliver Meek is right here. We're going to let him get his car into the Parc Ferme and then try and grab him for a chat because, you know, a top 3 in qualifying, it's exactly what you want on the Saturday where it means a lot. Oliver, we're going to quickly grab you for a chat. Another top 3 in qualifying on the Croc Promotion chassis. How's the team been supporting you through this weekend?
Oh, they've always been supporting throughout British and everything we've been through. First time in the Miami class for Kartmasters, so we'll see how we get on for the rest of the weekend.
And you know, you've got teammates with very big accolades in the name, like Gabriel Still, 2 times IWF champion. Are you able to learn a lot from teammates like that and put that into your own racing ability?
Yeah, of course, I know how good Gable is, so just learn from him and everyone else who's out there, like Caden McQueen, he's good as well, so learn from them, just doing racing.
Oliver, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the qualifying. That was number 67, the Cock Promotion chassis of Oliver Meek. And I see a familiar face. We're going to come over. Hello, Rocco Shenton. No, I'm joking. This is Charlie Blenkinsop. We're going to have a quick chat with you after qualifying. You were up there in the early stages, dropped down a little bit towards the end. What happened there, Charlie?
Just lacked pace near the end. I'm just guessing it's me. It's just got to stay up on pace, obviously. Yesterday we were too good. This morning we're not very good. Hopefully the heats will show us a bit more passion.
Well, Charlie, don't let your confidence drop too much. But other cars are going out onto the track, which means that we're going to go straight back up to the commentary box. And that means there will be more qualifying to come.
Thank you, Kai. The green flag has waved, but not everybody wants to come out to play just yet. They're all waiting to find the driver. There we go. They're all waiting to find the driver they can follow round. Now, on the live chat, our poll to find the last driver that goes into the top 8 in our search for the ultimate Kartmasters champion. It's the closest one we've had yet. How we've got Mark Kimber on 51% of the vote. He's only got 1 Kartmasters title, but he's got 4 Grand Finals title. He was the 2014 Honda Cadet GP plate winner. Mike Spencer, one of the inaugural Kartmasters champions, 1996 in Chicka. He's got 49% of the vote. This is really close. This is to join the 7 other drivers who have already gone through. We'll give you a full list of the top 8, and they'll be put into pairs again. You can vote for them. I don't know who the pairs are going to be. They're randomly drawn. So that is one thing. Hello to Will Archer back home. Damaged his ribs. He'll be up here to support later. So that was one of the double duty drivers. And now, time for my first apology of the day. We're looking on the circuit. I've got a lot of people telling me a lot of stories about their things and that. I'm really glad. Hello to Fiona, Ben Cutsbland's mum. Ben has just gone fastest of all. I'm really glad that you're not ill, that you're very well now. Although I might have given you a heart attack yesterday. So, good morning, Fiona. I was getting my wires crossed and I got you mixed up with somebody else, but I'm really glad that you're well, and I hope you're supporting Ben, who's doing a really good job. I think that's my first apology. Hello to Fiona, who is alive and well, ladies and gentlemen.
2.25 minutes of this session to go. Just a quick reminder that the benchmark from the previous session, if you've just joined us, this is the second half of the field for Junior X30. They're all trying to beat a 57.03 from Riley Cranham. Now, interesting to note that the slight, what seemed like hesitation perhaps for the drivers, I think is them reading off Group 1, that the fourth lap, that's when all the quick times came in. So they're all trying to time, but they don't do a 5th timed lap at all. They get that 4th one in right at the end of the session. At the moment, Ben Cutsbland, 58.32. That is the fastest lap time that we've seen in this particular group.
And a credit to the Vismo International team for, you know, getting Ben out there. The part of the story that I did get right is that that entire ride is funded by outside sponsorship. Ben's friends, the team, working really hard to get that outside sponsorship in so that Ben can carry on racing.
So a minute to go in this one. Edgar goes fastest, immediately displaced by his teammate Nat Johnston. Max Endicott, Freddie Wood round. Well, that didn't look like qualifying. That was more like race trim. Freddie Wood's okay. Oh, do not like to see a kart spinning around in that part of the circuit. And Wood gets back into the game, but that's going to be his qualifying pretty much done. Down in 14th place right now. Alex Wiley's gone fastest on the TB card for S8 Racing. A 57.76, so we're still a little bit off what we saw from Cranham in the previous session.
As looking at that, Alex Wiley, Ben Cutsbland, 2 drivers, and you know, not 2 that necessarily you would have picked off the top of your head when you're looking at this group. You think, oh, you know, Jose Halfon from Panama moves up to 13th position. There is Dominic Perobok, the VRE driver, crossing the line now. So, checkered flag, George Edgar to the top of the pile. What's the time? 57.37. Nat Johnston. The Nat Johnston fan club should be supporting Nat Statman. Hello to Gary Pickard, watching and representing Karting Armchair Experts. That's a global group of over 10,000 karting fanatics and fans just to have a community on Facebook to share stories about karting. It's a really, really nice friendly atmosphere. So if you're watching this and you're not sure about getting into karting, as we look at George Edgar, he's still on a flying lap. He doesn't need it because already
this one will count.
He has done enough. But if you're getting into karting, you want to ask some questions, you're not sure who to ask, join Karting Armchair Experts and just, some really knowledgeable people from all over the world that will just help you get into the sport. George Edgar and Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. Mayan Patel in 3rd position. Alex Wiley 4th. Sukhmani Kira, she overcome an incident yesterday that shook her up a little bit, but Sukhmani is no longer Sukhmani. Archie Rogers Tyler, one of the youngest drivers in the class. His mechanic is ahead in the kart mechanic bingo. Ben Cutsbland 2nd. Uncle Max Endicott is there in 8th. He loves me calling him Uncle Max. Not just about as much as his mum likes me calling her Nan. Not. Jose Halfon, there's Zach McDonald, F1 in Kids presenter, 13th. Halfon, Bachelor, Perobok, Leo Aina. Big thank to Leo Aina's mechanic, Stuart Angus. We have the ingredients for fanny bombs, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go on to that later.
We will.
Yeah.
For now.
It's a Scottish thing.
It's a Scottish thing.
If Kai Bachini's very lucky, we might even give him one later on. Kai Bachini is down the pits now.
So pole position goes the way of George Edgar. He was 2nd in classifications overall yesterday. He had 4 points in the heats combined on Friday. Nat Johnston, 2nd in qualifying. He was 3rd overall yesterday with 5 points to his name. We're going to see if we can go grab the number 77 of Nat Johnston. I can see him waiting around. He's obviously eager to get on the camera. Nat, brilliant qualifying today. Brilliant racing yesterday. How does that make you feel going into the final 2 days of Kartmasters?
Well, definitely, yeah. It's been really good first 2 days, to be honest. Good start. Had a 3rd and a 2nd in my heat, so confident. Had the pace. I had fast lap in both meets yesterday, so looking good. But we'll see. Anything can happen.
I've just had a radio message in my ear from my producer saying I need to give a shout out to your fan club, calling you Nat Verstappen. Are you going to live up to that name this weekend?
Well, we'll find out, but yeah, let's hope so.
Well, thank you very much for your time. That was Nat Verstappen right there, also known as Nat Johnston. As we look around the paddock, George Edgar, our pole sitter, is just making his way out of the weighbridge now. So we'll wait for him to get his cart into the Parc Ferme area. Then we'll grab him over for a little bit of a chat. Obviously comes from a family of very successful racing drivers relative to Johnny Edgar, who actually won the Kartmasters Grand Prix in 2017. George will come over and grab you for a chat. George, I've actually been watching you race since you were very, very little in Bambinos. Now you find yourself in the Junior X30 class on pole position at the Kartmasters. How does that feel for you?
Yeah, it's really good. After yesterday, we won a heat. 4th in the other heat, we lined P2 over on the standings. Then pole position today. It's looking like a good weekend so far.
And George, a bit of a question away from the racing. Everyone in your family actually starts with the letter J in their name. When you're going to have a kid, what are you going to name it? It has to start with a J. It has to start with a J, though.
I'm not sure.
So what, are we going to go for John? Jonathan?
No.
No. But it's polling qualifying. He doesn't know what his kid's going to be called, but he knows he's pole for this qualifying session. Thank you very much for your time, George. That was George Edgar, our pole sitter in the Junior X30 class for the Mick Barrett Racing team. And that's going to round it there for the Junior X30 class. Another brilliant qualifying session from there. If we have a look here, we're going to do some car mechanic bingo, I hear in my ear. Do we have the shorts just above the knee?
Yes,
we do. Slicked back hair?
Yes.
Earpiece in?
Yes.
Team clothing?
Yes.
Sunglasses?
Yes.
And some bright colours on the shoes. I see a little bit of a red, so we can call that. That's team colours there for the Mick Barrett Racing car. So, James, I think you're going to give me confirmation if that counts there for car mechanic bingo. I think I've done a very good job. I heard that Henry's happy up in the box. Talking about Henry in the box, we're going to go straight back up to him for the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have never seen my esteemed colleagues so excited. Are you okay?
Well, only things like that only happen every once in a while. What a thing of beauty. The only thing that Oakley Pryor was missing, he didn't have the apron, but he had the jacket.
Yeah.
And he didn't have his sleeves done up like that. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen,
pretty good.
That was Kart Mechanic Bingo at its finest. Can't wait. There'll be more Kart Mechanic Bingo to come later. But let's have a little look at some karting on track, because it is time for Senior Rotax. This year's grand finals are in Bahrain, Ask Kart number 18, at the start of December.
Nice and warm.
It is nice and warm. Here we go. Number 115 on our screen. The Pro Train. What, sorry?
Benjamin Southgate.
Ben Southgate, yeah, the Pro Train entered driver. Good to see Pro Train, as always, one of the fixtures of karting for, well, so many years now. There's the number 43. That's Louis Judd. And at the moment, Louis Judd and Lena Gallio. Lena Gallio for Precision Racing. Saw Lena earlier on, just walking through the paddock. I think this is her first Kartmasters. Ben Southgate, the top three. Hey, they want to go out and get their money's worth. So let's give them some coverage. The Jack Dex Racing number 43. The Precision Racing number 28. Precision Racing, so long synonymous with TKM Racing. Now, they branched out. And the number 12, Charlie Cox. So good to see Charlie racing. And the number 12 Strawberry Racing entry, crossing the line. Again, I know I almost imploded with excitement. Hey, it's Kartmasters, and when you see a kart mechanic, unintentionally or not, they're just ticking nearly every Kart Mechanic Bingo box. Wow, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, boys.
Southgate
and girls.
goes fastest, 58.55.
They're going to run out of time.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit
They're not
tight.
going to run out of time. They're going to get a lap in. But here we go. The floodgates have opened, and this is where you cannot. Let's have a little look. Any spin, any yellow flag, and the vast majority of drivers in this group, and it's a lot of really good drivers, a lot of potential podium, a lot of potential winners, are going to be up a certain creek without the implement with which to paddle.
Just a quick run through who we do have in this session. So we've been talking about Southgate, Judd, Gallio and Cox already. Oliver Liversidge, Liam Hartley, great performance yesterday from Liam Hartley in TQ. What a day it was for Jack Dex Racing. Jaden Teen, Ardi Schmetter, Joshua Graham, Kai Hunter's in this one, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Jack Lilly, Ewan Charman, Jack West, Ollie Goodyear, Teresa Pavichkova, Alfie Thompson, Connor Tubby, Mikey Walker, Matty Hinchley, Freddie Lloyd back out, put one of the double duty drivers, of course, Ty Mejia, Jack Baker, Adam Wooden, Finley Jones and Macaulay Bishop.
The Mikey Walker fan club are in. They're walking along, singing a song.
Walking in a Walker Wonderland.
In a Walker Wonderland.
30 seconds on the clock.
There's Jeremy
Matty Hinchley.
Oh, it's Matty Hinchley, sorry, the number 311 kart. Ultimate R took their biggest win here in Junior Rotax in 2022 with Gabe Fairbrother, who then almost ran down Ashton Over on the way to the start line there. He had a brake failure. So he won and then almost didn't win because he was almost booted from the meeting. But
That's what the Wasp did this morning.
The Wasp there. So we go down the back straight. Already the checkered flag is out. Do you know what? I'm not sure they've got this right. They've all banked on just one flying lap. Of course, they're on used tyres. Any mistakes from any of these drivers? Let's have a look. Oh, well, of course, the class. Freddie Lloyd fastest, Hinchley second, Alfie Thompson is third, Connor Tubby's up there. So many drivers haven't even done a flying lap yet. Is we going to have a shot? Kai Hunter goes top, Teresa Babichkova second, the Charmander, Ewan Charman now fast of all. Bishop goes third.
Charlie
Cox has done it.
And Charlie Cox does it with his 4th time lap. So Charlie Cox, one of the drivers who went out early, he's the driver on top. In fact, hang on a minute, have we got equal times? We have 57.06 for both Cox and Charman. So, look how close it is here. Top 4 covered by 0.03 of a second, Henry.
How many of those drivers, Charman, Hunter, Bishop, Lloyd, Babichkova, Hingley, Graham, looking down the order, Jaden Tian, it didn't go well for him. How many of them gambled a potential weekend destroying qualifying session on one lap? That is the skill level there. They had the faith to go and get it done on one lap, knowing that they couldn't get so much as a line wrong, but they all got beaten by a driver who went out early. Charlie Cox of Strawberry Racing. Well done. Charman, Hunter, Bishop, Lloyd. Now, spoke to Teresa Babichkova earlier on, the Czech Republic.
Yep.
She is desperate to get a ticket back to Bahrain for the Grand Finals, because in 2021, she crossed the line first in senior Rotax, becoming the first woman to ever win a Grand Finals, was given a penalty, a nose-cone penalty. She goes, I need to go. We need a do-over. I need to take back what is mine. I like that attitude, like it a lot. Her younger brother, Denny Babacek, he's a grand final winner. Just beat Albert Friend last year for the Minimax title. But Teresa, the eldest of the 3 Babichkova sisters, I think they all still race, or maybe 2 of them still race. But Aliska stopped. But yeah, she's on a mission today, is Teresa. There's Charlie Cox. Well done. 57.06.
The boy from Bristol's done well there. Brizzle, the Bristol boy, is going to be in a good position on the grid later on today with those heats. In comparison, 27th yesterday for Charlie Cox in TQ. Let's head down once again to Parc Ferme. Over to you, Kai Bachini.
So this is Senior X30. Pick a name out of a hat, and that could be your pole position sitter. And that's exactly what's happened here. Charlie Cox is on pole position, setting identical lap times to the 100th of a second of Ewan Charman. Kai Hunter comes in 3rd position as well, only 200ths of a second separating the top 3. How unbelievable is that? Very, very close up at the front end, and all the drivers are now just filing through into the Parc Ferme here. That's Teresa Babichkova. She'll be sitting 6th position for qualifying today. Very, very good qualifying session from the number 26 in the DHR colours. We're going to have a little bit of a wander over here to the Parc Ferme area. One driver has made his way in already, and that is Kai Hunter, another fellow Northerner for me. Kai's having a little bit of a chat there with the stewards. Ewan Charman's making his way in. We'll have a chat with him in another second as he set identical lap times to Charlie Cox in pole position. Kai Hunter's going to make his way over. I feel like the only time I really speak to Kai is at Warden Law, because that seems to be the only track that I ever see you at.
Yeah. No, I don't do as much as I used to, but yeah, I'm here this weekend. I think it was a good qualifying. Bit stressful on that last lap. Literally crossed the line with not a lot of time to go, so you had to absolutely nail it. But yeah, me and Charman, 2nd and 3rd. I think that's really good. So the guy that pulled it did the rest of the session, so I think, yeah, was pretty good out of what we had.
Well, you said that you think it's a decent qualifying. You were actually 200ths off pole position. The top 2, Charlie Cox and Ewan Charman, both set identical lap times. So surely that's got to fuel you, that you feel that you're so close to that pole position going into the heats today.
It doesn't really matter about pole around here, to be honest with you. It's PF. Like, you can be a little bit off, have a little hack, and then be back into it. I think, yeah, it's a perfect track for racing. So yeah, even I qualified 9th yesterday, had some good heats, so being a bit higher up just makes it a bit easier in the long run.
Kai, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck for the heat today. Kai Hunter racing in the Hunter Motorsport colours. That is his brother Reese that actually runs the team. Ewan Charman's just walked past us here. We're going to see if we can grab Ewan Charman for a chat real quick. Also in the Hunter Motorsport colours, Ewan, you are 2nd in the group, but identical lap times to pole position. Surely that's got to hurt a little bit.
I mean, yeah, it hurts a little bit, but it's a much more positive day than yesterday. I mean, yesterday we qualified dead last, so it's a big turnaround. It's a massive positive, and hopefully we can bring that forward to the races.
And you mentioned that you qualified dead last in qualifying yesterday. Do you feel that that little bit of a mishap yesterday has hampered you for the rest of the weekend, or is it still doors open?
Oh, it definitely has hampered, but I mean, we climbed the tables yesterday from 52nd overall to 22nd, so I mean, we've moved up, but there's still so much work to do. Of course, it's Kartmasters, the grid's super competitive, so it's going to be difficult, but after today's qualifying, I'm pretty sure we have it in us.
Ewan, thank you very much for your time. As we mentioned before, as long as you make it to the finals, you definitely have a chance of being in with that GP plate. More cars are going out onto the track as engines start up, so straight back up to the commentary box for that.
Thank you very much, Kai. Yes, qualifying session number 4. The second group for Senior Rotax is underway. Here are your drivers who will be out in this one. James Tester, Albert Wilton, Harry Bloor, Joe Fox, Brandon Truman, Lewis Goff, Joshua Turnbull, Kai Veach, Lizzie Mentier, who's had some good qualifying sessions so far in the 2025 season. A little bit unlucky yesterday. Jack Gillingham's out in this one. George Holbrook, Jamie Perilli, James Lowther. That's definitely a driver to keep an eye on in this one. Harrison Crowther had a decent day yesterday for the Guy Cunnington racing team. Just to mention as well, best wishes to Guy. I had a little chat with him yesterday.
Yes.
Obviously, he had his crash at Lark Hall earlier in the season. The recovery ongoing, and very, very much hope and wish we get to see Guy on a track sometime in the future. It's going to be a bit of a road to recovery there.
Yes, it is. He showed me the X-ray. I mean, if you're going to break a bone, do it like Guy Cunnington did.
Had a good go.
Just straight down the middle, boing, crack, Yeah, impressive.
Rest of the drivers in this one: Charlie Webb, Harry Bartle, Miles Roby, George Hart, Victor Hansen, Charlie Smith. Hello to everyone from the States following Charlie in his first Kartmasters, if I'm not mistaken. Lewis Gilbert's in this one, Callum Bradshaw, Henry Gregory, Sam Kelbrick and Hugh Moulton.
I noticed that everyone comes out a little bit earlier in this session.
Bit, yeah.
They probably thought, ooh, that was a little bit close in the last one. It was, yes. They want to give themselves maybe 2 flying laps. They're getting some heat into the tyres. There's the number 54 kart of Harrison Crowther. Harry, as Xander likes to call him. When he's misbehaving, it's Harrison Paul. Only when he's naughty. But he's doing all right at the moment. Joe Fox, head of the charts. The Precision Racing driver.
Oh, now this needs to be careful.
Yeah, because they're about to spoil a couple of laps, and they're all getting those tyres just warmed up. Now they're going to go. Joe Cox, Albert Wilton, George Hart, Sam Kelbrick, Jack Gillingham. They're your top 5 at the moment. Fox, Wilton, Hart, Albert Wilton for the KR Sport team, George Hart for Precision Racing, Joe Fox for Precision Racing, and Sam Kelbrick for the Ultimate R team. They went, we're just going to go out and do our thing, y'all.
So just looking
Somebody
at
asked, sorry, I'm asking a question here. Do apologise. Am I going to be at the Wilton Mill for the kart championship? No, unfortunately, I'm not. I'm not booked to do that one. I'll be back though next year. Not to worry.
Joe Fox goes fastest, 58.06, so about a second off the pace that we saw in that first group. 30 seconds remaining in this session, so all drivers who are going to be coming through the Mike Wilson complex now will be, of course, getting their second timed laps in, but going on to the big one at the moment. Some of the big names, Goff in, well, it's all going to change up and down the order now. 57.86. Lewis Goff goes to the top, immediately displaced by Harry Bartle. Hugh Moulton's put in a good banker time there, but these are now the laps. These are now the laps, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on these sector times through particularly the first sector. If anyone's setting a 19-something in the first sector, that's pretty good. 17-something in sector 2, and then an 18-something in sector 3. Those are the kind of sector times that we're looking for. Goff set a 19.93 in sector 1. Jamie Perilli looking quick in the early stages of this final lap. Has gone purple through sector number 1, a 19.85. Who's looking quick through sector number 2? Joe Fox has improved to 5th place overall, but I fear he's going to be dropped down the order a bit here. Gilbert's looking quick. 18.05 through sector number 2. Charlie Smith is looking good as well. This could be anyone's right at the end of the session. Turnbull gets sector 56.98. That's going to be pole position overall, but it's gone. Bartle, Gilbert, Moulton, Smith ends up on top. Pole position changed, I think, 4 times in about 3 seconds there, Henry, but it's America's Charlie Smith on top with a 56.72.
The USA have not had a Kartmasters champion before. On Xander Clements' first appearance at Kartmasters is the kid from California, gonna steal one. Charlie Smith from Hugh Moulton, Harry Bartle, the Diamond Doll Rye, Lewis Gilbert, Callum Bradshaw and Joshua Turnbull. Yeah, Turnbull went pole at the start of the last round of laps. Henry Gregory coming up in second. Jamie Perilli, well, he needs to be good because I watched him drive off in a Ford Focus that was powder blue. It was very unpleasant to look at.
I'm not going to add to that conversation. No, there we go. Time qualifying 4 done then for senior Rotax, and it's that young driver there, Charlie Smith, on pole. What a performance by Strawberry Racing in the qualifying sessions this morning. If your name was Charlie and you were powered by some cream racing engines at a Strawberry,
yes,
that was a pretty good morning for you. Hugh Moulton up there in second place, Harry Bartle third, Lewis Gilbert I think will be pretty pleased with fourth place there, ahead of Callum Bradshaw, Josh Turnbull, Henry Gregory, Jamie Perilli, James Tester and Jack Gillingham, all in the top 10 there.
Jack Gillingham's having a fantastic weekend. He's having a really, really strong weekend. I've got to say, really pleased for Jack.
And rest of the running order, James Lowther, Harrison Crowther, Victor Hansen, Lewis Goff and Kai Veach all in the top 15. It's ready, though, down in Parc Fermé. It's time to head down once again to Kai Bachini.
It's Charlie Smith, Hugh Moulton and Harry Bartle that find themselves in the top 3 of this senior Rotax qualifying. It was a hectic one indeed. It actually looked like a heat was going on out on the track with the amount of overtaking and bustling that was going on between the drivers on the circuit. It wasn't the cleanest qualifying group at all, but the drivers that were able to take advantage of it definitely made it work, especially in the likes of Hugh Moulton, the number 51. He was in clean air, obviously pays off for him as he's able to take home that second position in the qualifying group. Harry Bartle we actually caught up with during our break yesterday. He qualified 3rd on Friday and said that he was still confident for the weekend no matter where he qualified, and you can see that's clearly paid off for him. He's kept his confidence up and he's kept his pace up as well as he finds himself with another top 3 result in qualifying, identical to yesterday actually, so we'll have to see how he performs in the heats. I'm trying not to trip over carts as I'm traversing backwards through this little Parc Fermé area here. We're going to see if we can catch any of the drivers here as they've came in. We're actually going to catch Lizzie Mentier here in the DHR colours, number 50. Lizzie, obviously a tough qualifying session. It seemed very busy out there on the circuit. How did you find that one?
I didn't really expect to catch traffic that fast. I left a big gap and then caught 2 people and then it just turned to a big hack by the end of it, so didn't manage to really get much of a lap in.
Yeah, it seemed to be that way for a lot of people, and obviously being a little bit further down in the qualifying order, a little bit further down than you would have expected because of circumstances that you can't affect yourself. How do you then tackle that going into the heats?
Just got to push forwards and make as many places as I can during the heats, and hopefully I can get a really good classification by the end of the day.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your time, Lizzie. But I did hear that we had our pole sitter of Charlie Smith just making his way into the Parc Fermé area here. The number 308 in the strawberry colours. Hugh Moulton, the number 51. He was 4th in classification yesterday, so sets himself very well for today. That's exactly where you want to be. Top 5 position is prime coming into the penultimate day of the Kartmasters Grand Prix. We're going to grab either of the drivers if we can. We can see Hugh Moulton. He's already out of the cart and has his helmet off, so we're going to see if we can grab him after he's got his cart onto the trolley in the Coles Racing colours there. It seems like we have just ran out of time there, unfortunately. We won't be able to catch up with our top 3, but Lizzie Mentier did give us a good insight into that qualifying session. It's green flag out on the grid, which means that there's more action coming up on track.
Thank you very much, Kai. Time for Junior Rotax to get their time qualifying underway. Just over 4 minutes remaining on the clock and a number of drivers already rolling out onto circuit. Let's quickly run you through who we've got in this one. This again is half the field in a bumper Junior Rotax entry here this weekend. Toby Farthing, Kai Clark, Hugh Hobson, Ed Spain, Sam Kohler, Ben Baker, Finley Smith, Harvey Sargison, Jack Collinson, Jensen Chalk, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Kevin Ivanov, Boaz Maximov, Finley Lines, Daniel Hartley, Harry Freeman, Archie Lovett, Sebastian Luce, Sebastian Clark, Noah Barham, who'll be hoping for a much better TQ than he had yesterday, Callum Sims, Daniel Kilpatrick, Eli Baden, Blake Southern. For those heroics in the changeable conditions yesterday, what can the 100 do in this one? Lomond Wilcox, Isabella Stantimore Wilson, Albie Lapper, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Charlie Wolfett, Shea Hilton and Cam Nelson. Those are the 31 drivers who are now underway, or some of them are underway, with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Henry, early pace coming in on that first warm-up lap. Callum Sims currently top of the standings.
Well, look at that. Harvey Sargison, the number 34 kart of Benjamin Baker, and the 67 of Kai Clark still sitting and waiting.
Yeah, good stuff out on circuit. There's 12 drivers have headed out on track. The rest of them are just waiting for the optimum moment to roll out and then do 2 timed laps, most likely. But we've already seen in the seniors that having a couple more laps in your back pocket can give you the advantage if things are a little bit tight there. Now we just have a little look at the 888 of Shea Hilton. I love all the merch that Shea Hilton and the family there do for their young driver. Do go check it out in the paddock if you're around here at PF International. Toby Farthing goes fastest on a 59.3. He's immediately displaced by Ed Spain. Ed Spain, who had a very good run in Honda Cadet last year, of course, taking a big step up to Junior Rotax.
I love that. I think his dad's English, mum's from the Czech Republic, and his name's Spain. It's great. Love that. I'll get it wrong. One parent is from England, one parent is from the Czech Republic, and his surname is Spain. And he is P1 at the moment in that number 72 kart for KR Sport. Callum Sims for Team Evolution second. There's Shea Hilton with the it's got a stock car vibe to it.
A big stock car vibe. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go in this session. We'll start to see some more representative times coming in a few moments' time. Ivanov goes up to 4th place in the number 50. Over the line there, one of the MLCs. Callum Sims goes with a 58.53 to the top of the order.
Good luck for Jensen Chalk.
Yes.
Another NLC Motorsport driver who is nursing a back injury. But the 2023 Micromax Grand Finals champion is toughing it out. Finley Smith goes to the top of the pile for Kraft Motorsport. Seen Killian Kraft here. The team that Lewis Gilbert in the UK runs, the British arm of, well, the Gilbert family run the British arm of Kraft Motorsport. Sims, Archie Lovett now up to P2. And I'm glad you said Eli Baden. It is Eli Baden. Apologies to Eli's mum, because yesterday, one of us, possibly me, probably me, knowing how my day went yesterday, was calling him Ellie. I had Ellie Goldstein in my head, the Belgian racing driver, but it's Eli Baden, and Eli is 19th. Maybe it goes quicker if I get his name wrong. I don't know, who knows? Okay, a couple of drivers under investigation. Gold Chain Charlie himself, Charlie Wolfett, and Harry Freeman, both having problems at the moment. Okay, so Sims was quickest. Archie Lovett is now fastest from Sebastian Luce. Callum Sims is still on a lap for Team Evolution. Great to see that. Where's Blake Southern? 31st, but he hasn't put a fast lap in yet. He hasn't taken the checkered flag. I think that might be Blake crossing the line
28th.
now, and he goes up to
P28 on this occasion. Just keeping an eye on Callum Sims' second sector isn't good. His first one was, and he's abandoned the lap. But still top 10. That'll be a decent spot for Callum in the heats. But Archie Lovett takes the early provisional pole. Still one group to go, of course, for junior Rotax, and he's held off a trio of Dan Holland racing pilots, Nelson Kilpatrick Barr. Good to see Daniel Kilpatrick up there.
The Northern Irishman. The Northern Irishman. Good to see Daniel doing well. And I got to say that it just goes to show, yesterday, Blake Southern, hero of the day. Let's not remember, rental kart racing last year. But mixed conditions, the great leveler, the rain, and he puts it on pole. Today, all things being equal, 28th. Now, that's nothing against Blake. There's a top job from Callum Sims. I've got to say, 10th for Team Evolution. As thank you for your concern, Michael Burke.
He's okay now.
I am all right. I am okay. I had, a little bit of iron brew went down the wrong pipe.
Indeed.
Followed by 3 Winstons.
Maximov in 5th place. Lush, Lapper, Clark. So Kai Clark with an E on the end, and then Sebastian Clark, not with an E, finished in 9th. Sims has mentioned in P10.
You mentioned Albie Lapper, the rock and roll star.
Oh, yeah.
Nanny Babs is here.
Oh, of
She's
course.
here. She's here.
What, here in the paddock? In the paddock.
In the paddock. Nanny Babs is here.
Now that's a development.
It's a breaking news story for the rock and roll star. Let's have a look. As you were saying, go-karting.
Yes, Chester Chalk P11 in that one, ahead of Harry Freeman, Finley Lyons, Eli Baden, and Jared Fox-Whiteley, all in the top 15 there. Lomond Wilcox, Ed Spain, Finley Smith, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and Toby Farthing in the top 20. Another decent result there for the George Whitbread Racing crew. Let's head down once again to Kai Bachini.
Archie Lovett is the driver that ends up putting on pole position here in the first of the junior Rotax groups. The second one is just to follow after this one. He was then followed up in that session. It was very, very tight up at the front end. It was Archie Lovett, Daniel Kilpatrick, and Cameron Nelson. Those top 3 were all within very, very tight margins, as you'd expect from this junior Rotax group. Just behind our cameraman there, you can see Daniel Kilpatrick. He's just pulling his kart into the way area here. He's already been off the weighbridge into the Parc Ferme area, the number 20 in the DHR colours. The DHR colours seem to be running very, very strong so far this weekend, not just in the junior categories, but every single category abroad as well, as all the drivers are making their way off the weighbridge. We'll see if we can catch a chat with Daniel Kilpatrick as he just pushes his kart a little bit further in. We can actually see the number 188 who's going to make his way over if he's ready for a chat in the SPR colours, the driver on pole position. As he just makes his way, tries to avoid the carts that are coming flying towards him. We've got Archie Lovett here on pole position. How does that feel? You were 8th in the standings after yesterday, still within the top 10. Brilliant shout coming into the weekend. Final 2 days, pole position, big confidence boost.
Feels great. Yesterday I didn't really have a great quali. I was in 4th, but I spun since it was wet. But today, hopefully, I've done a lot better, and hopefully I can do well in the heats.
As you mentioned, you didn't have the best of qualifying yesterday, but you still managed to get some great results in the heats. How do you feel that having this pole position is going to affect you coming into today?
It's going to feel a lot easier than yesterday, and I'm not going to overtake as much people as yesterday, and yeah, it's great.
Obviously today you've still got another 2 heats which you need to race, and then tomorrow is the big day. That's when it's pre-finals and finals. Is today just a day of trying to get as little points as possible and set yourself up nicely for Saturday and Sunday, or are you gunning to be on that pole position for the pre-final on Sunday?
Both, really. I want to get as much points as I can, and I want to pole it in both of the heats so I can start in good positions for tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well, Archie, thank you very much for your time. That was our pole position sitter, the number 188 in the SPR colours. I think that's the first time of the weekend that we've seen one of the SPR cars sit it on pole position. But as he mentioned, qualifying is not over yet, and more junior road taxes are starting up in the background. So you know what that means. It's back up to the commentary box for the next of the junior road tax sessions.
I'm glad that you mentioned George Whitbread Racing. Another of my many errors yesterday. I called him George Whitehead, not Whitbread. He said he's been called far worse. I can appreciate that, so have I. Okay, the second half of Junior Rotax qualifying underway, and it is the number 218 looking at there. That is Hasnain Khan. I wonder where Hasnain's brother and sister are. They were had my photo taken with me yesterday. They're lovely, lovely family, supporting older brother. And there's the Team Evolve Motorsport, Chris Lamar's outfit. That very distinctive sort of, what shade of green would we call that? Or was it a Jack's Motorsport kart? Have I made another mistake? Already Evolve, that's X30. Mint green? Mint green?
Broadbent would say it's mint green.
Who?
Jimmy.
Oh, is he who? He's a YouTuber, isn't he, that races computer games? And other things. Okay, fair enough. Hello.
He's doing very well.
Yeah,
2.5 minutes.
I do know what he is. He's always got some stupid face in the thumbnail of his videos, hasn't he? Like he just sat on something he shouldn't have.
2 minutes and 20 seconds of this session to go. Just a handful of times in at the moment. None of them fully representative of track competitions at the moment. So we'll wait to see who's going to be the first driver to break under. Well, it's Ryan Gill, the first driver to break under the 60-second barrier.
For the Evolve Motorsport team, I was getting it right. I woke on the right side of bed this morning. There he is in the minty green livery Evolve Motorsport machine. Chris Lamar, one of several drivers here, or several team owners here that are former Kartmasters champions. And there is Ryan Gill.
A nice line there into hairpin one. Good in the rear end of the car. Pivoted.
Harry Friel, P3. I've got to say, my Paddock Show pooch nemesis, Darcy Sausage Friel. I tamed her with a bit of sausage on a stick yesterday. I'm sure she's barking somewhere, looking for an ankle to nibble on.
That's why we're staying in the box.
Here. But Harry Friel. Now, I do know that Harry Friel this morning. He had a steak last night.
Yeah.
We passed by the awning. Mother Friel was busy cooking a steak for the racing driver. Plenty of protein, very, very good. Stew for the mechanic, which the dad, he was not thrilled at the prospect, looking at this big juicy steak being cooked for his son as he's there trying to get all the grease and the dirt off his hands from mechanicking all day. Is the steak working for Harry Friel? He's top 5 at the moment.
Yeah.
Is Harry Friel in the global karting awning?
I should remind you that the benchmark is that 57.83 from Lovett in the first session. So we're not far off that at the moment. Gill's 58.39 currently the fastest time. Drivers crossing the line now. This will be the start of their final laps. Matakova Hidze goes to the top of the order, 57.96. I think Lovett's 57.83 might be in a spot of bother here, Henry. We've still got a decent amount of time for drivers to get those quick sectors in. Keep an eye on Zach Starbuck. The 286 has just gone and done a 20.31 in the first sector. That's been beaten, though, by Koba Hidze. This time's going to go.
But Koba Hidze's not even fastest. Ryan Gill's gone quite quickest. But these times are going to go. It's going to come down right to it. Gill, Koba Hidze, the Georgian driver. He was unlucky yesterday, but he's got the pace. Palazzo McBain, Eva Morris, we know she's good in qualifying. Cian Bernard, Josh Smith, Albert Friend, 8th, Leon Hasty and Starbuck. That's your top 10. And now they're going to start crossing the line. How quickly will it change? Starbuck goes 4th. Cian Bernard to the top.
57.58, that's going to be pole position in the whole class. Eva Morris has gone to P2, a repeat of her talents from earlier on in the summer. Another great qualifying for KR Sport. Are there any other drivers out there who can beat that time of Cian Bernard? No. Sam Pollitt Racing have got the job done in Junior Rotax. That is first position in both of the categories. That 182 looks a little bit different, of course, because Cian is a member of the Rear Tools Alliance Academy program. But Cian Bernard has been doing a lot of prep for this Kartmasters. Don't think has double duted in the end, but did have a little think about it earlier on. But a nice time there, 57.58, clear by 700ths ahead of Eva Morris. Harry Taylor, another decent run there for Taylor. Yesterday
Sadiq
was P3.
well.
Yeah, Harney Sadiq up there in 13th place. But Taylor was 3rd yesterday in TQ. 3rd within group there now. What have you spotted, Henry?
Like what? This camera angle that I like a lot. Is that Dan, down our mobile cameraman down there? Dan Wagstaff there. You know, I hope his knees are all right. And I hope that nobody just decides. I mean, it would be really good if a driver just went right towards the camera and then turned at the last minute, just to worry him a little bit, just to worry him. There goes Deshaun Bennett across the screen. Good crash helmet design there for Deshaun Bennett. Like that. Oh, hello. Oh. It's only...
Oh, no, this could be
I wonder if that's coffee in that cup or if it's... something else to calm the nerves.
That is the
morning.
Bernard family, so,
yes,
so they'll be happy with that result for Cian.
Cian Bernard, who represented the UK in the FIA Academy last year. Fiddy Lines is this year's Academy driver, and Harrison Whitcomb is the senior, because we've got a senior.
Harrison racing this weekend,
for the first time, and he is racing this weekend in another event that's not got as many viewers as us. Kai Bachini, who have you got down with us now? It's okay, Mrs. Bernard, we didn't catch you falling over, drinking your coffee, inverted commas. Kai Bachini down in the pits. Take it away, Kai.
He was 3rd in the classifications yesterday, but he's done even better. He's 1st in qualifying. Cian Bernard, he's looking over, and he knows that we're coming for him. He knows he's on pole position, and he knows we want a chat with him. Cian, I've spoke to you a few times in different championships. First time I've spoke to you at the Kartmasters Grand Prix, and it's pole position. What a time to be talking.
Yeah, definitely. Really happy with that. Can't thank enough HRS Engines and SPR and Wear Tools for making me be here in this position. Without them, well, yeah, I wouldn't be on pole. But yeah, huge thanks to them, and yeah.
And obviously, it's a very big achievement getting on pole position in the Kartmasters Grand Prix, especially on the Saturday when everyone wants it, because everything's up in the air and it's all for stake. What does it take in preparation going into the weekend to make results like this happen?
Just mainly to be as consistent as possible. I mean, yesterday qualifying didn't really go my way, but I managed to get 1st and 2nd in the heats, so I think I'm like P2 overall, but this pole position will really help as well, so it'll be really good, yeah.
That's exactly what you need. Cian, thank you very much for your time and best of luck for today. He sets himself up in a great position. Eva Morris is making her way over. I would love to have a chat with Eva Morris after what was a brilliant qualifying session for the number 32. Eva, if you want to come over, great qualifying, 2nd on the grid. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, good. Just got to prepare for the heats now, which is going to be tough.
And obviously you got a big team, a lot of support behind you. You're saying that you need to prepare for the heats. What is that preparation?
Just making sure you're in the right mindset, making sure you know what you have to do for the start, because the start's the hardest part in the heat. Making sure, yeah, just got the pace, setups right.
Well, you definitely have the pace. Eva, thank you very much for your time. That's Eva Morris. She was 2nd in qualifying here in the Junior Road Tax. We're going to go and throw straight over to the next session. That's Minimax that will be making their way out onto the track next.
We look at Minimax. Now, I think we are down a Minimax driver today. Arthur Farrow was the 5th member of the famous 5 who got asked to spectate for the rest of the weekend. When the checkered flag falls, ladies and gentlemen, the race is over. And even if you're upset at somebody, then you have to just leave that. Now, let's have a little look there. Some really good intricate crash helmet work on the back of there. I like the Still We Rise, but that's number 47 car of Ryan White. He's got the Lewis Hamilton phrase, Still We Rise, but yet his puppy, his Rottweiler puppy, is called Lando. Make up your mind, Ryan. Come on now. Here we go with Minimax. I think this class has the potential to steal the show.
I agree.
On Sunday. I just think that the combination, the talent, the fact that, Global Karting, DHR, Sam Pollitt, Strawberry, who else have we got? It's the teams that, obviously KR Sport as well, Hunter Motorsport, Jack's Motorsport are there as well. There's so many different teams. SFR, can't forget them as well. So many different teams have got really good setups, good equipment, good drivers, that it's going to bubble over nicely. That's going to be my prediction. I tell you what, we've got a little bit of time left on the last round of 16 in the poll. I don't know who's winning versus Mark Kimber versus Mike Spencer. It's still 51-49 in the favour of Kimber, I believe. No, it's swapped. Oh, Mike Spencer is now ahead of Mark Kimber. Where this is for the final berth in the top 8. So we're going to wait till it gets about 200 votes, and then we're going to end it. Then we'll have our top 8. Jacob Fulbrook-Harmer goes quickest, and James Roots. Yesterday, the Roots were not on fire. Now, top of the charts, early doors, the Roots is on fire.
And I think it was around 10th place in the intermediate points at the end of yesterday. Just a quick rundown of what, if you missed yesterday's action, Emerson McAnder-UN has the overnight lead in this one ahead of Austin Owen. I'm intrigued to see what Austin Owen does in terms of qualifying, because yesterday, not the best, P17, but then raced back through brilliantly through the field. So let's keep an eye on that. And just to note as well, all Minimax 950 drivers are out on circuit. There's no splitting of groups in this one. It's a big, busy grid, 30 drivers out there on circuit. Ooh, now I'm just seeing on our screens, Henry. Now, we always have to put a caveat this, because it could just be something as simple as the transponders not picking up, but I'm not, the number 8 is not showing us out on circuit on our timing screens.
I thought
we'll
I
do
saw
this the old-fashioned way and try and count all of them through and see if a number 8 is one of them. But that could be a bit of a developing situation for one of the favourites here this weekend.
I mean, to be fair to Oliver Spencer, he always goes wrong in qualifying. He just loves the game so much.
He does love the game.
He does it for the love of the game. Mark Rose has appeared on the live chat. Hello to Marky Mark out in the Middle East at the moment, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. You know, earlier, Andrew, when I said that we've got a spectator that has travelled all the way from Germany to be here, Dirk, he's not even the person who has travelled the furthest just to be a spectator. We have got a lady, hello to Paula Sugawara, out in the paddock, who has travelled from Japan to watch this. This is the first time she's been to an outdoor kart race meeting, and there is Oliver Spencer. Well, he's going to put on a show for us later on, because for the second day in a row, he's going to be starting today he's going to be starting stone last. If there's one driver that can overcome adversity, it's Oliver Spencer. He is going to be on a mission. His overtaking today is going to have to be on point. I have to say it will be. Checkered flag is out, however, and at the moment it's the farmer, Tom Reed, who has pole position. Is that going to change?
I don't think it is. Well, there were purple sectors from Owen and Emerson McAndrew-Uren through that lap, but they then didn't have personal bests in the other two sectors, so both of them stay behind Tom Reed in the order, and yep, that's all of them over the line. Tom Reed takes pole position, 1 minute, 0.48, so 60.48 seconds for Reed. Both Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Austin Oman set the same fastest lap time. It could go back to the second fastest lap time to tie-break them, but both of them on a 60.55. Lucian Smith, highest of the KR Sports, fourth with a 60.65. Sebastian Behrman, last year's winner in Micromax, of course, P5. And then Mick Klinkers, great performance there from Mick, 6th place for Strawberry Racing, just behind his teammate Behrman, and also a good performance from Josh Hushka there in 7th place. Alfie Ward, Riley Murrow and Josh Cormack will all be pretty pleased, I think, with their qualifyings. They'll all start in the first 5 rows of the grid.
Luke Millwood, 11th. Now, if there's one driver that I think that I'd love to see Luke Millwood actually sit down and ask Xander Clements a couple of questions about Xander being American. I think that would be an insightful interview, because that would be great. There is, look at that, cheering. Is that Mick Klinkers?
I think that might have been Mick, yeah.
Yeah, happy that there is Tom Reed looking up, but, Mick Klinkers, one of the drivers, again, early, first time at Kartmasters, struggled yesterday, getting much better today. Kai Bachini is down in the pits, ready to speak to a couple of Minimax drivers. Take it away, Kai.
3 drivers in the top 3 from the top 4 classification from yesterday. It's Tom Reed, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Austin Oman. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, what a brilliant day that he had yesterday. He found himself at the top of classifications, and he kicks off this Super Saturday with a 2nd position in qualifying. Tom Reed, he's currently 4th in the provisional standings after Friday. Emerson McAndrew-Uren's just making his way off the weighbridge. It's always great to have a chat with Emerson. I think we'll try and catch him once he's got his helmet off, unless Tom Reed is able to sneak his way out of the weighbridge before we catch the attention of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. But as I said, Austin Oman, he's 2nd in the classifications after yesterday, and he finds himself 3rd in qualifying. A very, very intense session. There is Austin Oman, the number 11 that pulls his way into the scrutineering area here. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, he knows the deal by now. We've done this many, many a times with Emerson. You'll get the helmet off and you'll get ready for his interview. Obviously, very quick turnaround from what was another great qualifying. Nearly gets hit by the pole sitter of Tom Reed as he makes his way into the scrutineering area. But Emerson, 2nd in qualifying, another brilliant start to Super Saturday. Friday was perfect for you, top of the classifications. Can't ask for any more, can you?
Yeah, obviously yesterday had P3 in quali, 2nd in our first heat, 1st in our 2nd heat. Then today had a good warm-up, P2 in that, and then P2 in this again, so hopefully we can get a good start, have a couple good scores, and then we should be up there for the finals and that.
And of course, I'm sure as I look around, I'll see your dad somewhere with a big smile on his face, as he always does with at a racing weekend. How does it feel to have such a loving and supporting family behind you that are with you every single racing weekend?
It's amazing. It's just a lot of support, and it really helps in all the confidence and that, and then it's just amazing to be around.
Well, Emerson, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck for your races this Saturday. Tom Uren, we'll see if we can try and catch him for a chat as he makes his way over now. Tom, pole position, 4th in the classifications after yesterday. Maybe a little bit of work to do today.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep P1 all day.
He's looking to keep P1 all day. Is that going to happen? Who's going to be your closest competitor?
Probably Emerson, Oliver and Oman.
Thank you very much, Tom, for your time. He's watching out for Emerson McAndrew urine, but we're watching out for the action on track. So we're going to go straight back up to the comms box for the next session, which is out right now.
You've got to admire Emerson McAndrew Urin's dedication to the game.
Oh, yes.
His glasses are the same colour as his team graphics. That's dedication. That's the love of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Emerson McAndrew Urin, who went all on the parade lap at Le Mans 2 weeks ago, was the only one who stood up there, actually stood up in the back of the parade car on the lap of honour, doing a little bit of aura farming, which was great to see. Reg Haywood is on. Hello, Reg. When Senior Road Tax is on next, well, I tell you what, Reg, why don't you just sit down and have a word with yourself and watch the other classes first. Not far, Reg, not far. Now, Micromax, Charlie Page, Otto Amy, Dimitar Uzanov, Dax Farah, Chloe McGill. What an interview. You'll be seeing Chloe's interview at the Paddock Show later on. What an eloquent, well-spoken, focused young lady. I've got to say, Chloe McGill, what a fantastic, inspiration for so many. She's got a special graphics kit. This weekend, Sam Pollitt Racing, there it is. The Sam Pollitt orange has been exchanged for Chloe McGill hot pink.
3 minutes of this session to go. Just a quick rundown of the order from yesterday after 2 rounds of heats. Benediktas Masiokas very much setting the pace so far in this category. Clean sweep of TQ pole and both heats yesterday. Albert Farrow, Alfie Garrett, Albie J. Stubbs and Dimitar Uzanov all in the top 5. But this timed qualifying session could be the beginning of many changes in this category. Albert Farrow goes to the top of the timesheet, 65.51, is immediately displaced by Charlie Page. That's a nice time from Charlie Page there, 65.25. So it's Page from Farrow. Ronnie Allen up to 3rd place as well. One of the drivers who's been having a very good season as part of the Club Championship at Trent Valley. 3rd in the standings after the most recent round, and right now 3rd here at Kartmasters with a 65.67. That's a really solid start.
Yeah, we're watching the number 28 kart, Freddie Blackshaw, being pushed along by Chloe McGill. Now, if you're a kart mechanic, Mark Rose has just reminded me of something that's very good. You know, you look at your body of work, check this, one mechanic, Mark Rose, he's a lot more than a mechanic. He's guided the following drivers to Kartmasters glory on more than one occasion. Ben Barnacote, Jack Hawksworth, David Bell-Chambers, and Nathan Tye. That's not a bad
list.
List of drivers that you've helped to GP plate glory. Still tickled him the line. Yeah, I said about the crowd going radio rental when the Ben Barnacote won one of his 9 titles. Now, Alfie Garrett. Alfie Garrett's auntie Kerry. She went to the Bath races yesterday. Horse racing. Yeah. She still managed to tune in. There's Reggie Chandler. I hope Reggie Chandler's mum is doing well. She's got a hen do this weekend. Hope that we're not, fuzzy head after yesterday's activities, and that she's watching Reggie again, providing me with cups to drink my Iron Brew out. I'm very, very grateful to Reggie. Those SFR
They
carts,
do look good, do they?
They do. They look really good. The red and black attack. We showed that they look good and they drive good. Is that a word? Can I say that? They drive well. They drive well, but the graphics kits, the intricacies on the graphics kits, which we showed you yesterday, and one of them we're going to, if things stay as they are, as the clock strikes 0, we're going to see one of those up close, because Alfie Garrett, there he is. He's just turned 10 years old. He is fastest 400 of a second quicker than Charlie Page, independent driver. Benedictus Masiokas, Dax Farah, Otto Amy. Otto Amy, really strong run for the Coles Racing, number 70. Albert Farrow, Dimitar Uzanov, Albie J. Stubbs, Harris Barber, Sebastian Crawford, the top 10. Then it's Ralph Martin, Liam O'Hanlon, Ronnie Allen, Reggie Chandler, Oliver Woodall. Your top 15 at the moment. They're all coming round to take the checkered flag now. Can Garrett hang on? He's going quicker. Is it going to be quick enough?
Yes, well, he's improved again. Masiokas just took it away, but then Garrett snatches it back, 64.35. Just over a tenth and a half clear of Masiokas. It's an SFR 1-2. Albert Farrow third. A little bit further back. Charlie Page a solid fourth there. Otto Amy and Dax Farah. Dax Farah, for me this year, Henry, continues to get better and better and better.
Yes.
Sixth place on the grid for Kartmasters. That's a really solid result. Perhaps not one that we would have guessed, say, at the start of the season. That's really good to see the foundations continuing to grow.
Well, let's not forget, you know, at the O plate here this year, Dax Farah, he's the final day with a broken finger.
Yeah.
Didn't want to tell mum and dad or anybody that because of course that would mean he would be allowed to race. So we just sort of toughed it out and, you know, carried on. And that shows that, again, these drivers, they are tough. You know, the sport teaches you to be tough in lots of ways, mentally and physically. And Dax, he was like, no, I'm going to race. I'm going to race, yeah. And then at the end of it, he was like, look, you know, I've got 10 digits. One of them's pointing in a different direction. Well done to Ronnie Allen and Liam O'Hanlon, says Isaac Barker.
Definitely, yeah.
Liam O'Hanlon, another driver that's come over from the UAE for this. Benjamin Karachkovich, the UAE champion. Just got to get qualifying nailed. But Kai Bachini is down once again in the pits. Take it away, Kai.
Alfie Garrett takes home the pole position here, and it is going to be Benedictas Masiokas in second. It was the perfect Friday that Benedictas could have been hoping for. He took home 0 points in the Friday classification, meaning that he won both of his heats, and he is able to come into Saturday with a second position on the grid, which is exactly what he would have been hoping for. We can already see some of our top 3 drivers over in the scrutineering bay here, as the rest of the drivers will filter their way through the Parc Fermé area here. We can see Benedictas, he's already got his helmet off, and it looks like just being greeted by Alfie Garrett there. We're going to see if we can have a quick chat with our pole sitter, if he's able to get his helmet off and then have a chat with us real quick. Benedictas seems to be ready. We're going to see if we can grab any of them for a chat. Albert Farrow, obviously in third position on the grid. If he's ready for a chat, we'll bring over Albert, as he was third on the grid. Quickly take the neck brace off, gets all the equipment off, just so he has the LN kart colours on. Albert, third in qualifying today. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's a good start to our day, and we're at the front, so it's good to be at the front, and it's good that we're in the top 5 and in the fight.
And do you feel that you're going to be able to take home that GP plate by the end of the weekend?
I feel like I'm fast enough, and I think it'll be a hard race, but I think we can do it.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Albert. But our second place in qualifying, Benedictas Masiokas, the perfect Friday you could have been hoping for. You come into Saturday and you're second on the grid. How does that make you feel?
Good, but I feel like I could have done better.
Why do you feel you could have done better? Is it for that pole position, or do you feel that you can make up that time in the heats later on?
Make up that time.
Well, thank you very much, Benedictas. It looks like we're going to have Alfie Garrett just waiting over there, ready for a little bit of a chat. Obviously, pole position coming into Saturday. Are you confident that you're going to be able to win all the heats today?
Yeah, I'm confident from this starting position. I think I can win.
Obviously, you're very close in behind. You've got Benedictas and Albert, second and third in the qualifying session as well. They're going to be posing a challenge to you. How do you plan on defending from them during the race?
I think I'm just going to go and try win it.
Well, there you go. pole position to win it. That's all you have to do. Thank you very much for your time. That was your pole position there for the Micro Max class. The final qualifying session has just made its way out onto the circuit. That'll be Water Swift, so back up to the comms box for that.
Thank you very much, Kai. Ready indeed for Miami Water Swift timed qualifying 2. This is to set the grids for the 3rd and 4th rounds of heats here this weekend. This is a single grid, busy grid. Everybody out on circuit in the same session. Let's just run you down what we saw yesterday. Very, very competitive racing in Miami Water Swift that left Austin Newstead as your intermediate points leader overnight with a 1st and a 3rd in terms of race results. Alfie Davidson 4th and 1st was 2nd. And one of the big stars of yesterday, Enzo Butterazzi, the driver from Loughborough on the Birrell ART number 20. Best results in his time at Kartmasters last year, 19th. Wasn't a driver that we would have expected to see up in the top 3. But there he was, 6th and 2nd yesterday. Knight Measures definitely still on form as well. We see Knight there, the 2nd in line, and number 19 with the red and black helmet. We saw some very good form from Knight a few weeks ago in the British Championships visit to this circuit, Henry. 4th in the intermediate points yesterday, looking to continue building confidence and learning from little challenges that have happened over the last few races.
Yeah, and there's the Bluebird, Luca Narroway, leading that group. We did get a good glimpse there in the early stages of the number 11 kart. The Good Times Racing machine of Hugo Williamson. I think it's Hugo and George Greaves in the number 37. Privateers, but they just park up together. You know, they're always together. You know, enjoying good times. And there is the number 52. Margaris Kvetskis on the Apollo. The Apollo team here are here. We'll hopefully chat to them later on. And I thought that the only issues we'd have with people slowing down would be in the juniors, the seniors. But the Water Swift are having a go at it as well. Talked about Luca Narroway, that number 17. There's the Mambo number 5 dance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll do the Macarena there. The mechanics signalling. Chester Forks. Now, I just want to see Chester have a good day.
Yeah.
You know, a good day where, everything goes smoothly, because then we'll see the real Chester Forks, how quick that young man is. Harry Chapman, newly signed, he's helping out Henry Gregory Motorsport. He's got the HGM graphics. I'm a bit disappointed with Henry Gregory, if I'm honest with you.
Why?
Well, because he asked me, he messaged me saying, what special livery should I do for Kartmasters? I said, well, it's obviously going to be Greg's.
Yeah.
I sent him the colour scheme. I sent him everything for Greg's, Greg's on legs. And yet he turns up with his usual traditional, corporate, trying to promote his brand new team, which looks very good, by the way. But there. So they're not happy. No. Disappointing. I'm joking, Henry. He's... another driver looking to start running his own team. He's helping Harry Chapman this weekend. Henry's running 2 classes. Now, 50 seconds to go. Luca Narroway, the Bluebird, is fastest at the moment. He's the 2nd kart in this line. R.I.P. that traffic cone.
Yeah, that'll be a bit of work for the marshals.
Hashtag, justice for traffic cones.
Colin the cone's gone.
Yes.
30 seconds of this session to go. These times, this lap could be actually quite important. Everybody is pretty much setting either a green sector time for personal best or some purples. Chester Forks has gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1. Jensen Ackerman was fastest of anyone through sector number 2 before Ethan Owen took that honour. Ackerman improves to 4th. solid time, and we'll get another lap in as well. Harry Williams goes to the top of the order, 62.73. These drivers are going to see the checkered flag here. Are any of these going to go to the top of the order? Yes, Narroway Forks goes to the top, 62.4. They're done though. There are still drivers out on circuit, the likes of Harry Williams, Ozzie Gibson, Austin Newstead, all might get another lap in here. They timed it very well. They've not come through sector number 1, and they've all set personal bests. Colby Patterson's still on a lap as well. The driver from Halifax has gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1. This is going to change around big time in the latter stages. Chapman over the line, improves up the order to 19th. Joseph Davies as well, up to 11th. Christian Kobe's now gone fastest of anyone through sector number 2. There's some big names, some big Miami Euro Series drivers with plenty of experience. They're all together out of the final corner. Ackerman takes pole, but is he going to hold on to it? No. Patterson goes fastest, 62.11. What an effort there from the driver of the number 24, 19th in timed qualifying yesterday. That's what we like to see, a turnaround for a strong driver on Saturday. Patterson will start on pole position for today's heats in Water Swift.
Yeah, really, really good to see, because XL Motorsport, they arrived at the start of the year absolutely flying, and of course then you get it, they call it the dog days of summer. You know, it's a baseball terminology where it's just race speed, the grind of a full season. And no matter how celebrated you are, that takes time. You know, it takes time, you know, to get yourself and the whole team tuned in so that every single time you hit the track, you're on point. And yesterday, yesterday, Cole Patterson was just a little bit off the pace. And who's that? That's a big thing. That's William Bennett, who has qualified 24th. Big thumbs up there for the Welsh with the dragon on his crash helmet. You're looking at number 26, Ilya Sami, one of the OMS drivers. Now, OMS being run by Danny Curl. They had a message this morning. Because one of Danny Curl's people on the Danny Curl Academy is Jack Partridge, former junior TKM British champion. And Jack Partridge happens to work for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team. Yep. And the OMS drivers had a nice message from Fernando Alonso this morning, which was really, really good to see. So that concludes qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. Patterson, Measures, Ackerman, Newstead and Clark. We're going to close the poll now. We'll tell you the top 8 in our search for the ultimate Kartmasters champion. And, we can't close it because it's 50-50. So, you did 220. We've got a top 9. Nobody could split Mike Spencer from Mark Kimber. So
coin toss?
I'm getting no. The next person. So I tell you what, if Mark Rose is still watching, this is down to Mark Rose, the ultimate Kartmaster champion. Please put a comment in. It's between in this session Mike Spencer and Mark Kimber. Mark, we defer to your expertise if he's still watching. I hope so. Right. If not, then we got a top 9. But there we go. While we're doing that. And Mark Rose's, let's go down to Kai Bachini.
Colby Patterson, Knight Measures and Jensen Ackerman are your top 3 there for the final qualifying session of the day in the Water Swift class. Austin Newstead, he was your leader coming out of yesterday and Friday's classifications, and he finished 4th overall in that qualifying session. Just on the weighbridge right now is Austin Newstead, obviously in the best position coming into this weekend. We might actually catch him for a chat as he makes his way over into the Parc Fermé area. Obviously, track evolution was a massive deal in this Water Swift qualifying session, as the top 3 all set their times in the final group to set the line, set their times, and that is why they are right at the back of the line on the weighbridge as well. We see the number 24, and that is going to be Colby Patterson, our pole sitter, make his way into the Parc Fermé area, but we're joined by Austin Newstead, who was our leader coming out of the classifications of Friday, 4th in qualifying. Are you happy with the result?
Of course, yesterday qualifying wasn't very good, 7th. Obviously it's improvement, but I still could have been a bit better, of course. But yeah, it's a lot better compared to yesterday.
Yeah, and where do you feel around the circuit? Was track development such a huge thing in this session? Because it did seem it from our perspective.
Yeah, like on the last lap, I think almost everyone went like at least half second quicker. To the difference at the beginning of the session was just massive.
And obviously, track development is a huge thing in qualifying. Do you think it will have so much of an impact going into the races?
Some, in a way, yes, but depends how the race is pan out. If it's a very scrappy race where people are defending and everything, then not so much because they'll always be sliding, but it'll be good to see.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Austin. That was Austin Newstead, our leader of classifications coming out of the heats yesterday. We're going to make our way over to the little scrutineering bay to see if we can catch a chat with Colby Patterson as he comes off the back of a pole position in the Water Swift class. We can just see him making his way over to the fence. We're going to catch him before he can speak to his team members. Colby, pole position, how are you feeling about that one?
Well, I'm kind of feeling amazing. Ready for the heats now. Just push, get away, get some couple of solid positions in 2 heats, and then just put yourself in a good position for pre-final tomorrow.
And you know, it's Kartmasters, anything can happen. So how do you prepare yourself and your mindset for any scenario that you can face today?
Well, you just kind of have to keep yourself chilled out and keep yourself in the spaced mindset, like not get angry if something happens and it goes wrong. Keep chilled and push forward in the next one.
And we were just speaking to Austin over there, who said track development was a massive deal in this session. You were in that last little pack to cross the line there, and that's when you set your fastest time. Do you agree with Austin on that?
Yeah, the track got better and better as it came and came and came, and then the last lap was a massive push lap for me.
Brilliant, Austin. Thank you very much for your time. And that is it there for the Water Swift classifications for qualifying. All of qualifying is now done for the morning, which means that qualifying is out of the way. We will take a little bit of a break before the heats. We're going to go straight over to Henry, who will now have a quick chat with you.
Because Henry, the commentator, wants it.
Yes, the Wasps situation here at Trent Valley Kart Club are always an issue. It's a nice part of the countryside. All credit to that marshal. That is the area where Daniel Ashton got stung this morning.
On his hand.
On his hand. Now, that's either a marshal or that is somebody that, I can see a pipe. I think there's a wasp's nest by the Marshall post that he is now attempting to think. First of all, have to say R.I.P. Imminent R.I.P. to many wasps. They're not bees. Bees are fine. Bees do lots of good things. Wasps, they're just little so-and-sos. Mark Rose has spoken, ladies and gentlemen. And Mark Kimber is into the top 8. So, coming up a little bit during the race, during the heat races, the top 8 drivers that you, the people, voted for yesterday as the Ultimate Kartmasters champion. They'll be put into head-to-heads. Callum Bradshaw, Mark Kimber, Ben Barnicoat, George Russell, Alex Albon, Danny Curl, Lewis Hamilton, and Joe Turney. They are your top 8. The polls will be going up shortly. The brackets have been decided. It's going to be Mark Kimber versus Alex Albon. Then it's going to be Callum Bradshaw versus Danny Curl. Ben Barnicoat versus Lewis Hamilton. And then George Russell versus Joe Turney. At the end of today, we're going to put those polls up. Keep voting for who you think the Ultimate Kartmasters champion is. Tomorrow, you get to vote for the top 4. And we'll decide who the Ultimate Kartmasters champion is. So there we go. Please.
Also to keep you occupied during, the first race of the day will start at 12:10 local time. We're at 12:04 at the moment. Big thank you to everyone tuning in so far this morning. 610 of you on my little screen at the moment.
That's not good enough. Because
Well,
we had 900 yesterday watching all day.
Indeed.
So go and find those 300 people, wherever they are in
Get
the
them
world.
back.
I mean, I know someone's watching from India supporting Irish Meta. You know, go and have a word. More
now,
people.
There's 610 people watching, but only 71 people have pressed the thumbs up button.
Well,
so
that's not
for the
acceptable.
what's that? About 540 of you who haven't pushed the like button.
on.
Do it.
Do it now.
Getting into the races, though, it's the same order of events of yesterday, isn't it, Henry? Basically, everyone's going to race twice to look to score those intermediate points, move themselves up the order if they can.
Yes.
They don't want to move themselves down the order, but that may happen for some drivers.
If you're not sure so yesterday every driver did 2 heats, or sometimes 3 heats, but they did the same amount of heats.
Yes.
They scored points in that. Those points are going to be, it's the same format today. At the end of the 2 days, the points are going to be added together. And then at the end of today's 2 heats, then you've got the full intermediate classification that decides who goes through to the final automatically in the classes that are oversubscribed.
Yep.
And the starting order for the pre-finals tomorrow. Okay, Kai Bachini, down to the grid. Take it away, racing coming right up.
Senior X30 are now on the grid, and it's a Croc promotion lockout on the front row of the grid. We got Gabriel Stilp, our pole sitter. Fred Green will be joining him alongside in second. We're going to run and catch Gabe before he gets his helmet on. I know he doesn't want to speak to me because he hates being on camera, but Gabe, pole position, how are you feeling going into this?
I feel quite confident after yesterday and today, and then qualifying pole just gives me a bit more boost going into this heat. So
you know, this isn't your first time doing a one-off race. We know that you're a 2-time winner of the IWF title. Do you feel that accolades like that in your back pocket? Do you feel like that confidence definitely helps you, and also the experience helps you coming into a one-off event like this?
I'd say it definitely helps me after winning a few one-off races. But just not quite ever won this one. So just hoping to try and do it this weekend.
Well, you said you haven't won this one yet. What will it take to win this one?
I think just got to be patient at the start, and then until you get to the final, and then just go for it, really.
Well, best of luck, Gabe. Thank you very much for your time. That was Gabriel Stilp, our pole sitter for the race. We've already spoke to Freddie Lloyd, so we won't bother him again because he's in the zone and ready for his race. But we will interview the Croc teammate, Fred Green, the O-plate holder. Is that going to be a GP by the end of the weekend? Are we going to see a bit of a switch on your kart there?
I hope so, but, it's a hard grid, so you never know.
You know, you've got your teammate Gabe alongside you. Do you see him as a competitor or do you see him as a teammate?
You want to work together to an extent, but at the end of the day in the final, we'll have to compete against each other. But yeah, for sure in the heats and the early stage of the weekend, we'll try and help each other out. But
do you feel that teamwork is going to be so crucial in the heats here? Because obviously we've seen through the racing yesterday, it seems to be a free-for-all out on the track. But do you feel that teammate could separate you from the rest of the grid?
Yeah, for sure it helps having your teammates there. You can sort of trust them a little bit more. But yeah, it is competitive and you've got to fight for yourself at the same time. So yeah, we'll see how we go on.
Thank you very much for your time, Fred. I did say that I wasn't going to speak to him, but Fred, you're sat here very nicely and you just seem to be patiently waiting for me to speak to you because you're used to it by now. But you're sitting 4th on the grid, 2nd row. It's not a bad place to be. How do you plan on getting past these 2 Croc Promotions carts in front of you?
Well, it's not really a plan, to be fair. Just see how the race plans out. Just chill out. Just get the points in, really, ready for the finals and pre-finals on Sunday.
You said you're going to chill out here. It's a 12-minute race. Is it going to be all hell for leather? You're going to go for it straight away. And we do have the 1-minute board, so I'm going to quickly finish this question. Do you go for them straight away, or do you wait for those closing stages of the race to do that?
Just see how it plans out, and then we'll go from there.
He's going to go from there, and we're going to go from here as well, as the 1-minute board has been shown. Everybody is now clearing the grid, so straight back up to the commentary box for the first Senior X30 race of the day.
Welcome back to the commentary box. Xander Clements joins me here. Race number 20 of the weekend, but race number 1 of day 2 of the Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Grand Prix. What have you been learning in the paddock this morning?
Quite a bit. Lots of new names and faces, and at the same time trying to get a feel for what to expect from today. I mentioned to many that this concept here, with the grids looking different from yesterday, qualifying on a new day, is different. It's new. And of course, it's got us a new lineup here with Gabriel Stilp getting ready to lead us to green alongside Fred Green, Harrison Mackey and Freddie Lloyd on row 2, and Lewis Bird and Sam Lewis lining up on row 3.
Lewis Goff and Macaulay Bishop go from row number 4. Jack Nettleship and Harry Cottrell, row 5. Cameron Edmonds and Sam Branston, row 6.
Row 7's got Tristan Powell on the inside of Jensen Pugh. Then it'll be Robbie Buckley on the inside of Caden McQueen, buried deep in the field on row 8. Alistair Cresswell and Thomas Gray on row 9, and there's more big hitters further back as well, Henry.
Yep, Henry Gregory and Sam Houghton, your top 20. Spencer Allen and Rylan Eschberg. Marley Pareo and James Harris, top 24, and still they go back. How about Aaron Brown down in 27th? How about Zeph Nurnberg, the Purple People Eater, in 29th, and Katrina E.E. from Malaysia in 30th. Jake Brook starting shotgun on the field. I know that Jake Brook's 2 dogs, Kevin and Pete, are watching. Kevin the Dachshund and Pete the Basset Hound will be watching somewhere. Here we go. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Are they going to get themselves into some form of order? Here we go. Stilp with a last gasp qualifying effort. Literally the last kart to take the checkered flag, and lights are not out. Of course, this time yesterday, the track was still drying out. There's sunshine here today. Everyone has got the same tyres they had yesterday. We will go around again. Mindset: if you had a good day yesterday, you're looking to protect. If you had a bad day yesterday, you are looking to be more aggressive.
And I think, too, if you had a good day yesterday, if you're trying to pick one heat to finish off the points haul, this would be the one, right?
Yeah.
You know that anyone that had a bad Friday is going to be extra aggressive in Heat 1 today, but even more so in Heat number 2. So if I'm coming into Saturday here at the Kartmasters Grand Prix, that I'm looking towards the opening heat. If my Friday was good, if I have 3 and I can really coast through Heat number 4, if my Friday was good, if I have 3 and I can really coast through Heat number 4 in the afternoon, when I know everybody else that maybe have had a bad run are going to be looking to be maybe even more aggressive than usual to set themselves up for, of course, the pre-finals and the finals, that this is the one that I would want to be a little bit up on the wheel for. But that said, again, anyone from Friday is going to be going at it in both, and there were plenty of it, maybe more so even in the classes to come than Senior X30. But as mentioned, with a restack of the lineup due to qualifying this morning and a number of drivers buried in the grid for both of the heats today, you'll still see quite a few drives through the field. We'll catch the midfield, we'll catch the front as well, and this time for attempt 2, it looks all good. Will we get the lights out? We do! The first race of Saturday is green from PFI.
Into turn number 1 we go. Are we all going to get safely under the bridge? Yes, we are. A little bit of a stack up going on for the bowl. A lot of drivers trying to protect that inside line. If you're brave, you can hang it high, wide and handsome around the top of the corner to Aaron Brown, who is one of those drivers mired deep in the pack. One of the TB carts there getting out of shape. I think that was because there was a croc cart in front of them that was a little bit tentative under braking. But as we come down to the Terry Fullerton S's, it's Gabriel Stilp and Fred Green, a 1-2 for Croc promotion. I've got to say, this is really good to see. Croc have not had an easy start here. They've come good this weekend, though.
They have been in force across nearly every driver under the tent. They have far from the biggest entry list in the paddock here this weekend, but almost every single Croc Promotions driver we've talked about on the grid has been at the front end of it. And right now, again, Gabriel Stilp still leads the way for a Croc 1-2 to Fred Green in the O-plate. Harrison Mackey last time by started the lap 3/10 away. He's closed back up as they race down the hill, and he's going to look for the move, but he won't be quite there. In fact, he'll force Fred Green to pull off the brake pedal and send it for the lead.
Yeah, that was almost okay. Fred Green, not because he wanted to, because he had to just ease off the brake there, because Harrison Mackie was sending one to the inside, and here comes Freddie Lloyd. And look at the Gillard chassis in fifth position, the rocket ship from Jack Nettleship. And Nettleship is, he means business this morning as well. He moves into P4 through the Mike Wilson complex we go. Behind the top 5, you can see that minty green Team Evolve Motorsport car. Oh, and Harrison Mackie just goes to the inside there, flat out. And Fred Green, well, I mean, that could have been something big, but Fred Green decided to scratch the better part of valor. It's cost him a couple of positions. Mackie meaning business here in the early going. And Fred Green is now acting like the cork in the champagne bottle. The top 4 have broken away. Could be pressures, you know. That kart is designed to come on. Oh, and the 25, Thomas Gray in the mean green TB kart machine out of the race for S8 Racing. He's the first retirement of the day. There's the 88 kart of Tristan Powell for the MDL team moving up. But yeah, Fred Green maybe had, obviously takes a couple of corners to get back into the rhythm after that trip across the grass.
Yeah, if anything, talking with Gus Lawrence yesterday, he mentioned this racetrack, it's so smooth. For one, you'll see the grip levels be relatively stagnant throughout the weekend, and that's been the sentiment across the board, but that you're really vulnerable for nearly an entire lap when you have an off-track excursion like Fred Green did. And you saw now, as we go back up front with Gabriel Stilt making the move on Nettleship for second, the gap from the top 4 back is massive because Green had to protect and had to go so slow just to hang on to that spot that it opened up a more than second delta. But this will bring him back close as the fight for second continues, and Harrison Mackie is loving it. That lead's going to open up tremendously, and at this point, Jack Nettleship has to give way and say, all right, we are starting to lose touch with the top spot. We still have time to get back to it, but we've got to sort ourselves, and no pressure there to let Freddie Lloyd on by.
Yeah, because Fred Green, now with his tyres scrubbed back in, is closing back in towards the top 5. Lewis Goff, Harrison Mackie's Fusion Motorsport teammate in this class, is in 6th position, number 151 kart, the Alchemy Car Care sponsored driver. Caden McQueen, Cameron Edmonds and Macaulay Bishop, the top 10 already. McQueen
8 spots up. Big time mover here, Caden McQueen. We expected that. It wasn't an ideal qualifying, but he's had a phenomenal launch here to this session, and he was purple in Sector 1 this lap as well. Lewis Bird still holds the overall fast time. Penalty coming in, obviously, for Harry Cottrell in the S8 Racing TB kart. He's 12th. That 5-second penalty being in the midfield, that would drop him as of right now basically to the full rear of the grid.
But that's not the only penalty that's been assessed. Harrison Mackie, your race leader, kart 121, has been given a 5-second penalty. Robbie Buckley has got the mechanical flag. So, Mackie, that move on green, judged, I'm assuming it would be that, judged to be too aggressive. That changes everything. That puts the moment Mackie down to 14th. Now, he will know he's received a penalty because, and Freddie Lloyd taking advantage of that up the inside, because you've got a large digital display board that shows the driver number and the penalty. So Mackie knows he's been given a penalty. That changes your mindset. You have to now drive accordingly because you know you're not going to win the race, but you've got to try and get as much clean air between yourself and your pursuers to sort of minimize the damage, so to speak.
Yeah, you're trying to play the guessing game of whether or not it's worth it to let the next driver go and follow them and not get trapped in a fight, or fend them off and see if you can get away. More 5-second penalties coming in. That was 2 more. That
Cameron
lap
Edmonds.
alone, Cameron Edmonds, and now Marley Parejo.
Yeah, indeed. And you said about just Harrison Mackie let the next guy behind him go. I would let this guy behind him go. That's Fred Green, who will cut Harris and Mackie, no slack whatsoever. Oh, Green, again, he's thinking, well, what was done to me, I will do back. There's the Jack Nettleship number 75 getting back involved. So Mackie, of course, if Mackie defends, more and more carts will close in and will be within 5 seconds of him at the end. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. And, yeah, Mackie, I think, okay, Fred, you carry on. After you, sir, because he knows that Fred's not going to take it easy on him. Put it that way. Freddie Lloyd, fastest lap of the race, and is trying to close in on Gabriel Stilp. Fred Green still. Oh, Freddie Lloyd now gets a penalty for that move on Mackie. Well, the penalties are coming thick and fast. Personally, I'm a fan of hitting you hard early on. You know then what's not acceptable as the weekend progresses. Freddie Lloyd, he's got a 1.5-second advantage over the next driver. And Caden McQueen picks up a position, but then loses a position to, well, there is a front bumper bracket that has been deployed on Lewis Bird's kart.
Yeah, that one's about as obvious as you can call it, obviously deployed. So mark that as another penalty amongst the top 10. And that will mean that as we try to do the math here for the heat race classification rankings, well, it's going to be muchly changed from the order you'll see on your screen at the line. For Gabriel Stilp, who knows if he's paid enough attention to the boards to know that the only driver tracking him down right now is waiting on a 5-second penalty. If I'm Gabriel Stilp, I'm not going to fight that pass one bit if he does get to me, because Freddie Lloyd is still fastest on the circuit in second and now down to a car length away for the lead.
Or, playing devil's advocate here, Xander, if you're Gabriel Stilp and you think, right, the two drivers behind me have both got penalties, let's back them up. Let's really cost them positions. You know, let's cost them 10, 15 positions, because that then drops them further down the intermediate classifications, and it means they're going to be further down the grid for the pre-final, and I don't have to deal with them for a bit longer. There's Rylan Eschberg in car number 273, privateer driver. Now, Bishop is up to 7th, Nettleship has dropped to 8th, Goff and Gregory 9th and 10th on the road.
And Gregory's
so
up 9 positions here in this seat. He'd be the biggest mover if it weren't for Caden McQueen, who's up 10 now to P6 and still following Lewis Bird. A minute plus a lap to go. Freddie Lloyd continues to inch ever closer to Gabriel Stilp. Another 5-second penalty. Spencer Allen now getting the hand of the officials in the 116.
Yeah, Spencer Allen. We'll talk about Spencer Allen a little bit later on. There's he's raising awareness for St David's Hospice in South Wales. Cancer hospice for end-of-life care. We'll get some information up to you about that.
We were checking in there on Aaron Brown. He's also up 10, the number 7 you mentioned on the grid. A very fast driver for Vismo International, buried on the field after a rough qualifying effort. He's still in the mid-teens. But again, if he stays within a 5-second window of really the back half of the top 5, he'll gain a lot of spots. And another one here. This one for Alistair Cresswell.
Yeah, Alistair Cresswell. I mean, the complaints are always, well, you give the penalties for the leaders, but in the middle of the pack, no one's overlooking. Well, they are now. And yeah, Aaron Brown. All you've got to do is you've got, at least 3 drivers in front of you with 5-second penalties. Lloyd, Mackie, and that nose cone for Lewis Bird will be a 5-second penalty. I think it's safe to say that is to be deployed. So there's 3 more positions that you've gained simply by just being smart. Now, things have calmed down. Stilp is not trying to sort of play the tactical game.
Well, he's very limited in what he can do, right, Henry? He cannot excessively defend.
Nope.
That will draw a penalty. So your only way, if you wanted to play on your strategy call and try to back up Freddie Lloyd, would be to allow him to pass and then continuously dive him again. And that is a much riskier play than just being able to protect. But either way, we won't have to worry about it. The way he's played this one out, he hasn't had to deal with it in either case. And, of course, Freddie Lloyd's probably well aware that he's got a 5-second penalty, so it's better for him to ride behind Stilp and not risk a 3 or 4/10 loss by passing him. So we may not see any moves on this final lap.
Yeah, we're on the final lap because Freddie Lloyd keeps signaling to Gabriel Stilp, go, go, go. Stilp's not defending because obviously Stilp will have seen that Lloyd has got a penalty, so we're not we're not doing it my way, which is the tactical sort of the bit of a, sly way. Still thinking, right, okay, I'm going to get my head down because I know that Freddie Lloyd is not going to try and pass me. Through the Mike Wilson complex we go. Gabriel Stilp left it till the very, very last moment of qualifying to set pole position, and he takes advantage of that, finishing the race, the first heat of the day, with a quite comfortable victory, Gabriel Stilp. Lloyd Mackey, second and third of the road, so Fred Green will eventually be second. I think Caden McQueen might, when all the penalties are applied, that could be a great drive for McQueen. P3.
That'd be a 13 spot, 14 spot improvement. 13 spots up for Caden McQueen from 16th on the grid to P3. Macaulay Bishop, a clean run for him on the Dan Holland Racing LN kart. He'll benefit from the 5-second penalties as well. He'll move up from 7th, and McQueen from 6th to move to 3rd and 4th, and it'll be 2nd and 3rd. Freddie Lloyd, Harrison Mackey, where will they drop to? From what we can tell, it'll be right around that 10th to 14th place range. That's a big blow in the heat points for them, but still better than a DNF nonetheless. And for Fred Green, kudos to the O-plate as well. Riding along, not losing his head, losing his cool, getting shuffled off that he did. He'll get rewarded with a P2 as we check down the back half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, some of these drivers, Sam Lewis, Cameron Edmonds got a penalty. Aaron Brown, good drive. Alistair Cresswell, penalty. Spencer Allen, penalty. So the drivers, like, if you're Theo Lestrange and you didn't get a penalty and you're 20th position on the road, that's going to be a lot higher by the time the final results are called. Zef Nürnberger. Zef has got, I think his dad's the head of design for Aston Martin. So discussing how the next Aston Martin needs to be modelled on my 1974 Hillman Avenger. I'm expecting it. I'm not expecting it, I'm demanding it. There we go. You won't know what a Hillman Avenger is. It's, it's like a 70s AMC Pacer, only, bit more quirky.
Okay.
Yes. Good first race. The drivers now, they'll be sitting there thinking, oh my word, what were those penalties for? There's a few people in the comments saying, well, that wasn't a penalty, that wasn't a penalty. Well, the drivers are probably thinking, oh God, that's not a penalty, but it is a penalty, so I can't do that. And that's a way of calming drivers down. It can be, hit it hard early on, and the rest of the day hopefully will go smoothly. Kai Bachini is down in pit lane. Take it away, Kai.
Well, that was dramatic, to say the least. A big switch up after penalties are applied, and it means that it's a croc. 1, 2, 3. It's Gabriel Stilp, Fred Green, and Caden McQueen, which end up in the top 3. After penalties have been applied, Gabriel Stilp's just making his way over there. If we look at the penalties in the top 2, it was Freddie Lloyd who was awarded a 5-second penalty. We had the 1-2-1 of Harrison Mackey be awarded a 5-second penalty. And then we also had a drop down front nose cone from Lewis Bird, meaning that he picks up a 5-second penalty. Big switch up after all of that is applied, which means that once again there is a top 3 there from the croc drivers. We don't have much time, but we're going to jump straight back on to the next race of Road Tax.
Well, Road Tax fans, hold your breath. We've got Junior X30 to get through here. Oliver Meek. The bear is certainly less than meek on his crash helmet. Here we go then. Another, and the bear was very, very quick. Oliver Meek starting second. It's George Edgar and Oliver Meek, row number 1. Archie Owen and Mayan Patel, row 2. Alex Wiley, great qualifying for Alex, and Kai Clark on row number 3.
Row 4 sees Max Giol on the inside, Archie Rogers, Tyler on the outside for Mick Barrett Racing. Ben Cutsbland on the inside of Katie Donaldson. Much better qualifying effort for the young lady. She'll roll from 10th, and then it's Rocco Leon Shenton and Henry Carter on row 6.
Hello once again to Ben Cutsbland's man Fiona. How are you, Fiona? Noah Sales and Aaron Meta from Singapore on row 7. Ethan Woodward and Jacob Bashler on row number 8. Dominic Perobak and Brunei's Rashad Hilal are next.
Alexander De Benetti's on the inside of row number 10. Freddie Wood on the outside. Charlie Myers and Charlie Blankenstop on row 11. And back to the final lone starter in 25th of Aaron Richardson. He starts behind Ethan Higgins and Lamar Chigarimbo. We are ready for Junior X30 action. Again, Rotax Senior will follow with Andrew joining back into the booth alongside you, Henry. So my final race for this short bit, and we're going to ride shotgun for a bit of it
Donaldson.
as well.
Yep, the Scottish lady for the Jade Racing team. This should be good. Let's see if we get a bird's eye view of what it's like to be starting mid-pack in one of these races at Kartmasters. Edgar will bring them to the line. There's Donaldson on board. Lights don't go out. We'll wait again. Watch for Aaron Richardson at the back of this group. Gotta say, Oliver Meek, another really strong performance from the Croc team. Jonathan Stilp and the rest of the guys there, the Crocs aren't in America, are they? They were, but there's a couple floating around.
Yeah, here and there. It's a much smaller contingent over in the States. It's a group based in the Southwest, I believe in Arizona, with Micah Hendricks and crew. We'll see them in Vegas for sure, but a very limited major calendar of events for the Croc Promotion crew.
Yeah. Jonathan Stilp and the rest of the team are already checking their calendars, thinking, what are we doing that weekend in November?
Well, if they want to do something,
they need to hurry up.
Need to make the decision soon. 400 entries and counting now in the first 24 hours of registration.
Yeah, so if you look, there are people here looking to do Supernats in Vegas. Entries opened about 36 hours ago. And already there are over 400 entries in a day for that event. That's not bad at all. And I think S8 Racing, going to take in a couple of drivers on the TB kart.
Yeah, I've gotten quite a few comments from people here this weekend that are making either their first trip over stateside or are excited to return. That event, of course, Henry, you'll be with me. So as well, Luke Austin from Alpha Live will get to join us in Vegas for the first time. But here, my trip to Kartmasters, my first time here in Junior X30, my first Saturday heat with them is underway this time.
Through turn number 1, old Donaldson jinks to the outside. That shows just how quick your reactions have to be. You saw Archie Rogers Tyler's move to the inside, and Donaldson had to just jink to the outside. She was turning left as the course goes right. Really good view there off the bridge. And it's George Edgar leading Rocco Leon Shenton to the inside into the first hairpin.
Oh, we've got two around on the far side, Henry. One is all the way up against the TV wall, stuck in the tire wall and the soft wall there outside of turn 5. The front of the field okay, and what a mega start for Rocco Leon Shenton from the 6th row. That kid's up to maybe 6th place or higher as we continue to ride along with Donaldson.
Yeah, he's a human highlight reel, is Rocco Leon Shenton, to be fair to him. Independent driver, so he knows it's him versus the world out there. Yeah, when you're an independent and you're quick, you've got no teammates to work with you, you've got to do it all on your lonesome. And he's got that siege mentality. He's a really, really entertaining driver to watch, blisteringly fast as well. There's the number 42 kart, Ben Cutsbland for the Vismo International team. That sponsor-funded entry. Musker, he's got so many little local businesses on that kart that both himself and his friends and the Vismo team have helped him secure to get here. There's Alex Wiley in the number 159 kart. Great qualifying for Alex. Now, can he maintain it? It's easy to do it. It's not easy to do it over one lap, Xander. But of course, once you're in that position, now it's a case of, okay, let's just consolidate.
Yeah, what he needed to happen, unfortunately, is not what is happening, and that is not to have the fastest driver out front, or at least one of the fastest. George Edgar, purple sector in sector 1. Let's see what lap he puts together this time by. Had the fast lap last time. It will be quick, but it won't be overall quickest. Mayan Patel will go better. But for Alex Wiley here, doing what he has to do inside the top 10, shuffling back Henry Carter, who had a mega day yesterday here. Henry Carter was up and on the wheel and at the front of the field in both of his heats.
A mega day. Not the best luck. A couple
no,
of
not the best
issues,
luck, unfortunately.
But pace was outstanding. Now, Mayan Patel and Archie Owen running smoothly. Second and third. Kai Clark, fourth. Rocco Leon Shenton is in P5. Now, Aaron Richardson started at the back of the field. After a DQ in qualifying, he's already up into 13th place ahead of our onboard camera car, Katie Donaldson, who runs in 14th place. All 25 drivers still running. Charlie Myers, who was one of the 2 drivers that had that spin that you mentioned on the opening lap, he's off the back of the field for the Optima team, but he's still out there. Now, this is what it's like. You're going through a tunnel. The track narrows. You've got to keep it pinned through the dark, out into the lights, and you can see the sunlight hits you just as you've got to try and turn in for the bowl section. Great insight into just how talented these youngsters are.
Mayan Patel has been stalking George Edgar for the last couple of laps and trying to figure out where he may be a little stronger or a little bit weaker. Luckily for him, the rest of the field's been pretty much doing the same, and they haven't been able to make a ton of progress. Archie Owen here and back behind Kai Clark there in the 76. They have tracked the leaders down marginally over the last couple of laps. But it hasn't been a ton, so we're still kind of, waiting. The storm clouds are brewing, but far from exploding on the circuit yet. And with the 6 minutes plus a lap to go, let's see what the deltas look like through the top 5. Shenton all the way back there is probably going to bring it down to less than a second. It's a second and a quarter to the top 5, and he'll go purple.
Yes, indeed. Notice something. This race, no penalties yet, and I say that yet. Oh, actually,
there's been a little bit. One so far.
Number 75.
Max Ewell, the Mick Barrett Racing, 7th.
But already I think the drivers have been sat down there on the grid watching that first race unfold as Shenton picks up a position from Kai Clark. And Archie Owen, Shenton up to P3. But of course, the mechanics have all said to the drivers, listen, the officials are giving penalties for everything at the moment, so calm down. And it's the proof's in the pudding, so to speak. That's another British phrase. The proof is that the fact that we're not having a rash of penalties. Yeah, it's still close. People are still making passes. They're just, not using other drivers as a sort of, a buffer, shall we say.
Yeah, and hopefully that'll be the tale of the Senior X30s when the next group goes out onto the circuit. Obviously, this is groups B and C here for Junior X30, so Group A in the same light for Senior X30 was on the sidelines watching. I saw a number of the top drivers there in the stands taking it all in, and then as well being able to see the penalties going in, making notes for when they take to the racetrack later today. This move inside for the 67 of Oliver Meek. The Bear will pick up another one, P7, to try and start clawing his way back to that original starting spot. The downside again of if the start goes a bit to the wayside and the race is calm like this, you have to do all the legwork yourself, pass every single one on merit, catch every single one off of pace, and he's slowly tracking back to where he should be.
Yeah, there is the number 22 car, Aaron Richardson, from last to 9th. That is a really good progress, and we've still got 4 minutes of this race remaining. Okay, now Aaron's got a big gap in front of him. On board again with Katie Donaldson and that Birrell ART for the Jade Racing team. Under the tunnels, under the bridge she goes. There is the number 187 car. That's Archie Rogers Tyler. That Nigel Mansell tribute crash helmet off the bridge. Down towards the first hairpin. Now, do we get the tyres locking up? No. Misses the apex slightly, but keeps it a bit, keeps the car a little bit wider. Gets a good exit. Does Katie, and again, maybe that setup. We don't know what it is because she was consistently a kart width away from the curbs. Coming onto the back straight. Katie Donaldson, she's up to 12th. She's got Freddie Wood and Jacob Bashler. Not far behind her, but she could focus on her lines, not defending.
Yeah, the big tell of how good or maybe not so good anyone setup is to me is after Bobby Game all the way through the Mike Wilson complex. Those long corners really put the test on the chassis of how well it can lift the tire up, not too high, and keep it in the air for just long enough to rotate for the corner. And for her, she had a lot of wheel input. Compare that maybe, say, to some of the drivers further up the board. You see a quicker input for George Edgar and then Mayan Patel as well. But even in this corner here, turn 6, Patel's hands smoother and probably about half the input that Katie had to put in there.
It
but
hardly
again,
looks like he's turning the wheel.
Yeah.
And you know when you see a driver doing that, it hardly look like this, do you? You know the kart's hooked up and it's handling very well.
And you still have to drive it well, right? Henry, you mentioned she was a bit deep into the corner, a little bit off the apex. That's that little nuance that you have to really, really zoom in for to try and catch off the broadcast cameras, and why it's so cool that Alpha Live's got the onboard shots, and we can see what a lot of the driver is doing, and those little bits, that couple hundredths in that corner, that half-tenth in the other, adds up to the gaps of the field that we witnessed in qualifying.
Yes, indeed. But the race for the lead is not over yet, not by a long shot. 1.9 seconds separating the top 7. Ben Cuts-Bland, P7. Oliver Meek, the bear is growling as you've got the side-by-side camera there. Oh, Donaldson getting some help there from Archie Rogers-Tyler, who gives us sort of a wave as he goes through. But in the lower half of your screen there, you can see the battle, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place. Then it's Donaldson now chasing Archie Rogers-Tyler. That's the battle of the 14th and 15th. But Edgar and Patel are being caught by Shenton and Kai Clark. That was a 57.6 for Shenton, a 57.8 for Patel. Oh, Shenton runs a bit wide going on to the banking. Has that cost him any ground? I don't think it has. I think that might have been a deliberate line change. You can have a number of different lines on the bowl. It's one of the very few corners where you can just take your pick, depending on the situation of the race.
And two, I mean, as we watch now the battle for 5th kick off here with Oliver Meek versus Max Yule. Meek with a nice crossover, and he'll nose ahead on the Croc Promotion entry to crack the top 5. He had the fast lap of the session moments ago, and Oliver Meek now is one step closer to neutral from starting up the board on the front row. Now, with 20 seconds plus a lap to go, Henry, you mentioned the difference in lines. The other part the drivers will take into account here as we go faster and faster throughout the heat race, and more and more rubber laid down with a slightly higher minimum speed mid-corner, is that the following car is going to try and avoid the wake a little bit off the dirty air effect. It's a tick, but in the high-speed corner like turn 2, and especially the 90s, you'll probably feel it a bit there coming up and over the bridge. And the hairpins here, maybe less so. That lower speed, you won't feel that just slight less downforce on the front nose, and you can follow exactly behind or look for ascend. And we saw Mayan Patel really get deep on the brakes and lock it up going into the corner. He slipped back from George Edgar. And the fighting maybe for P2 as well as this massive group for 5th.
Yeah, it does look like Edgar has broken away. And of course, as we head into the closing stages, the last lap board is going out next time around for George Edgar. Kai Clark, will Kai attack Shenton? Or will Kai give it one more push up towards second place? Mayan Patel. Ben Cuts-Bland having a storming run, P6. Archie Owen has slipped to 7th. Yule's got a penalty and he is 8th. Aaron Richardson, 25th to 9th. Shenton is saying, no, go. And Mayan Patel's like, do I trust you not to do, just make a sneak attack? I wouldn't, no, exactly.
It's the last lap here. This is going to be a fight for second. They were too far back from George Edgar to fight for the win, but where it's hurting Rocco Leon Shenton, it's exactly what Mayan Patel wanted. He wanted to trigger a fight for 3rd. Kai Clark will take that now, but he still has a run at Patel, and he'll try it to Bobby Game, but he won't have the space.
Watch the undercut there, first naughty cut back of the day for Rocco Shenton. He can't get it slowed down on the apex, however, loses out once again.
Good move for Kai Clark, and great race for George Edgar. He'll score the heat win in Junior X30. Patel to Clark to Shenton to Ben Cuts-Bland. And as the top 10 cross the line and we go back down to ride with Katie Donaldson, how about it? Aaron Richardson, 16 spots on the racetrack gained. He'll gain more off the provisional penalties that have come in here. At least one we know for Max Yole. And looking for any more, there was, again, one additional one for the 187 of Archie Rogers-Tyler.
Yeah, we kind of saw that one on board as well. For Archie Rogers. Well, we were on board with Katie Donaldson as she was moved by Archie Rogers-Tyler. But George Edgar, aiming to the two like major like plate events, the GP plate and the O plate. The Edgar family, Jason Edgar, Justin Edgar, Jessica Edgar, Johnny Edgar, and George Edgar. The O plates, they have won so many O plates between the family, dozens. GP plates, it's only 2 for the entire racing family. They were always out of luck here a little bit in this event. Will we see George Edgar change that statistic today? He's looking very, very good. Tomorrow, actually, he's looking very, very good. Rashid Hilal in the top 20. And we had a full complement of finishers. Want to say hello to Lamar Chigarimbo. He's the younger brother of Rashad Chigarimbo, who's decided not to come and support his younger brother today. His younger brother Lamar's just started out in karting, and Rashad Chigarimbo is his own team, but his dad's running the team, and Rashad's gone off with his girlfriend and not come to watch Kartmasters. God, dear
Tragic.
me.
We know someone who is here for Kartmasters,
yes,
though.
yes.
Kai Bachini's been phenomenal. Talking with drivers down in the pit lane. He's got another one. Kai.
So it's George Edgar, your pole sitter, that walks away with the win in the Junior X30 class. He was closely followed in behind by Mayan Patel. It was very close between those two. There was some great battling going on all the way through the field. We saw a beautiful overtake from Rocco Shenton earlier on in the race, but in the end, it's George Edgar, Mayan Patel, and Kai Clark. That is your top 3 here for the Junior X30 class. So we're going to have a little bit of a wander over to what is the Parc Ferme class, and it looks like we've already got karts going out onto the circuit, so we don't have time for an interview, unfortunately, but we're going to go straight over to the other class. That's Senior Rotax.
Senior Rotax up next. It's Charlie Cox and Hugh Moulton on row number 1. Harry Bartle and Kai Hunter, row 2. Macaulay Bishop and Callum Bradshaw, row number 3.
That's a mighty fine row number 3 to watch. Joshua Turnbull and Teresa Babakova on row 4. Matty Hingley and Jamie Pirelli round your top 10 starters, and it's James Tester and Alfie Thompson on row 6.
Ollie Goodyear, James Lowther are next, followed by Harrison Crowther, Jack West, Liam Hartley, and Lewis Goff.
Kai Vetch and Finley Jones back on row number 10. It's Ty Meha on row number 11 alongside Miles Roby. Joe Fox and Jack Baker complete the first 24.
Adam Wood and Albert Wilton, George Holbrook, Oliver Liversedge, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Sam Calbrick, still they come George Hart, Louis Judd, Lena Gallio, and Ben Southgate are next. Mikey Walker's fan club are in. We got the onboard with Callum Bradshaw.
That is going to be must-see TV.
Yes. Well done for whoever managed to get Strauss put an onboard on their cart. Here we go. Lights are out. Bradshaw in row 3 and fighting their way through the first corner under the bridge. Oh, Lenya Gallio at the back goes for a spin, and something was falling off another cart.
It looked like it looked a bit small to be a chain guard. I wonder if that was maybe a radiator flap that flew off.
Yes, we saw one part company with Macaulay Bishop's cart yesterday. And now, and a spin at the back for a couple of drivers. And we'll see. Now, at the inside now. This is Bradshaw. Backs off by a couple of cart legs. He's got Macaulay Bishop in front of him. Now, the last time this happened didn't end well.
No, but I wouldn't play it up either too much because both of these two young drivers and Bradshaw now really to be considered a veteran amongst the senior ranks seem to be both in pretty calm spirits. If anything, now they're working together as they pick up a spot right there.
Charlie Cox, our pole sitter, gets edged wide there. We cross the line. Hugh Moulton with the advantage. 4. Coles Racing. Bartle is second. Then it's Kai Hunter, Macaulay Bishop, Callum Bradshaw, Teresa Babichkova. What a battle pack that is, and it's not even the first or second place.
Yeah, and that group right there is going to be insane, but at the same point here, the fight for third and fourth is on, and that was a great angle as Kai Hunter got shuffled back, and now he has to protect for more with Teresa Babakova right there pressuring him in the number 26. So Macaulay Bishop and Callum Bradshaw are picking apart one by one the field at this point together. Kai Hunter, better starting spot than yesterday, but once again he finds himself trapped in the midst of a fight.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, I was being a little bit naughty there by saying it didn't end well last time. Bishop and Bradshaw, no, look, we've got to work together now. And the same with Kai Hunter. They've all locked horns, crossed swords over
But that's
years.
where the respect comes from, right? Everybody talks
yeah.
about respect amongst drivers. It's a mix of either admiration or fear. And once you know that someone's going to push back on you as hard as you're willing to push on them, you usually don't push that button too much because it could hurt your weekend. And so now, selfishly here, Teresa Babakova defending a bit from Charlie Cox, the pole sitter. She knows how quick the number 12 was off the time charts, and she is doing everything she can to keep him behind her.
And that's maybe where Charlie Cox has lost out a little bit. It's that aggression on the opening lap. He's got a quick kart. We're into the middle, into the race rhythm now, but you've got to be so switched on right from the start. Looking down the order, Liam Hartley, still 27th. Looking to see any big movers as we follow the leaders around.
Oliver Liversedge up 9 right now in the Jax Motorsport number 90. He's to 19th. Adam Wooden's up 7, and Lewis Goff, biggest mover in the top 10, up 9 currently, and a little ways back from Joshua Turnbull. We've had a change in the lead, folks. Hugh Moulton and Harry Bartle, they have swapped, and now that is the one move that was needed, although Macaulay Bishop was on the way. Either way, he is right there on the number 1 plate and looking for second. What a late send for Macaulay Bishop. It'll open the door to really bring the house down here for P3 as Bradshaw rips it around the high side. He'll get the third spot, maybe a little bit bogged down, but he's got it, and Hunter gets fourth as well.
Yep, so that was Slim Shady for Callum Bradshaw round the outside. Bishop, though, wasting very little time. Hugh Moulton, I think this is his second year as a senior driver. So is Macaulay Bishop, but I mean, again, it's from that we race each other all the time, we're not quite sure about you. Bartle, Bishop, Bradshaw and Hunter, they're always together when they're on track. They know each other's reputation very, very well. Hugh Moulton, he's establishing this reputation as a front runner. He's in a good position now to get his notebook out and his pen and paper and just start watching how these experienced, the veterans in front of him, how they operate.
And take into account, how Macaulay Bishop was able to pull the move on him. It was last second, and it really put Hugh Moulton in a vulnerable spot. He didn't have time to prepare for a driver going down the inside, and so by the time he was able to react, give the space, and then get back on the gas, he was already vulnerable for the next corner. And Macaulay Bishop right now is setting up Harry Bartle for much of the same.
Yeah, but did you see the difference there, though? Bartle was wise to it. Bartle, I know Macaulay Bishop, I know what he's like. So Bishop makes the jink. Bartle, through his peripheral vision, his peripheral hearing, instantly reacts just to say, no, not here. How long can he hold Bishop off for, though? That is the question. And the more he does, the better this is for Bradshaw and Hunter. Because while Bishop is trying to get away past, he might leave the door open, but we're all defending at the moment. Bartle's got to be careful. He lost the junior Rotax Grand Prix last year for excess defending. Moulton now comes back, and this is tactic. This could be tactical for Bartle. I want to back you all up, so you all trip over yourselves. Bishop goes, I'm wise to that, and here comes Kai Hunter to the inside. Bradshaw up to second. New leader, Macaulay Bishop.
Now, unfortunately, Hunter gets shuffled back to fifth as Moulton picks up the pieces. You mentioned going to the notes. Now he's starting to try and apply it, but again, Hunter all over him now as they go down the front straightaway. But still, Macaulay Bishop off that move, timed it well, waited for the one mistake, and that is the all-in big risk play of defending this early in the race. When you bring the pack into it like this, it wasn't a one-spot loss for Moulton, it was a 3-spot. It may be more, for Bartle, but it might be more even than that as we got 2 into the scale line, unfortunately. The 129 is in, as well as the 27 of James Tester, George Hart, and it looked like it may have also been Jack Baker in on the Team Evolution entry.
Yeah, and of course, that Bartle slowing things down has just brought the rest of these leaders. We did have a lead group of 5. We've now got 10 karts within 2 seconds. Jamie Perilli, Teresa Babachkova, Matty Hingley, Josh Turnbull, and Lewis Goff are joining the fun at the front.
And welcome indeed to Lewis Goff. Getty up and go here on this Saturday morning. 12 spots up with still lots of time left on the clock. 3 minutes plus a lap. And with now Bishop going full defense here on Bradshaw, he could get a whole lot more as they stack up. Look at Hunter with a big slide out of turn 3. He looked maybe on Moulton, but I think more than anything, he just barely washed out, and now he's under pressure for 5th. And for 2nd, Bradshaw's doing everything he can to just try and hold Harry Bartle back and buy himself time to attack Bishop.
Yeah, you could see that Hunter went for that move and then instantly had to defend against the 151 of Lewis Goff. The Sam Pollock karts and the Hunter Motorsport karts from a distance look a little bit similar, and now it's Goff's turn to defend. Matty Hingley to the inside. Turnbull gets shown the door. Hingley to 7th, Turnbull to 8th, Cox is 10th. 1.9 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, 2 bits of smoke coming up from the contact side to side going through Bobby Game to Mike Wilson. Fast lap all the way down in 18th for Kai Veach as up front, Bishop continues to just try and narrow the lines up a little bit. And at some point, if he continues too much, that will draw the warning flag. For now, all game on. And look at Hunter. Game on around the outside. Can he get at least 1 spot out of it?
Yes.
It looks like yes.
He can. I think Kai Hunter's probably thinking, right, you're all dawdling around the inside. I may as well try my luck. Let's see how that works, because again, if it works there, then I know it does, and I can put that in the memory bank for later on. Because all these drivers, they're just trying moves, to think, okay, if it doesn't work now, then at least I know. So I don't try something in the main event that could cost me a GP plate. Let's not count out that number 40 car, the Jack's Motorsport machine, Jamie Perilli. Back from an injury. Hunter's at it again. Hunter's got 1 round the outside. Is that Bartle? Bartle's going to squeeze him. Hunter, really good kart positioning there. This is good stuff from the senior Rotax guys. And Perilli now, can he get 1, 2, possibly? Nope, gets shown the door.
And it'll only get tougher as the weekend goes on. The biggest track evolution that most are expecting is the dirtiness offline and more chunks of rubber and marbles going off the natural groove. That's going to make those outside moves even more impressive as we get into Sunday. And right now for Kai Hunter and further back,
gone wrong.
Finally an explosion here in the main group, the 321 of Joshua Turnbull around.
It looked like Teresa Babachkova going to the inside of Jamie Perilli. They sort of made wheel-to-wheel contact, and that sort of moved Perilli into Turnbull, who was minding his business on the outside. End of sports for Josh Turnbull. Jack West and Alfie Thompson now move into the top 10. Followed by James Lau, the timer here for MLC Motorsport, the American stroke Bahraini driver. And now we look. This is the film Jaws, where the great white shark has just spotted a swimmer and is honing in on his prey. That is what it looks like from Callum Bradshaw. Macaulay Bishop, I hope you've got your water wings on, because you're going to need to paddle and pedal now. We're into the final, and Oliver Liversedge, 24th position, fastest lap of the race. She's in front of Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who has gained a couple of places. 1 lap to go. Bradshaw gives a check over the shoulder. He's now aware, doesn't need to defend. Solely focused on the front.
I think at this point, if you compare the excessive runoff that Macaulay Bishop is using to try and keep the gap compared to how relatively under the limit Callum Bradshaw is. He mentioned yesterday in his interviews he's just trying to play the points game, shake the rust off, and be there for Sunday. I don't know if he's really showing all he's got, and it's a bit of a game of poker, right? You don't want to show your hand fully with the race moves that we've seen Callum Bradshaw pull off in the past, and maybe anything new he's got up his sleeve just for a heat race. A second will do. But for Macaulay Bishop, this will only build more momentum and more confidence that could strike some additional fear into the rest of the grid, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Well, there are 991 of you watching at the moment, and you're watching Macaulay Bishop take the checkered flag by 3/10 of a session over Bradshaw. Bartle, Hunter complete the top 4. Hugh Moulton is 5th, followed by Lewis Goff, Matty Hingley, Jack West, Charlie Cox and Alfie Thompson. Now Teresa Babichkova and Jamie Perilli falling down the order in the final moments of that race. Babichkova to 21st, Perilli to 24th. And maybe that was a legacy of the incident that also took out Joshua Turnbull, who was 28th. Oh, Xander. You've just heard the bad news for you. We've got over 1,000 people watching. You don't have to do a race in a British accent, mate. It's quite all right.
Well, maybe we'll have to try it. But to keep them watching, well, Andrew's about to step back in now that he's back in the booth. So they'll have to stay on a wee bit more in it. So
there we go. Are we in it? That was Yorkshire. We were in it. I love that.
Nonetheless, looking into the scales here with the live shots from Senior Rotax. Heat 1 of the day, Heat 3 on the weekend so far for some of these drivers. And Macaulay Bishop over Bradshaw, Harry Bartle, Kai Hunter, Hugh Moulton, and big-time moves for Lewis Goff to go up 12 on the circuit to get to P6. Andrew, I'll hand over the mic to you. We'll be getting ready to send it down to Kai Bachini shortly as well. A great start to the day, and Henry, as you mentioned with the race control, very active in the first race that all the drivers were probably watching a bit of as they were rolling towards the grid in Parc Fermé.
Oh, yes.
Seems to have tamed things down, but again, that doesn't mean that they will stay that tame. So, Kai, why don't you go down and give us a little bit of what the drivers are indeed thinking.
So, an exhilarating senior Rotax race saw Macaulay Bishop take the win from Callum Bradshaw and his teammate Harry Bartle. Macaulay is ready to join us for this one. So, we've had, you'll beat them as usual, watch on Sunday, but what about Saturday?
I don't know. The quote of the day is get the X30 better.
I didn't even ask for a quote of the day. I've already got a quote of the day. Get the X30 better, but you have the senior Rotax in your back pocket at the moment. You're 3 for 3 in the heats. What is the secret to it, mate?
Obviously I've been doing the class for about 3 years in a row now. So yeah, I'm also going to be comfortable. Like the DHR boys, we've proper set the car up. We've got a naughty little setup on, and the power's working really well. So yeah, we're just standing at the front, just minding our own business really, just standing out all the crashes. So yeah, it's been really good.
And in the senior Rotax, you just seem to be on another level to anyone else. What is the secret to that? Why can't Bradshaw and Bartle and the likes of that manage to take away a win from you?
I'm just too good.
There you go. There you have it. Macaulay Bishop, our winner of the first senior Rotax heat of the day. We're going to throw to a quick ad break before we get ready for the next race.
Welcome to Lincolnshire Competitions, a game of chance and a lot of fun. Not just in Lincolnshire, but for everyone. If you're looking for a competition site, then look no further. With a friendly community of 70,000 members, over £7 million in prizes have been won, and over £1 million in prizes given away. Instant wins are paid out within 24 hours, and our staff are always on hand to help. From cash and cars to laundry and food bundles, we have something for everyone.
Time for Junior Rotax, and it's Cian Bernard set to lead the field out. Cian Bernard and Pontyclean, the Pride of Pontyclean, Cameron Nelson on row number 1, Harry Taylor and Noah Barham on row 2, Georgios Mate Kobakidze and Sebastian Luce row 3.
On the fourth row of the grid, Albie Friend and Kai Clark for this one. Alfie McBain and Callum Sims complete the top 10. Zach Turner and Harry Freeman, they go from row 6.
Row number 7, Hani Sadiq and Eli Baden. Hello, Eli's mum. Eason Seng and Lomond Wilcox, and Hasnain Khan and Finley Smith. Hasnain Khan's brother and sister, hello to you as well.
Top 20 completed by Charlie King and Toby Farthing for this one. Lloyd Palmer and Benjamin Baker starting on row 11. Row 12, DeJean Bennett and Kevin Ivanov.
Row number 13, Harry Friel and Harvey Sargison, Samir Paul and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Then it's Conor Large, Blake Southern. Right, Blake, what can you do from the back? Shea Hilton also in the back of the order. It's great to see. Right, Blake, from pole yesterday, 30th today, the first pole is open. Knockout time, the Ultimate Kartmaster Champion. The first of 4 quarterfinals. The 2 drivers draw together, Mark Kimber and Alex Albon. We need your votes in the live chat as we go to try and find our final 4 for tomorrow. Andrew Mather, take it away.
10 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then for Junior Rotax. Race number 23 is a good start for Bernard. Good start as well for Harry Taylor in 4-5 karts off at turn 1. Scrappy starts here for Junior Rotax, and it's continuing up round the bowl.
That was Cameron Nelson.
Yeah, Cameron Nelson involved right in the middle of the pack. Now that's not a good start for the Welsh driver. It is a good start though for Cian Bernard leading this race. Move for third there. One of the KRs going down the inside. It's the number 67 of Kai Clark. That's a great start for Kai Clark. Started on the 4th row of the grid, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what I don't. There was 2 Dan Holland karts. Cameron Nelson was 1, and the other one, it would have either been Harry Taylor or Noah Barham, or possibly even Mate Kobakidze.
I think it was Kobakidze, yeah.
Who was sort of like, got involved with Nelson there at the start, and it is difficult. You're going onto the bowl for the first time, and there's like 4 or 5 different lines that people are using. And, people are sort of like crossing each other over, what have you. Taylor up to second. Had a really nice chat with Harry and his dad this morning. Oh. He's learning quickly. Bernard the outside. Kai Clark passes the pair of them. They said, look, there's no expectations for Harry Taylor this year. It's a learning experience. His mechanic, Jensen Butterfield, made an inspired decision to go on slick tyres yesterday. Driver coach Dave Woodard wasn't nervous at all, apparently. And it wasn't a gamble, it was a decision. It was a well-educated decision that worked completely well. It was going to go very well or very wrong. There was no middle of the road. The point was, it's Kartmasters. Yeah, there's no point being safe at Kartmasters. You've got to go all in.
Good move there by Albie Friend. Yep. New colours, of course, for Albie Friend, having moved to Dan Holland Racing in recent weeks. Has just gone past Eason Seng for that position. I've been impressed with Eason Seng so far this weekend, Henry. He had a go in a wildcard run in the recent British Championships round here at PF International. Big step forward so far this weekend. Was kind of hanging around the mid-20s in the positions 3 weeks ago, as that's a dive down the inside by Sebastian Luce, who seems to be a new driver here today. Here comes Cian Bernard down the inside. Takes 3rd place away from Harry Taylor. But how about that from Sebastian Luce? Had a great time qualifying, looking to capitalise on it here. Gap to Kai Clark now 7/10 of a second. And I can see, Henry, that's going on your list of potential overtakes for the weekend.
Sebastian Luce on the short list for move of the day. Just because, the driver's already turning in, you have to make a split-second decision. It's not a big braking zone or anything like that. So he ran the guy wide coming off the corner, but that's what you have to do. Hani Sadiq now. Look at that, black race suit, plain black race suit, plain white crash helmet. Hani Sadiq making moves as well. Rashid Al-Mamari is here, and I think he's helping Hani. I think Rashid is he's helping a couple of drivers from Bahrain and on the Middle East there. And there is, see, you've got to commit. You've got to commit to the move. That was the number 19 of Albert Friend. Very unlike Albert. There, he thought about it. It's his teammate. He's a new team.
Yeah.
You know, I'm getting used to my teammates. Would Noah Barham turning on me? I'm not sure. Sometimes, though, you know, that was restraint from Albie Friend. I was going to say, you know, it's restraint. But generally, if you get to the inside, you've got to then pull the move off.
Check over the shoulder there for Albie Friend. A little of adjustment with the radiator flap. Noah Barham, this is a much better position for Noah Barham than 24 hours ago. He raced well. That poor result in qualifying meant he was marooned at the back of the field. Big day, actually. In fact, I've just checked the results back from yesterday. He did have one result that didn't go his way. We'll come back to that because this is a move for second place. Bernard down the inside of Lush. Good middle race pace for Cian Bernard at the moment. Both of them are starting to reel in Kai Clark as well. That 0.7 of a second gap is now down to just over half a second. Towards Bobby Game corner. Harry Taylor still there as well. But just to come back to Barham, at the moment, with the strictly unofficial calculations here in the box, I've got him outside that top 30, Henry. So Noah Barham needs 2 solid results today to make sure that he makes that top 30 cut off as Friend runs really wide out of the final corner. Remember, in these classes with the bigger entries, like Junior Rotax, this is your biggest entry of the weekend. Top 30, about half the field for Junior Rotax. They will proceed straight into the pre-final tomorrow in the middle part of the day. There will be a repechage for everybody else to get one of 6 spots, but that's going to be one busy repechage tomorrow morning.
More drivers will go to the repechage and will automatically qualify for the final. Only 30 will qualify for the final. 31 go to the repechage. It would have been 32, but of course you mentioned William Archer, injured ribs. Now Friend, and I say Friend's that wide move coming off turn, the last corner that we mentioned, that would be a legacy of Albert missing the curb or hitting the curb coming through the at the wrong angle. Because you can see there, you've got to get up on the curb to help the kart rotate. You hit it too early. That's a great shot there. You can see between Ollie Varney on the right, Paul Spencer on the left there, watching through there. Love that shot. Really, really good. That would be Luke Woodford. Luke Jones. Luke Jones, one of our Alpha Live cameramen here. That's got to be one of my favourite shots of the weekend so far. Well done, Luke. Chris Simpson has just heard that and has exploded in a fit of rage of a Bobby Game corner. So expect some artwork from our camera crew coming in now. Kai Clark calmly working ahead. Cian Bernard, Sebastian Lush, Harry Taylor, Noah Barham. I should introduce Xander Clements and Noah Barham's mum because they're both from Georgia, USA, the state of Georgia, not the country of Georgia, where Matthew Comer-Heaton's from us. The number 62 was that Hani Sadiq. He's had his breakfast. He's really hyped up his Hani Sadiq. That is for 7th place.
Some big moves further down the field as well, Henry. Biggest move in this race so far, Kevin Ivanov up 12 spots. Another driver who last year, if my memory serves me correctly, was racing in Honda Cadet, so has taken a big step up to Ivanov.
Kevin Ivanov, yes. From Honda straight in, Sebastian Luge. That's close, that's tight. And he gives Cian Bernard just about enough room. Bernard now under pressure, comes back in on the 63 of Harry Taylor. That's going to open the door for Noah Barham. We've got a 5-second penalty for Eason Seng as we look at this battle going on now as well. Big hello on the live chat to Chase Fernandez, former competitor in the British Championship, Minimax, I believe, Chase. Yep. And also to Sean Arnold. Sean Arnold was a teammate to Lando Norris's brother Oliver. Sean and his twin brother Matthew. I do hope, well, unfortunately, Sean, there's no Rotax 177 class in the Kartmasters, so the comeback will only happen once you've lost a bit of Terry weight. You and me both, mate. I'll just quickly say this, 90 seconds to go. A public appeal to Dave Arnold. Please get off the golf course. You're never going to make a professional. Give your money to Sean so he can get back into karting. Thank you very much. Here we go. And that's a move for Harry Taylor to pick off Cian Bernard for 4th position.
Yeah, it's been good progress from the DHR drivers in this race. I'll tell you who else it's been good progress for. Finley Smith there in the number 14. Craft Motorsport, who have a good record, recent record in junior road tax around this place. Had a little chat with their driver Leon Hasty in the paddock. He won the O plate for Craft Motorsport here earlier in the year. That's a move as well down the inside from Noah Barham. This is what Noah Barham needs: solid points, low risk moves. That was a determined one from Noah Barham, up to 2nd place. Lush points forward, but Kai Clark continuing to impress me here, Henry.
And Albie Friend now on the move as well, partnering Cian Bernard. And obviously giving Cian Bernard not happy about something is Albie, but this is good progress now for Albie. A frustrating start to his first season as a junior. The move has been made, to Dan Holland Racing. Obviously he takes Lee Taylor with him, Lee as a mechanic, has been his mechanic now for, I think this is their 3rd year working together. And it's so important for these young drivers to have consistency. As a driver is learning how to give feedback, how to develop a chassis, how to perfect a setup that evolves over the course of the weekend, that, you just got to be, have that same voice, that same attitude, so you communicate with one another. And that's why that sometimes when you see these drivers move, sometimes the mechanic goes with them, depending on the mechanic's employed by the team or is employed as a freelancer. It's that depends. But Barham and Lush, Noah Barham, what a good way to start the day. I need a good result, so I'm gonna this first race. He still needs a good result in the second race, but it's not quite so desperate. A solid result in the second race will get him into the pre-final.
And I think what's been good from what I've been watching, Henry, is just how calm he's had to make some overtakes in this race, but he's not been throwing it in there from 3 karts back. He's been very measured and calculated with this performance. We're on to the final lap. Kai Clark heads off of the bridge for the last time in this heat. And well, for Kai Clark, this is going to continue to look pretty good in the top 5 overnight. 3rd and 5th yesterday in the 2 heats that we saw for the number 67. He's looked comfortable in this race. Had to keep concentrated, particularly when you had the likes of Lush and Bernard not too far behind. They got the lead down to half a second. Can take care of the tyres now. Noah Barham still having to think about Sebastian Lush a little bit here as they head into the Mike Wilson complex for the final time in this heat. But there is going to be your race winner. Number 67 for KR Sport, Kai Clark, is definitely part of the picture here this weekend, and there's almighty scrap going on. Blake Southern has got up into the top 20 here. That's a solid result that could continue his quest for making it through to the final. Clark wins it by just under a second ahead of Noah Barham. Barham back in the game as well with that result. Sebastian Lush, a very good 3rd place there ahead of Harry Taylor and Albie Friend. Cian Bernard, cheered on by his Rear Tools Alliance Racing Academy teammate Chase Fernandez there. P6, fell down a bit, but that's still solid points for the 182. Finley Smith, what a drive. Up 11 spots to 7th. Likewise, Kevin Ivanov there, up 13 spots, was your biggest mover in the race, finished P11.
Further down there's Loman Wilcox. Connor Large had a penalty. Toby Farthing for the George Whitbread Racing team. Now, you can see the drivers. This is going to be Albie Friend. Is he going to stop for his camera? Well done, Albie there. Time, Lando Norris and the GP plate logos. They'll be happy with that mention. as Albie Friend, and of course he's completely the nice, shiny, clean nose cone on Albie Friend's kart. That will always please a mechanic when they come back in, and the nose cone looks as pristine as it did when it was sent out. Oh, that was a good, close race there. You're putting your finger, Andrew. What have you noticed?
Yeah, I just want to note some other really good drives in that that race. Benjamin Baker up 9 spots for DH Charter 13th. Luca Holmes-Ballack had a bit of a quiet weekend so far, but was up 12 spots in that one to 16th. And Blake Southern, as we mentioned, another double digits gainer, up 10 to 20. I wonder actually for Blake. I know we've been talking a lot about him so far this weekend.
Well, quite rightly so.
Those times up at the sharp end of the field, how much has that helped him now being able to go, actually, no, I can do that kind of pace and move back up the order? We will contemplate that later, because for now, let's head down once again to Parc Fermé and over to Kai Bachini.
So Kai Clark walks away with the victory on that one, with Noah Barham in second and Sebastian Lersch close in behind. Noah is actually going to catch me for a little bit of a chat. Noah Barham, obviously second in that race. It did look like you had quite a lot of pressure from Sebastian in behind. So how did you deal with that during the race?
Tried to make sure I kept myself calm, kept looking behind, see if I had a gap, and then just drive smooth and kind of gauge the distance.
And early on in the race, there was a notification that came up that you are under investigation. Do you have any idea what that would be for?
Well, I was driving my own air, so I'm not really sure what that's for. So hopefully if I go to the stewards and have a chat about it, it'll end in my way, but I will see.
Either way, provisionally a second position on the road. Surely you've got to feel confident going into the final heat of today.
Yeah, definitely. I think I definitely have the pace to win, and hope we bring back a good team result.
The pace to win, he says. Well, we'll have to find out about that. But Noah, thank you very much for your time. That is going to be it there for the Junior Road Tax. I say that's going to be it. We've actually got another session to come out for you. We're going to go straight to the highlights from this race.
Thank you very much, Kai. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Is the race starts.
So then let's work out what happened with Cam Nelson. There were 4 Dan Holland karts all in a line. And like a domino effect, they all outbroke each other. And unfortunately, Cam Nelson was the head of that queue. And he was the one that was dispatched to the grass or to the outside of the circuit. He did come back and finish
P8. Actually, a very good
P8. So hang on a second. Let's go through that one again. P2 at the start.
Yep.
Down to how many were in that race?
We had 31. Yeah,
P2 to
30
P31 to P8 inside 10 minutes. That's very good. Next race on its way now.
Junior Road Tax race number 24 then of Kartmasters weekend. It's heat 6 for our drivers here. There is Leon Hasty on your screen with new race lid. Yeah. And what else have you spotted, Henry?
Well, he hasn't got like a very large bug with 2 little antennas on his head, on his radiator. He's got our onboard camera. Archie Lovett and Eva Morris, row number 1. Daniel Kilpatrick and Matteo Palazzo, row 2. Boaz Maximov and Leon Hasty, our camera cart, row 3.
On the 4th row of the grid, we find Albie Lapper, the rock star.
Rock and roll star.
Rock and roll
He's
star.
A rock and roll star.
And Ryan Gill, P8. Sebastian Clark and Zach Starbuck looking to shine from row number 5. On row 6, Jensen Chalk and Jake Blewett.
Row number 7. Oh, the 11 cart. That's Nathaniel Gray, Philly Lines, Harry Holland, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Joshua Smith, Ed Spain, Fletcher Jameson. All the rest are the top 9 rows.
Row 10 will just be Isabella Stansmore Wilson on her own unless Nathaniel Gray can get that craft number 11 going. Row 11, Charlie Wolford and Harrison Bishop. Row 12, Sam Kohler and Jack Beasley.
Daniel Hartley, James Kell, Hugh Hobson, Alex Shepard, Jack Collinson and Logan Lauder round out your field. Now, Eva Morris, as we're looking now, there we go. That is the Craft Motorsport team trying to push some fuel through the tank there. That's Ben Duke's weight there, trying to get something happening. Eva Morris said that when she got pole position at Le Mans, her mum screamed the awning down. It was actually her mum's just seen the tyre bill. No, I was joking. What did you do with the outside of the front row now?
So into the tram lines. What are we about to see here in Junior Rotax? Lights are out. We're racing once again. Aggressive start from, I think that was Zach Starbuck, moving to the inside through the first couple of corners.
Oh, someone's gone wide.
Better than the first or the previous race. Good start though for Archie Lovett.
I think it was Eva Morris who was very good at the start. Sorry there though, but I think she was hanging on the outside there, and they finally get the number 11 of Nathaniel Gray going over spinner, middle of the pack. That was Sebastian Clark coming in backwards. He had got turned round under braking, and that could have been big as well. Finley Lines in the number 28. Where is Finley Lines? He is with
gained quite a few positions.
Yeah, he's got. It's confused me that's because the Vera Tools. He's got. Look, it looks like there's a Vera Tools graphics on that car, but with Finley Lines' Maximum Motorsports flicks. It's the
Pantano chassis that he's running in this one.
He's got a Pantano chassis and he's got a Vera Tools nose cone. I was terribly confussed, which is easy to do when you're my intelligence. There's Jensen Chalk. Nursing a back injury. Let's have a look at our first Alpha Live replay of the day, and he just outbroke himself. Clark, change of underwear for Sebastian Clark, ladies and gentlemen.
I say he did very well to get that pointing in the right direction again on the grass, going backwards through hairpin number 1. There's Leon Hasty. He's getting on in the early stage of this race, just in 4th place at the moment. Change for the lead. Palazzo down the inside, takes first position away from Archie Lovett. That was a nice move from the Scottish driver through Bobby Game corner. We've seen him be quick, particularly on like 1 lap pace around this circuit. He's improved his racecraft as well so far in 2025. What can he do here now from the front of the field? Leon Hasty there, on board with him for a moment, going under the bridge. Round the bowl now has got Kilpatrick for company right behind him, the driver from Northern Ireland. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Henry. This one's still very much in the balance. This is another battle for the lead.
Yeah, and this is going to help Leon Hasty. So we saw a glimpse there of just how far back Leon was coming down the hill towards the first hairpin. The next time we have a look for the onboard camera, we're going to see how much close the leaders are, because they were battling. There they are. Much bigger blobs in front of Leon Hasty than they were earlier on. And Eva Morris in 3rd position. Can she work her way past Archie Lovett and up to her teammate Matteo Palazzo? Eva's been, it's been something that's been really interesting, and we're talking about Eva saying that, look, we're going to battle for the lead. We'll come back to that in a minute. Lovett to the race lead.
Good
for
stuff
Sam Pollock Racing. Quickly go back to Eva Morris. She was, and a lot of the girls have been saying this to me. The 99% of the boys or the men that they race against race them clearly, fairly, just like any other driver. Every single female driver that I've spoken to has given me, they haven't given me the names, as Morris runs a bit wide there. They've said that there are, we all know, there's 1, 2, or a handful of drivers that we know race us differently, and every time we pass them, they move us out of the way, which is something that will be pushed out of the sport eventually. But it is still happening. But all the girls say, look, it's a very, very small percentage of drivers, but that's still too much. They want to be raced like everybody else, and they say, to be fair, 99% of the people that race against race us just like another driver, not like a girl.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is sadly out of this race. It looked like technical problems on the rear right corner for her, so she will not get a good score from this one. Potentially overfueling, hearing in my ear from a little report, perhaps down in Parc Ferme. Yeah, working on the spark plug there, ongoing in the repair area. That's fine. So that is allowed in the repair area for the mechanics to work and potentially get that kart and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson back into the race. And in fact, yes, she is back into the race. So you never know. There could be changes between now and the last 5.5 minutes. And again, particularly with Junior Rotax, there are going to be a handful of drivers, inevitably, with how this format works, who, at the end of racing here today, Henry, they're going to be oh no, I'm 31st, 32nd, 33rd.
Exactly.
You know, one position here or there across the 4 heats that they've had, making the difference between making it straight into the pre-final automatically or having the dreaded repechage ahead of them on Sunday morning.
Or even being in a situation where it's like, okay, well, we know we're not in the main event automatically. I'm going to be in the repechage, but I want to be on the top 3 rows of the repechage, not on row 7 or 8, for example.
4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. This is a good scrap for second place. Leon Hasty, Daniel Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick looking down the inside. That would have been a brave one, though, to try and outbreak the new British Open champion from earlier in the year. Lapper, lovely move again from Albi Lapper up into 3rd place. This is what Albi Lapper has been about in 2025. Good decision making, decisive action. Out of the race is Nathaniel Gray.
Yes.
That's the number 11 that we saw having problems before the race start. Leon Hasty, Albi Lapper, Daniel Kilpatrick, though, at the moment, Henry, being dropped a little bit by Archie Lovett. They've still got time, though, to get themselves organised and close a gap that's now 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, wee Jimmy's boy is now being caught by the rock and roll star, with Northern Ireland's Daniel Kilpatrick watching on, and Boaz Maximov. And there is a move further back. That is the number 2, 2, 3. Oh no!
Hasty!
Hasty is gone! A spin for Leon Hasty. How did that there? Oh, Lapper's out as well.
Oh my goodness me, 2 of the front runners in this race out of this heat. What has happened there? Have they got together on the bridge? It can get very tight over that part of the circuit, but that's completely changed things now in the top 10. Here's Zach Starbuck trying to find a way
3
through.
MLC Motorsport
getting a little bit
carts.
tight through the Fullerton S's there, with Chalk involved and Charlie Wolfit as well. Jake Flewitt looks like Lapper's back on the circuit, but is a long way off the back of the field. This is now Archie Lovett's race to lose. 2.36 seconds is an advantage. Kilpatrick up to second place. I think we can bring a replay from onboard Leon Hasty to see what happened here. So we're going round the bowl. This is all fine. A little bit of camera break-up once we go beyond the bridge. Now what happens here? Lapper's on the side, and there. So was there a little bit of contact?
Well, I mean, there definitely what had happened. I think Lapper had made the move to the inside. That looked like front wheel to rear wheel contact. It pitched Lapper's kart one way, and it pitched Hasty's kart the other way. But certainly Lapper was coming. Lapper had made the move, it looks like.
Yeah.
And as Lapper then moved to take the racing line, his right rear wheel just hit the left front of Leon Hasty's, and it pitched Hasty straight left, and it pitched Lapper straight right. Lapper out of the race. Now we look back at Eva Morris chasing Jared Fox-Whiteley and Boaz Maximov. Lovett is away at the front. Kilpatrick has about to be joined by Maximov, Fox-Whiteley. Jared Fox-Whiteley, he's such a talented driver. He's got a home with Jack's Motorsport when he made occasional appearances at this level last year, like the occasional guest appearance at the British Championship, the occasional run at something like Kartmasters. Now, he was quick, and he's just establishing himself as a front runner now with that Jack's Motorsport team. Hasty behind Jake Flewitt. Where is wee Jimmy's boy? He is
12th place, I think.
12th place.
Yeah, Finley Line's just ahead.
Yes, indeed. Under investigation, the number 81 kart of Finley Lines. Here we go. Kilpatrick has just... he's dropping off. He's dropped off 0.8 of a second in the last lap or so. There goes Maximov. Are the floodgates about to open? Are we going to see Fox-Whiteley and Eva Morris get past Kilpatrick? Well, Kilpatrick going back on offense. Maximov defends, and everyone else stays in line just for a moment.
30 seconds remaining on the clock. This is handing the race to Archie Lovett. He's not going to be complaining about that at all. Into the Fullerton S's for one of the last times in this race. Whereas Maximov looking pretty calm at the wheel at the moment, knowing he's got a bit of a defensive job to do between now and the end of the race, but not looking too tight. Fletcher Jameson's had a good race, Henry, in this one, up 12 positions. Another good run for a Jack's Motorsport driver. Just see him there in the red and black helmet at the back of your shot. Has gained 11 spots in this race. He's just lost one of those spots.
Fox Whiteley,
that's going to open the door for Eva Morris to go down the inside. Lovely move by Eva Morris back into the top 5.
A solid 6.8 out of 10 on the naughty cutback scale, using the tried and tested Thomas Fleming Flembog scale of naughty cutbacks.
That was a move for 4th place. Apologies, it's still not done here as Kilpatrick's having to defend into hairpin number 2. Well dealt with there by the driver from County Armagh. 0 seconds on the clock. Oh, bit of a crossed-up moment there for Eva Morris. She's going to be vulnerable now to Fox Whiteley down the inside into Bobby Game corner. Oh, another great switchback by Eva Morris. Double switchback. There we go. Jared Fox Whiteley back up to 4th place. Matteo Palazzo is going to have a part of this as well. Final lap board is out. Archie Lovett's just got to cruise this one home for a Sam Pollitt Racing Heat victory, but it's still anyone's guess who's going to be in that top 5, Henry.
Yeah, oh, hang on a sec. That's how many naughty cutbacks in that's Palazzo now. That was almost naughty, very naughty there from Palazzo as he cut underneath his KR Sport teammate. A naughty cutback is made even naughtier when you do it on your own teammate, I've got to say. And, it's... we had a couple of nice calm races, and I think I was thinking, well, we haven't had loads of penalties in the previous race, so the officials obviously forgotten. No, they have not. Lovett by 4.5 seconds over Maximov. Kilpatrick, Fox Whiteley, here we go. Sam Pollitt Racing, the Kart Republic chassis is on song this weekend. Checkered flag. I think that could be the biggest winning margin we've had so far this weekend. The rest of the field coming across the line.
Well, Archie Lovett, his best result in his Kartmasters career was all the way back in the old Miami Cadet days in 2022, where it was a P6. Archie Lovett, on this form, 7th overnight in the intermediate points. He's going to be moving up from that position with that race victory. Boaz Maximov, very nice run there to 2nd place, the driver of the number 30. The Netherlands supporters will be happy with that one. Daniel Kilpatrick, a really brave run through to 3rd place ahead of Jared Fox Whiteley, Matteo Palazzo and Eva Morris. 2 drivers from Jack's Motorsport gaining 11 spots in that one. Fletcher Jameson in P7. Biggest mover of the race was a shared honour, 3-way shared honour in fact in this one. Charlie Wolf with them to gain 13 spots for MLC there. Jensen Chalk and Zach Starbuck, to mention those 2 other drivers who gained 13 spots. James Kell for Coles Racing, once again demonstrating his talents and why Coles Racing brought him on board. And Logan Lawler as well for the Precision Racing team. Their final positions 13th and 17th respectively.
Now as we look at Leon Hasty heading back into the pits, just thinking now, we talk about the orange army quite a bit. The pink army is growing as well. The media side of things. We've seen obviously Stu Stratton here, Stu Stratton Photography, Chris Walker here from kartpicks.net.
Adam Gums.
Adam
Gums.
Adam Gums, yes, as well, for doing this stuff for Alpha Live. But then you've got these various, you've got on-track marketing, you've got on-point media, you've got Fuel Your Media, and you've got another bunch of medias that I haven't got their names yet. But Kai Bachini is down in pit lane.
So it's Archie Lovett that wins that race by an absolute mile. He was like a freight train out on the circuit. Maximov Boaz just not able to contend with the pace of Archie Lovett. He's actually going to come over and have a quick chat with us now. Archie, 4.4 seconds is an outstanding margin at a weekend like this. Where do you find pace like that?
Well, found pace off my driver coach. Teaches me all their good lines and everything, but it was a great race.
You said that your driver coach has been helping you develop over the course of the weekend and find some pace. Also, setup changes, I'm sure, will come into it. There has been heat changes, track condition changes since qualifying. Does that come into the factor when it comes into changing the setup to find pace?
Yeah, probably like tyre pressure. because it was a bit slippier than quali because it was a bit colder and everything.
And in terms of building a gap like that, you see the drivers battling behind you. Are you still pushing at full pace, or are you starting to back off a little bit, maybe 95% of your best effort?
Starting to back off a bit to save like my tyres for the next heat and all that stuff.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time, Archie. That was our winner of the final junior Rotax heat of the morning. We're going to jump to a quick advert before we get straight back into the action with Minimac.
Welcome back to PF International. Getting ready for Minimax 950 there. Third heat of the weekend. And there you see the concentration on the eyes of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Starting on the outside of the front row for this one. The instruction is given to the drivers to head out onto circuit. Let's take you through the grid then. For this one, Tom Reed starts on pole position. Emerson McAndrew-Uren alongside on the front row. Austin Oman, much better qualifying today in the number 11, starts on row 2 alongside Lucian Smith. Sebastian Behrman and Mick Klinkers, good opportunities for them from row number 3. It's Josh Huschka and Alfie Ward going from row number 4. Riley Murrow and Josh Cormack completes the top 10. Luke Millward and Joshua Cook, they start on row number 6. It's then Aidan Hammond and Tran van Relic on row 7. James Roots and Leo Living start in the infield on row number 8. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Ryan White start on row number 9. Atika Mir and Alfie Mayer start inside the top 20. Benjamin Lawn and Soren Gallagher start on row 11. Jacob Underhill for Jack Tex Racing starts on row 12 alongside Nelson Taylor. Casper McAllister and Ronnie Smart have opportunities from row 13. Noah Hammonds, George Quinlan, James Devereaux, Esme Rosie and Oliver Spencer all complete the 31 strong field here. All of them present and correct, ready for what will be a 10-minute plus 1 lap race. This has been a fantastic class to call races for so far in 2025. No reason to suspect that we're going to see anything but a really strong run between now and the end of this race. Into the tram lines they go, waiting for those lights to go out. They do go out. Away we go for Heat 3 in Minimax 950. It's a pretty even, it's a very scrappy run in the second half of the field. Lucian Smith has to take to the grass through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Back at the front of the order, Austin Oman's on the attack here from the second row of the grid and takes the lead. Great stuff from Austin Oman, got down the inside of Tom Reed round the bowl, and by the time they've come off of the bridge down towards hairpin number 1, Oman is your race leader. Here goes Emerson McAndrew-Uren trying to go round the outside. Oh, can he get that one to work? He's still not quite got the lead. Into hairpin 2, gets a little bit of a push from behind. Tom Reed tries to get involved. What an overtake that was from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who continues every time he's asked questions by this Minimax 950 field. He delivers. That's a contender for overtake of the weekend. Ryan White's moving up the order in the number 47. 9 minutes of this one to go. A pulsating first lap of the race ends with Emerson McAndrew-Uren, your race leader. Tom Reed second. A double third and fourth at the moment for the SPR team. Riley Murrow ahead of Austin Oman. Alfie Ward there in fifth. Change of lead again. Tom Reed goes through past McAndrew-Uren. Great start for Alfie Mayer as well. Started way back in this field. But the 83 The red and black livery there is up to 6th place. Also, Alfie Mayer, Alfie Wood, all of the Alfies involved in this one at the moment. Into hairpin 2 once again. Swap between the SFRs then. The number 15 of Mayer goes through, is now having a scrap with Austin Oman. Mayer trying to run around the outside, is on the grass. Through the Fullerton S's, slows down. It's a little bit boggy in there with all the rain that we've had in recent days. Leo Livings is moving up the order in the Pantano chassis, the number 77. What a first couple of laps we've had here for heat number 3. Tom Reed leads. Emerson McAnder-Uren holding there in 2nd place. They've got a bit of a gap over Riley Morrow and Austin Oman, so it's going to be 2 versus 2. The bad news for the front 2 is that they've got another one coming in the shape of Josh Cormack. Riley Morrow isn't waiting for a second teammate to get involved in this scrap. Morrow trying to get McAnder-Uren off the racing line. This has been a magnificent start to this race, Henry, as you rejoin me here in the box. This is why we've loved Minimax 950 this season, isn't it? You've got a really high-quality field of drivers. They know each other well.
Yes.
We've seen them race. A lot of them staying in the division for 2025. Another change for the race lead. Emerson McAnder-Uren down the inside into the Fullerton S's. Takes it away from Tom Reed. Look how many we've got in the fight for the lead here, all the way back to Ryan White in 8th.
And of course, you know, I keep going back to the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans because, of course, that was the most recent major event on the calendar. Emerson McAnder-Uren won that. And on the slowing down lap, I'm not exaggerating, there were 36 drivers in the race and at least 25 of them. Oh my goodness me, Riley Morrow! Up to P2 round the outside. Andrew Mather marks that one down on the short list for move of the event so far. Definitely move of the day. When Emerson McAnder-Uren won at Le Mans, about at least 20 to 25 of those drivers he had just beaten pulled alongside him and gave him a fist bump, a thumbs up, you know, sort of like a well done. That shows the level of respect that a lot of these youngsters have got for each other. We have our first driver in our search for the ultimate Kartmasters champion through to tomorrow's final. Alex Alban, with 56% of the vote, beats Mark Kimber, who has 43% of the vote. Morrow now sets his sight on Emerson McAnder-Uren, Reed, Oman, Ward, Behrman, Cormac, Cook, White, Josh Husker in 10th position, only 1.7 seconds off there. Then it's Mick Clinkers, Luke Millwood in 12th. Looking down to see where is that Pantano kart. Leo Livings is next. Oliver Spencer up to P17 for the global karting team. Watch out for Oliver Spencer, you know. Only ever has problems in qualifying just because he loves the game so much to give us something to talk about. There he is now, scything his way up to the... Well, they're not going to give it easy to him, are they? There's Soren Gallagher, the Ballamore. Soren Gallagher, he is from the town, if you're from the UK. What's the story, Ballamore? Soren is from the little island village where that is filmed. The Ballamore bomber himself, Soren Gallagher. Really nice young lad is Soren. Always sort of smiling and, he's a good lad is Soren.
Just to note, some other drivers coming through the field. Ryan White up 8 places now, 9 places up to 9th place. Gallagher, as you mentioned, up 6 to 16th. Jacob Underhill. That's a stance and a half from that.
That's a stance.
Clearly recovered from his
action. What was it? Q's catalogue, advertising. As we're looking quickly, 4 minutes to go. The next quarter-final in our search for the ultimate Kartmaster champion. The live chat.
This is a biggie.
It's a big one. These are drawn at random. Callum Bradshaw or Danny Curl.
2 world champions.
2 world karting champions. 2 Kartmasters champions. Who's the ultimate Kartmaster champion? Vote between Callum Bradshaw and Danny Curl. New leader, Riley Murrow. New second place driver, not quite.
Oh yeah, Alfie Ward had a good go at that. Tom Reed still part of this mix as well. 3.5 minutes to go. Murrow checks over his shoulder, feels the need to go defensive. Emerson McAndrew has already done one move around the outside. No, he loses out this time. That was good reading of the road from Alfie Ward. Tom Reed now up to third place as well. On to the Fullerton S's. That's going to bring Austin Oman and Josh Cormack back into play. Just to go back to who's coming through the field. Jacob Underhill on his Kartmasters debut at 4 places into 19th. What are you seeing though, Henry, out on circuit?
Oliver Spencer has a problem. Oliver Spencer's got a problem where he was pushed wide coming out of the Fullerton S's. He's got a very, very distinctive crash helmet, the Spencer. I'm going to see he was up to
15th.
He's
in
the pits.
He's in the pits.
He was in the pits. Oh, Oliver. I know he loves the game, but I don't know if he loves the game that much.
Change for the lead again, but there's other news coming into play here. Alfie Ward hits the front of the order, but penalty, 5-second penalty for the number 83. So whilst Ward leads this race, he at the moment will not keep it, and it's such a tight pack right now. 5 seconds would drop him all the way down to 14th place. He needs to get up the road instead. Oh, Riley Murrow! Riley Murrow, take a bow. Brilliant switchback, double switchback. Add that to the list.
Who's going to write that one down, me or you? That's 2-in-1 race tomorrow.
Three in this one. Emerson did a good one whilst you were away, Henry. This is a sensational heat in Micromax 950. It's not done. Now, what's happening here? Riley Murrow is breaking away from the front of the field. Alfie Ward needs to get his head down. Don't defend, because right now you're trying to negate a 5-second penalty, which at the moment would drop him all the way down to Ryan White in 16th spot. Tom Reed trying to find a way through for second place on the road. Luke Millward's on the scene as well for KR Sport. Luke Millward, the Micromax British champion last year. In for a penny, in for a pound right now. Sebastian Behrman's defending from him right now. Those two went wheel to wheel last year in Micromax, fighting at the moment over 6th place. Behrman's gone on the attack down the inside of Tom Reed. Tom Reed could really lose a lot of positions and points here. This is sensational stuff, Henry, and we've still got a minute to go.
It looks as though, if the minute you get to the front, you're under pressure. And then, of course, you start getting shuffled back, and you've got to be very, very, very mature indeed, because you can lose 5 or 6 positions, but it's not the end of the world, believe it or not. Oh, artwork, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the heat haze shimmering on the grass, being chopped past the carts as they go through. Murrow, 3/10 from Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Josh Cormack. We haven't mentioned Josh Cormack's name that much. He's moved his way into P4. But of course, Murrow with 2 cracking moves. Oh, there is the 2-lead Motorsport car, Nelson Taylor, out of the race. I asked Nelson's dad, Shane, where you parked this event? He was, we're in one of the garages with the orange Lamborghini outside that isn't any of ours. Somebody just rocked up in an orange Lamborghini Murcielago, casually parked it outside Nelson Taylor's tent, garage, and walked off.
Time is up. Final lap board is going to be out. Riley Murrow, it's not a bad position this for Riley Murrow at the moment, because he effectively has a bit of a rear gunner. I'm not sure if he knows about it, because a lot has happened in this race. Good scrap for 5th going on as well between Behrman, Reed and Millward. Joshua Cook's in play as well. Here goes Alfie Ward round the outside. Emerson McAndrew.
Where's my pen?
Double again, this time down the inside onto the bridge. The number 3 hits the front of the field once more. This one isn't done though. Hairpin 1 complete. Hairpin 2 next. Riley Murrow, though, surely he's going to be trying to shape up some kind of move, probably into Bobby Game Corner or into the entry into the Mike Wilson complex.
I mean, Alpha Live's race of the week. If it's not this one, then it means that we're going to have something that is out of this world. The rest of this, it's only a heat race. It's not even the last heat race. It's the first heat race of the day for this lot. McAndrew-Uren takes the checkered flag. Andrew, where are my heart tablets? Where are they?
Oh, there's more drama later on. Is that the
course.
TH Corsa 88 has had problems.
The Thompson Halliday course machine of...
Is that Casper McAllister, the number 58, falling down the order? I saw Jack Fulbrook-Harmer also in trouble late on in that one. The MLC number 94. Well, I apologise, ladies and gentlemen, because there were stories in and up up and down the field in that one. We simply don't have... We need a time machine to tell you all the stories from that one.
Do you know who is rubbing their hands with glee at that race? Piers Pryor, whose job it's going to be to put all those clips, and Jack Dixon, all those clips to go on the social media section of the Alpha Live social media channels. Let's have a look down the order there. Attica Meir in 20th, ahead of Noah Hammond, George Quinlan, James Devereaux, Esme Rosie up to 26th position. Really good to see Tuesday Hines and Earl Paneu here in the paddock. And there goes Riley Morrow. Well, Emma's four contenders for move of the race, a move of the weekend in that one. We'll have to have a little look back there. Enzo Butterazzi from yesterday. I think Enzo Butterazzi's move of the day yesterday, but is it under pressure today? I think it is.
I think it is.
I think it is. Right, so let's have a little replay of what preceded this incident.
Just wheel failure. Or axle failure. That's
a front. And he's not happy about that. Is Casper McAllister. I've got to say, that is not fun.
No.
When you turn in and suddenly a track rod, the rose joint at the end of the track rod, I would imagine, I will find out, did the rose joint just come undone at the end of that race? Kai Bachini, take it away. We need to lie down up here.
After what was a very, very frantic Mini-Max race, it was Emerson McAndrew-Urin who came out on top of Riley Miro and Alfie Ward as well. We're going to bring over Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Emerson, it was a very frantic race, to say the least. There was a lot of battling. You've just had to take a deep breath there. Is that a sigh of relief?
Yeah, it was a very tough race. Obviously, we had a good start going into P1 with quite a good move. And then kind of kept the lead for a couple laps, lost it, fell back a bit, then had to kind of drive back through. And then on to the last lap, I saw them go wide and I saw a gap, so I went for it.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move. 3 wide over the bridge, everybody. You don't see that very, very often. But Emerson, surely it has to take a lot of confidence in your own ability and also trusting the other drivers to go for an overtake like that.
Yeah, obviously, we all got to race smart. Otherwise, something's going to end up in a crash, and we don't want that.
For a lot of that race, it did look like Riley was going to take it, as he was just always finding himself at the front of that pack. How do you find the determination to always keep battling forwards, to always try and push yourself to that lead position?
Just always stay calm, which is one of the main things. Just calm and composed, and then once you regain your head, drive back through.
Well, Emerson, we've already spoke to you a lot. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again soon. Very well done on that race win. But that is going to be it for the Mini-Max heat there. The final Mini-Max heat of the morning. Just 2 more races to go. And it seems like the next race is already getting ready to go. Micromax is up next.
Thank you very much. Edison Burrows. You're looking at the back of Edison's crash helmet. That's a mum and dad design crash helmet. I need to see you on the circuit anywhere you are, Edison, for the Sam Pollitt Racing team. You look at the difference, even 15 years ago. Karting looked so different than the look here. The personalised race suits, the sponsors, the crash helmet designs. They've always been there, the crash helmet designs, but they seem to get bigger and better all the time. Micromax. Let me tell you something. Oliver Woodall and Arlo Gamble, at the start of this year, they were just 7 years old. They turned 8. Oliver Woodall was 8 in May. Alfie Garrett, who was 10 last week, will lead the field alongside his teammate Benedictus Masiokas. Albert Farrow and Charlie Page on row 2. Otto Amy and Dax Farah on row 3.
Row 4 to the inside will be Dietmar Uzanov. And to the outside, Harris Barber. Row 5, rounding your top 10, Ronnie Allen and Albie J. Stubbs, who was going to be on our paddock show last night, bowed out. Freddie Blackshaw and Reggie Chandler, row 6.
Sebastian Crawford and Ralph Martin in row 7, Liam O'Hanlon and Teddy Murphy in row 8, Ollie Brunt and Chloe McGill on row 9.
She is one that's hard not to pull for. Such a well-polished young lady, and she'll be starting buried just ahead of this group here. Jensen Darlow, Woodhall, Walker, Gamble, Burrows, and Kara Jovic on row number 12.
Ted Hayward and Zach Andrew round out a 26-strong field. Reggie Chandler, king of the merchandise. There's that side. You like that side of the mug? I like that side of the mug.
Well.
It's got my boat race on it. That's fate. Your boat race is your face. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now.
Another one for the notes.
Another one for the notes. The red and black attack. 3-pronged assault at the front of the field here at the moment. Page, the independent driver, in 4th. Otto Amy, the number 70 for Coles Racing, really strong here today. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Page tries to split the SFR trio apart, has to back out of it. It's a great start for the Coles number 70 of Otto Amy. Otto Amy, Chloe McGill, and the number 77, Teddy Murphy. This cart's up the banking. Is that Emma France up the banking?
Oh, no, we have more. Top of the bridge, turn 4, 2, 3 together, one way up the berm. The leaders have gotten away scot-free, all about 8 of them or 9 of them, and the rest of the field has gone scattered amongst the hillside here at PFI.
Yeah. The Lincolnshire countryside is littered with Micromax drivers and carts. Luckily, everyone getting going. The 57 of Ronnie Allen is out of the race. McGill right down at the back. A lot to unpick from that one. SFR Motorsport 1, 2, 3. Otto Amy, I want to say big hello to Tom Smith International, who did a lot to help Otto Amy when they were a privateer entry. Now they're with Coles Racing. Otto really showing his talent there, that plain white crash helmet. Paige is next. Then it's Harris Barber and Dax Farah. Dimitar Usanov, the only driver for the Jason Paul Dredge UK team, 3 wide. They somehow squeeze across, and that was Amy losing a position or 2. Albie J. Stubbs and Ralph Martin. Stubbs, it's the back of this league group. Ralph Martin in 10th place. He was the Might E. Bambino British champion last year. At the age of 8 years old, he became a Motorsport UK the British champion in any motorsport discipline, driving an electric-powered vehicle. Made his own little bit of history, did Ralph Martin. We're now back to internal combustion engines. He's at the back of this league group at the moment.
I got my eyes on the number 12 right now. Harris Barber on the Strawberry Racing green and white Tony kart was the inside of that 3-wide sandwich back at turn number 3. He already quickly has rolled up to the SFR trio up front. And as we'll put another lap in the books, he's going to have to get strategic here about to split up this 1, 2, 3 lockout of Garrett, Farrell, Masiokas. And he's got a little gap back to any potential help now. But let's see as he goes back down the inside up. Same corner a lap later, but this one will be tougher to pull off as they go over the bridge.
And fair play to Barber and Masiokas. They gave each other just enough room. Barber's trying to disrupt the 3 teammates, because if they work together, inches apart, you couldn't fit a cigarette paper between the 2 of them there. As they went through the first hairpin behind them, that looked like it was Albie J. Stubbs trying to close in. It was, I have to say, this is now Harris Barber. He could have made 2 decisions. Do I hang on to the back of this league trio? They're going to work together. I risk getting dropped. I could go away with them, but then I might not. Or do I get in amongst them and stop them from working as a trio? And maybe go with them.
And break the unit up, right? We have some major straightaways here for the young superstars in Micromax. Could you imagine the final lap going down this front stretch? And how many times, Henry, have we seen drivers get pushed off right there at turn number 1 and really in the run to the bowl up the hill? And again, this is where Harris has been able to keep it pinned low with momentum and now takes second away. Albert Farrow back to third.
Picking them off one at a time. Good, smart drive from Harris Barber. Dimitar Uzanov now comes into play in that predominantly black number 62 machine. The Bulgarian heritage for Uzanov. And he's up another place. You know, so all these drivers are quite inexperienced, but some of them, you know this, even when you're 8 years old, you can have experienced 8-year-olds and inexperienced. There's a lot of experienced 8, 9 and 10-year-olds here. Uzanov isn't one of them yet. He's still learning his craft. Connor Clancy cheering on Liam O'Hanlon. Liam, it's his first time out of the UAE. Yesterday, he had his first experience of driving in the rain ever. His mum saying she counted him, he spun 25 times between practice and qualifying in the rain. But he now knows what it's like to drive in the rain, as Liam O'Hanlon. And he is out there in 14th position, just behind Reggie Chandler.
I will say a big shout out further back down the grid for our two biggest movers so far. How about it for Zach Andrew, up 11 to 15th from the tail end. Ted Hayward up 9 for Sam Paulett Racing. And it's still a massive charge here for Harris Barber, up to second. But as the fighting continues behind, while he's picked apart 2 of the 3 SFR entries, he's been happy to push Alfie Garrett. And while that would maybe seem a bit counterintuitive, at least initially when he was sandwiched amongst the 3 in second, by doing so, he is making it a mano-a-mano fight, or at least trying to. But LBJ Stubbs is on the hunt now, trying to get back to where he started. And he had a great middle sector, a great final one as well. He had a good look out of that last corner. He'll pull right up to the back of the number 12 by the time we get to the bowl.
And yeah, LBJ Stubbs, he's had a lot of, we can see that some of the sponsors, the K9 security systems, as Harris Barber, has he passed the entire SFR Motorsport team exactly the same move 3 times in a row. He's put all 3 of the SFR karts in his rear view mirror at the moment with the same move at the bowl. And now, no sooner as he does all the hard work and gets to the front, they all start fighting back, and they've all passed him again in the space of 3 corners. Unbelievable, Jeff.
Oh, a little bit of aggression right there out of the 14 Kart Republic of Charlie Page. He was trying to fend off the hard-charging 82 of Dimitar Uzanov, and that's pushed Dimitar back to the 8th spot, 1 spot net loss. But mainly, I think that move, both the response by Alfie Garrett and the pass for the lead by Harris Barber in turn 2 was all because they're feeling the heat of the man in second, and now the man going for the lead. LBJ Stubbs takes over here at turn 1, and that little shove he had in that straightaway last time, that was the signal that Alfie Garrett had pressure, and for Harris Barber to go through, and again, down the inside, but this time leaves the door open a little too wide in 4, and he's going to pay for it down the run.
Harris Barber has spent most of this race passing SFR Motorsport karts up the inside going on to turn number 3. They get him back the rest of the lap, but now, and he's got to do it all again. He's passed all 3 of those drivers that are now in front of him in the same move at the same corner. They've all got him back. He's got 2 3/4 minutes plus a lap to go back to work and repass them all. LBJ Stubbs, Sam Fugit, his mechanic, has been working with him all year. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, the driver coach, working with them now for the last few months. And he didn't want to go on the paddock show last night. He was too busy spinning around on his push bike. But
he was in a cheerful mood, right? He was in good spirits. He was happy, and I guarantee he's happy right now. He just reset fast time of the session the lap before, and the gap is up to 6/10. Granted, it will get eaten up here, and we know that with now teammates once again, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th with the order change, as Harris Barber loses a spot there to Charlie Page behind Alfie Garrett.
But remarkable, all this battling going on, they're still clear the top 9 of the rest of the field. Dax Farah in 9th, Otto Amy in 8th, Uzanov is 7th, Barber now down to 6th, Page up to 5th, Albert Farrow, Alfie Garrett, Benedictus Masiokas, the O-Plate champion. Masiokas to the inside again. Backed out at the last second, although Stubbs, to be fair, left him just enough room. And now the red and black attack have reformed, flying formation here for the SFR crew. And their target is LBJ Stubbs. Does Stubbs look over his shoulder? No, because he knows they're there. He defends, though, a little bit. Just jinks to the inside. Now he could be susceptible. Look, will they dive to the inside going into the bowl? No, but he's washed out wide. Masiokas and Garrett and Farrow. Stubbs is going to go from first to third.
Finding a place in line nicely there, and now it'll be a bit of a rough go here if he can't get down low soon enough for Albert Farrow. He'll be losing a spot to Harris Barber, who has someone climb onto the back of him. Charlie Page, still contact with Albert Farrow as they go down to turn number 6. And a crossover move there, and now Harris Barber once again finds himself having to lead the cavalry forward as the gap is opened for the top 3. We talked a bit about inexperience, Henry, and him being able to make the moves at turn 2, turn 3 for a driver, for a young driver especially. It's hard to trust the driver coach to do something different when they say that an alternate line or an alternate way of getting through a corner will be better, or better in the race if you can drive it this way, because you'll be more protected, because the line that you've been doing might initially still be a little faster. You might only be 2/10 off, whereas if you try the alternate line the first time, you'll go slower until you figure it out. And in the heats, it's about experimenting, but you're still also tempted to fall into what's comfortable, to open the line into turn 3, and that's where Harris Barber has been able to take advantage. But right now, he may have to get more creative, both to keep the spot he's got and try something new, because he's already pulled that card, and he's got pressure again. Dimitar Uzanov to the inside.
He's a fast learner, is Dimitar Uzanov. Bring the Noise, Cage Boys is back on the live chat, and Bring the Noise is watching the youngest members of the paddock make an awful lot of noise here in this race. It looks as though, and it's strange, normally it's the last set of heats where really things get amped up. But these last 2 races, Minimax and this one, have almost set the tone early as Page works to try and fend off, or he tries to get back past Otto Amy and fend off Albert Farrow, with Dax Farah watching behind. Crawford is 10th, new leaders. No, Alfie Garrett hangs on as we start the final lap. Garrett to the inside defending. Watch out for LBJ Stubbs. No, he thought about cutting back across to the inside there from the outside, but then thought better of it. Uzanov runs 4th, then it is Barber in 5th, and now it's a head-to-head between the 2 SFR karts, with Stubbs playing a spoiler. Oh, Stubbs and Masiokas run wide. That is game over for those 2 as far as the win goes. Alfie Garrett's now got this one.
He took a long look over his shoulder, did Alfie Garrett, and now, as you mentioned, Henry, he knows this one is just about putting a couple corners together comfortably. The fight is on still for 2nd, and the fight is definitely on back here for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Look at the teammates side by side. Albert Farrow to the inside and 3 wide in the middle for Charlie Page.
Here we go, though. Alfie Garrett emerges from another great race with the win. Uzanov 2nd. Barber and Stubbs cross the line virtually side by side. Well, they were side by side, virtually in a tie. Barber gets it by 200ths of a second. Farrow 5th. Page, Farah, Masiokas, Amy, and Crawford the top 10. I like what these shots of the whole field crossing the line. It always amuses me because there are some drivers that may be finishing 12th that are punching the air because they're really happy. Others are smashing the steering wheel. Others are giving each other thumbs up. I love those reaction shots as they cross the line, because obviously we can only follow, we've only got one camp, you can only look at one thing at a time, but so much is going on in these races.
And speaking of it, let's take a look back here. We talked about some of the big movers going up and down through the field. Sebastian Crawford picks up 3 with the Origin Motorsport 16 crew to get to 10th. It was a fallback, obviously, for our top qualifiers, Benedictus Masiokas, a little, but still okay. And then further back here, we talked about the drive forward for Zach Andrew. He ends with a net gain of 9 and a net gain of 4 for Oliver Woodall. And we did have, unfortunately, a couple of DNFs, only 2. Chloe McGill, one of the casualties from the Turn 2 incident. She pulled in a lap early, or a lap after that, and Ronnie Allen went out with the Dan Holland Racing crew. They were 25th and 26th, scored just behind this final bit.
Yeah, somebody asking me when the cameo's coming back. Never. I think that ship has sailed. Well, I don't know. I get into trouble for doing driver roasts. Danny Paul, is that not the coach? Danny Paul Shields? Online there, the coach. Cheering on Liam O'Hanlon, who finished 13th, just in front of Reggie Chandler. Oliver Woodall, the youngest driver in the field, I believe, was 16th. Kai Bachini down with a relieved and happy Alfie Garrett. Take it away, Kai.
So it is Alfie Garrett who walks away with the win there after a very eventful Micro Max race. There was a lot of drama and a lot of problems. Unfortunately, Masioka's getting a little bit pushed out on the grass there. Understandably disappointed from that one. And it is unfortunate to see, but we're going to move over to here and see if we can have a chat with Alfie Garrett after what was a brilliant race. We actually catch him as he's walking over to the barrier here. Alfie Garrett, our race winner from the Micro Max Heat. Alfie, it looked like a tough race out there. There was a lot of battling and squabbling going on. How was that one for you?
It was a very hard race. I struggled to win that one.
And in what way did you struggle to win? Was it battling with the other competitors or your own speed?
Everyone was just battling, and then everyone was overtaken, and then I dropped down, but I came back up on top.
And we saw Masiokas have that issue on the last lap where he went onto the grass. Did you see what happened from your perspective?
I just looked behind and I seen 2 people colliding.
Brilliant, Alfie. Thank you very much for your time. That is Alfie Garrett, your race winner here from the Micro Max race. Seems like all the drivers are flooding over to the fence here to greet their family and their team members as well. It's great to see the camaraderie within the paddock here and the drivers, especially after such a hard-fought race. But that does mean that that is it for the Micro Max, and only one more race remains before our lunch break. That will be the Water Swift, the class that has brought us some of the greatest action of the weekend so far, specifically Heat 2 yesterday. If you haven't watched it, make sure to go back and watch that one right now. But Water Swift are about to make their way out onto the circuit for the final heat of the morning.
Welcome back to live pictures here for Kartmasters 2025. It's the Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix here at PF International, and we are ready in the box. Myself, Andrew Mather and Xander Clements for Heat 3 in Water Swift. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Colby Patterson, brilliant performance this morning in time for qualifying. Starts on pole position alongside Night Measures. Jensen Ackerman and Austin Newstead on row 2, row 3, George Clark and Harry Williams.
Row number 4, it'll be Lorenzo Di Pietri Antonio, Alfie Davidson on the outside, and then it'll be Chester Forks and Alfie Mayer on row number 5. Luca Narroway, Christian Kobe, row 6.
Daniel Ferguson and Wales' Ethan Owen go from row 7. Ilyas Sami continuing to improve, starts on row 8 alongside Henry Clark. Ozzie Gibson, double winner in the British Championships here a few weeks ago, starts on row 9 alongside Charlie Clough.
Riley Murrow and Margaris Kovekis on row number 10. It'll be Mason Hibbert and Enzo Butterazzi on row number 11. Joseph Davies, William Bennett, your top 24.
25th on the grid, Orion Meta. Jacob Nairn completes row 13. Harry Chapman and George Greaves go from 14. Alessandro Salas and Zach Champney completing the top 30. It's a 32 strong field with Ruben Sagu and Hugo Williamson on row number 16. Big race this for Water Swift. The timed qualifying session has shaken up the order a little bit from what we saw in yesterday's 2 rounds of heats. Colby Patterson, very strong driver, has raced at both a local, national and international level in Water Swift categories. What can he do here? from pole position into the tram lines. Lights are out, 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Another solid start, nearly coming together, the top two into the Bruno Ferrari S's, but it's early advantage to Patterson. Night Measures on the attack once again. Oh, bit of a crossed-up moment there for one of the SFRs. It's the number 16 of Alfie Mary in trouble. Trouble as well for Mason Hibbert, and another driver. Is that Charlie Clough off at the top of the bridge? Yes, it was in the number 51. There's another driver who's had a problem. It's one of the Birrell IRTs. I hope that's not the number 20 of Enzo
And we got
Butterazzi.
another one down at turn 5 as well. One more beached in the grass. Hard to idea who that one is. They'll get back going. And up front, well, the top 6 have gotten away decently, as it was indeed the number 15 machine that went around at turn number 5. Another driver that was a little bit in the teens, Daniel Ferguson for BMR. So this first lap has already struck badly for about 5, 6, or 7. Most have continued, though, and with still 9 minutes plus a lap to go. Only the first lap coming to an end right now. A lot still could change, and we know the marshals have been busy today. Colby Pattison leads the way.
It was trouble. In fact, it was a Birrell ART. It was one of the Jade Racing Team Birrell ART, so not Enzo Butterazzi. It was William Bennett in the number 99 who had problems off the bridge. So Patterson leads in these early stages. Night Measures has been in this position before. Austin Newstead has many times been at the front of a Water Swift race. Didn't quite get that entry into hairpin 1 right, though. And it's Jensen Ackerman in the number 12 on the Synergy, doing very, very nicely indeed. Remember, this is Heat 3 out of 4 for Water Swift. All of these drivers will go through to the pre-final. There's no need for these drivers to worry about cut-offs and repecharges, but they want to keep this momentum going through Saturday ahead of tomorrow's finals. Patterson quite happy at the moment, Xander, just to sit at the front of the field, not over-defend. No, he's got the pace and the support of those behind to start reducing the numbers in this lead battle.
Yeah, as long as you've got a fast driver at the front of the train, as tempting as the slipstream may be to make moves for the lead, as we see now, Night Measures going to the inside and taking over. You're still giving up 2 or 3 tenths, depending on the corner that you decide to pull the trigger and go. And not only that, but if the driver that you just passed slots in line behind you, like Colby was able to do, well, they could go right back in on you, and then before you know it, 10, 12, 15 are deep in the lead pack, which, to be fair, off just one move, you could easily make an argument we're almost there. At least about 9 of them are all in a train, and only 2 more could make it 11. They're just behind with Luca Narroway and Ethan Owen. They're in P10 and P11.
A couple of problems for Ethan Owen. The minor one, that his transponder isn't fully functioning at the moment, so if you're a follower of the Welsh driver, that's why he's hopping up and down the timing screen at the moment. Bit more of a major issue, plus 3-second penalty this early in the race. That would indicate some form of start infringement, possibly jumping out of the tram lines. We'll come back to that, because here's a challenge for the lead. Patterson down the inside. This is why he was a top 10 finisher at IWF last year, but Night Measures comes again. Austin Newstead 3 wide, gets both of them. Brilliant stuff from Austin Newstead, takes the lead of this race. Jensen Ackerman followed as well, is up to P2. Night Measures down the inside. Has he got support? Oh, sends it in there and takes that second spot away from Ackerman.
Oh, still side by side as everyone's fighting to get back down and protect down low in a spin. The 24 Colby Pattison goes around in front of everybody at turn number 6, and the lead pack now is in disarray as the top 5 all have major gaps amongst themselves.
And really good drive at the moment. I just saw the red, white and black Apollo, that brand new Apollo number 52 of Margaris Kovetskis, who just missed out on getting a really good lap time at the end of time qualifying. But the race pace is definitely there, and what is a pretty much brand new product is up into the top 10 now. This is fantastic stuff from not just the one of the privateers, a number of the privateers in this race having a really, really good scrap out there. Once again, just showing how open this Water Swift category is. This is the category for me, Xander. At the start of the weekend, I was looking through the entry lists. I can't call this one. Who's going to be the Grand Prix winner on Sunday? It could be one of probably about 15 drivers.
It's all about positioning yourself and managing these heats. You don't need to win every battle. You want the win at the end of the war, at the end of the main event. Again, we still have pre-finals to get through as well to re-rack yourselves a bit. So for Ethan Owen, Austin Newstead, and Night Measures, Jensen Ackerman, I mean, there is so much down and up the board to note. One big note as well. How about 17 spots gained? Zach Champney, another privateer, 13th across the line last time by here at the halfway flag, or halfway mental mark, if you will. Just shy of 5 minutes remaining plus a lap. A 2-driver breakaway. And while the 19 of Night Measures hasn't seemed to be a team player with how he's been wanting the lead early, he's now realized he's got a prime opportunity to push Austin Newstead away, and he's trying to take advantage of it as they fight along again, still more for third.
These two drivers had some very, very tense races against one another a few weeks ago here at PF International. If you've missed any of the action so far this weekend, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure here on the Alpha Live channel, but don't go anywhere. If you've got any other plans for the rest of this afternoon and tomorrow, cancel them now, because these heats, as we're going through the latter stages of round 3 into round 4, this Kartmasters 2025 meeting is bubbling now as the two leaders head round the final corner. Newstead and Measures doing a very nice job at the moment, in my opinion, Xander. They're getting that gap to Harry Williams, the O-plate holder, up to beyond the second now. Alfie Davidson running in 4th place, took a heat win yesterday, of course. Is currently the fastest driver out on circuit. Davidson, if he wants to make it 2 wins out of 3, I feel he's got to make a move on Harry Williams pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think so as well. But I don't know if even still, if he makes the move on Harry Williams, if he's going to have the extra speed in the time remaining to get to the top 2. If anything, Austin Newstead has started to pull a little bit of a gap now back to Night Measures in the 19. I mean, it's a car length or 2 here through the infield sectors. Let's see how it opens up over through Bobby Game and the Mike Wilson complex. Harry Williams, even in the O-plate, got out of turn 6 a little better than the 46 of Alfie Davidson. The lap times, of course, they're a bit of a hard read at a track of this size in a category with this low horsepower. The Water Swifts still on their own are mighty quick, but the major straights are anywhere from what I've been told from a 4/10 to a 6/10 swing in the lap chart. So while Davidson had fast time last lap, well, it may go even further back as there's problems. The 16 is around, and Alfie Mayer, and he'll drop all the way to the rear as he tries to recover. He was running just on the outside edge of the top 10, and that's going to promote a few more. 19 spots up now for Zach Champney, 11 up for Margaris Kovekis in the number 52.
Yeah, really good work there from Margaris Kovekis to be gaining positions and just showing what that team can do. They're not the biggest team, the Apollo squad, but they've come here to Kartmasters. They're taking on the giants, the likes of your Fusion Motorsport teams, your Excel Motorsport team, who had a great season so far in 2025. Still not decided at the front of this field as well. Austin Newstead continues to lead this race, wanting to extend his lead in the intermediate classification. Night Measures still following in second place, and the whole reason for this, keeping that gap to Harry Williams to be about 1.2 seconds. Williams, who was missing from the recent British Championships round, clearly hasn't lost any of the speed that led into the British Open title, the O-plate back at Wilton Mill in late March. Still got the support as well of Alfie Davidson and Jensen Ackerman. Down into hairpin 1 go the race leaders. A little bit wide of the apex there for Austin Newstead, but the speed's still pretty good.
Yeah, he's at this point in the lap here going to get a lot of help on any of these straights if there is a bobble like that. And more than anything, you're just trying to maximize exits. So in the cadet karts, we've seen sometimes a little bit of a wider line, and they get away with it because the wheel and the momentum and the RPM stays a little bit higher, and specifically at least keeping the engines in the rev range. This class obviously is the newest of the 7 on the rotation here when you go on the history of it all through Kartmasters and through the British Karting Championship level events here over the last couple of decades. The Rotax divisions have been around. the X30 divisions have been around, but the Water Swift category, the youngest of them all, and so there's still a lot I have to imagine the builders are figuring out of what they need to tell the driver to do when out on the racetrack, and what are some subtleties that you can get away with or do that maybe the others don't know. But again, the straights here, the ultimate equalizer between these two. Austin Newstead, Knight measures right now with that run out of turn 4 that Knight has been getting. It doesn't matter necessarily how good or bad Newstead gets out of it. He's going to still have company.
Yeah, he is indeed. Time is up, so the last lap board will be out next time around. Here's a good scrap. This is between Alfie Davidson and Luca Narroway in the Bluebird Tribute livery. Racing, of course, with Evolve Motorsport. Evolve Motorsport continuing to grow their numbers, looking to maybe make a bit of an upset this week. And I say, I mentioned there's probably 1 in 15 drivers who could win this Grand Prix on Sunday. Luca Narroway is definitely in the mix here. Wide there for Ackerman, trying to attack and hold off a Fusion at the same time. Back with our race leaders. Newstead feeling the need to defend. Knight measures, had a very good chance of winning a race here at PF International a few weeks ago. It's a very similar situation. Measures goes to driver's left to try and go around the outside. Newstead trying to hold the inside. Good defence there from Austin Newstead. Knight measures, learning from the problems that he had a few weeks ago in the final of the British Championships, trying to apply it here to bounce back and take some big wins here at Kartmasters 2025. We're still not done. Into Bobby Game corner, looking pretty set, but this is a really big scrap, Xander, for the minor positionings.
Oh, man, they were 3 wide, now back to 2 wide. Once again, trading up the 3rd spot. Austin Newstead will have this one on lock as he rounds that final turn. Checkers in the air, first heat of the day for Water Swift goes the way of the number 4, and behind in the massive scrap to the line amongst the 5 of them. 3rd will go to Christian Kobe. Jensen Ackerman 4th. Harry Williams in the O plate will round your top 5. Luca Narroway, LD Petri Antonio into 7th. Alfie Davidson 8th. 11 up by the checkers for Marjorie Koveckis. Then George Clark, Joseph Davies, Ethan Owen Davies on the XL Motorsports 78's up 12 spots and got a lot of those in the last couple of laps, really trying to take advantage of all the shuffling around him here. A mix-up off of a major first 5 corners here in Water Swift. The first 9 got away, and they never really were touched after that, but they still had quite a bit to talk about for Andrew and myself here as we get the opening rotation of on-track activity to a close.
Well, the baby-faced assassin holds his nerve and takes another victory in Water Swift. And we'll be very, very pleased with that. We'll continue to put points on the board for the intermediate standings as we go towards that final round of heats later on this afternoon. Reading through the rest of your orders. Zach Champney 13th, Colby Patterson recovered to P14, Enzo Butterazzi, solid result again, P15. Chester Fawkes still not quite hit his stride so far this weekend in P16 ahead of Orion Meta, Ozzie Gibson, and Harry Chapman in the top 20. Easy to forget, he's only just moved up to Water Swift, was 3 weeks ago racing in the restricted category, so good progress there for Harry Chapman. Ilyas Sami, Jacob Nairn, Alessandro Salas, Ruben Sagu, good drive from Saguga from the back of the grid to 23rd. Henry Clark, Riley Murrow, George Greaves, Hugo Williamson, and then into the drivers who had problems in that race. Dan Ferguson, P28, William Bennett spun off the bridge on lap 1, 29th. Alfie Mayer, Mason Hibbert, all finished the race. Charlie Clough was a retirement on lap 1. Let's head down once again to Parc Ferme. Over to you, Kai Bachini.
So I'm here with your race winner. Obviously, it was a difficult race there, Austin. You know, it wasn't really a difficult race, actually. You and Knight Measures just seemed to work together, push away from the rest of the pack. Was that something that was pre-planned, or did that just happen during the race?
No, not really. It wasn't pre-planned at all. We were just, at the start, I managed to get to front, and me and Knight Measures got a little gap. We worked together really well then, and we managed to get a bit of a gap, and then we fought out on the last lap.
You know, do you feel like this could be a tactic that could be utilised going forwards in the weekend? Do you think it's important to build relationships between drivers so you can utilise that on track?
Yes, it is very much. Of course, I always know I've been in a team with Knight Measures before, and we've always worked really well together. So yeah, it can definitely help sometimes.
Austin, thank you very much for your time. That was Austin Newstead, your winner of that Water Swift race. As we mentioned before, just got in a pack with Night Measures. Those two pushed away and had their own race up at the front end. But that's it for the racing this morning. Don't worry, we will be shortly back with you. We're going to go straight back up to Henry before our break.
Thank you very much, Kai. Thank you to Andrew. Thank you to Xander. Once again, just promoting this, the Papyrus Prevention of Teenage Suicide. Look in the links on the live chat that Motorsport Magpie David Whitehouse has kindly put up for you. Of course, we're here, we're home at we're the home of British karting, Trent Valley Car Club. We got the paddock show coming up during the lunch break, but if you're wondering, why are there so many of the young drivers quite good at media, quite good speaking to the camera, they've got the confidence, well, here is why, and this is the driver's next chance to get some training, because next weekend, the karting circus moves to Kimbolton for the latest round of the Vera Tours British Karting Championship and Purple Sector's media training run by Chris McCarthy, who started out as a kart racer, started commentating with me back in 2015 and has now gone on to a career where he is the Formula 1 commentator, or the FIA commentator for Formula 2, Formula 3. Him and Neil Cole, a motorsports veteran, and Jenny Gow, who is another esteemed motorsport journalist. They have set up Purple Sector's media training. It's bespoke media training specifically for go-kart racers. It's going to be at Kimbolton on August the 9th. So please, if you're going to be there, and even if you're a driver in the British Kart Championship, but your class isn't racing at Kimbolton, you can still come along. You do have to be a member of the British Kart Championship driver roster to come, but please, go there, Kimbolton. Sign up. You can see the QR code. There's going to be there's a press release on the British Kart Championship website to go and get the QR code to give yourself some valuable media training. I've been doing this job an awful long time. I'm an idiot round the paddock. You'll see it in the paddock show very shortly. Why do I do that? Well, number one, I'm an idiot. But number two is there is a reason for it. Youngsters need confidence when you come to speak to the media. If they notice, it's only Henry, it's only Xander, it's only Andrew pissing about or messing about, apologise for nasty word there, messing about with the microphone, they stop worrying about the microphone and they themselves. It gives them a chance to express themselves as they go through their career, because as they get themselves a brand, it's really important that you can sell yourself as a young driver. There we go. Thank you very much for joining us. Please keep voting in the poll. Danny Curl versus Callum Bradshaw for a place in tomorrow's final for the Ultimate Kartmasters champion. But now, here's the Paddock Show. Friday night, not quite under the lights yet, but it's been one day of action here at the 2025 Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. I think I got that one.
You got it.
Right. Gentlemen, it's been a really good day, hasn't it?
It has. I mean, some of the best racing you'll ever see in British karting always happens here. It's the British Kartmasters. And I mean, Henry, you've been talking us through it over the course of the weekend. You're asking me what I thought of it. What do you think of it?
I mean, I think it's been a good day. The racing has been, it's not been too chaotic. There's been some really good racing. Andrew Xander, you seem to be in the box for some of the most intense racing day. What was your perspective of it? And also, what was your perspective of it compared to some of what we see at the big events in the US?
I'll let our guests go first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty similar to what you'll see at any given one-off event, right? But at the same point, you notice from some of especially the very experienced drivers in any of the senior classes or some of the elder juniors, remembering that these heats are an aggregate to get the pre-final grid, right? It's a long 4-race mini championship. So we saw even that a little bit at the end of the senior Rotax final heat race of the day when Callum Bradshaw just kind of waited a bit, wasn't in a hurry ready to try and pull the trigger on Macaulay Bishop. We're going to see, I think, the aggression obviously go up as the weekend goes on. People maybe get a little more desperate towards that 4th heat or the pre-final. But even still, I mean, barn burner races, like you said, I think, got the luckiest bit of it all. But there were still some big moments, even in some of the races I was out of the booth for, like that last Water Swift race, Andrew. My goodness.
Yeah, Miami Water Swift, I think, delivered again today, as they've done for a lot of the races that myself and Henry have called across the course of the 2025 so far. I think for me, though, the highlight had to be actually all the way back to time of qualifying and those mixed condition settings that really shook some of the grids up, particularly Junior Rotax. We've seen some new names coming through. We've seen some of the established names. They've been having to fight their way back through. Of course, when we do everything again tomorrow, we don't know what the weather's going to do tomorrow. It's PF at the end of the day, but
it was Britain
the
at the end of the day.
Really worked well.
As Xander is learning now. Producer James, hello James, how are you? He's standing up there. We've got the families, we've got the drivers behind us. Now, James is going to get himself down from there as we show. So we're all watching the highlights, the Alpha Live highlights of the day. We have got possibly the most significant day in the history of...
This is way bigger. Yeah, forget about all the racing, right? What we are about to show you, another level.
Okay. It's time for Tired Out. We've got teams. I've seen my Paddock Show Pooch nemesis as well. Right, Henry Gregory Motorsport, Strawberry Racing, come forward. The pressure is on. Here we go. We've got. They're busy watching the highlights.
Might have to go get him.
No. Soren Gallagher and Dax Farah, ladies and gentlemen. Henry Gregory and Harry Chapman. Now, we've been playing in the 23.5-hour history of this sport. Never has there been more at stake than there is now. You can feel the tension with, I can feel it running in the back of my neck. Dax Farah, Soren Gallagher, Henry Gregory and Harry Chapman. I mean, I'm going to go and prepare. Guys, I think, try and talk us through this. This is a titanic battle, probably the biggest battle in the history of the sport.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you want from a paddock show? It's always going to be very, very interesting, especially when we've got game shows involved. What do you expect from another paddock show? But we're going to go into some hot takes from the weekend. I'm actually going to bring in Andrew for my hot takes, and you're going to join me, and we're going to go through some of the names that have impressed us and some of the drivers we maybe thought could have done a little bit better today. I'm going to go straight in. You mentioned time qualifying earlier. We're going to go to the juniors. Blake Southern, the number 100, and I can say that was a 110% effort performance from him.
I mean, it'll be one of the abiding memories, I think, of Kartmasters this year was Blake at the end of the qualifying session, rolling past the big screen at the end of the Fullerton Etters and doing the old double take of, hang on a minute, is that my name up at the top of the leaderboard? A driver with not quite the experience of, say, like someone like an Albie Friend or other drivers that he's raced with today and been very competitive against. Didn't even know, I need to go to scrutineering after this because I'm right at the top of the timesheets. I think what it showed was, again, the competitive nature of the sport, the competitive nature of the format, but also some of the work, particularly on the Rotax side of things, that British karting has been doing for a good few years now. I know I say this with Claude 100 on my chest, but a driver like Blake has been coming up through the levels and showing that with those ladders, with those opportunities to come up through. I hope Blake doesn't mind me saying this. Blake wasn't one of the top drivers in his category last year. There were another 8 drivers ahead of him, so it just shows again the depth of talent we have in our sport.
Yeah, Blake Southern, I mean, brilliant performance. We're on to the hot takes, Henry. We're getting straight into the heat of it, and Blake Southern, first name that comes up.
Exactly. Speaking of hot takes, Blake Southern, Zach Turner as well.
Yeah.
But Callum Bradshaw, fantastic. But the moment you've all been waiting for, we've all been waiting for, the sporting world has been waiting for, the contenders are ready.
We are ready, and we are ready, Henry.
I'm going to go over and give the command to pick up tyres. Let's go.
Let's go over. Drivers are getting ready. It's hopefully not going to be as hectic tomorrow, or I'm sure it will be as hectic as yesterday. So we'll have to see what happens here. We got a strategy already. Are we allowed to press down the tyres here? I don't know if we're allowed to compress the tyres. Oh, he's bending the rules a little bit here.
Well, like a true team boss, what's happening here? Greg's on legs.
Well, the rules were stated, but you have to hold them from the bottom only. So nothing was said about squishing the tyres. So just got to go in the grey areas, you know what I mean?
It is a part of motorsport. We were talking about it earlier. Let's have a chat. Strawberry, right?
I'm going to say we might have a protest going in first.
Protesting it has to be a fully inflated tyre.
Already controversy. Stakes have never been higher.
Right, you've got a grown man there, but his kids can't even push him down, so he's cheating. A bit like his karting, he's always cheating. You see, you know.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is going to be a provisional result.
Who's the race director?
Well, I mean, it's definitely going to be a provisional. The race director is over there.
Race director, come here.
Right.
Come here,
we've got controversial already, ladies and gentlemen. Dan, this is.
You're the clerk. So, is it? You look, I call you that. But you've got fully inflated tyres, you've got to run with tyres. Yeah. Henry Gregory cheating, squashing them in. I've got to be fully inflated, or can you squash them?
It's fully inflated for me.
See?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Penalty straight.
Breaking news. You know, fully inflated tyres, drama. Harry Chapman, how do you think this affects your chances?
A lot.
A lot.
You won't beat me in office,
Okay, right then. We know the rules are simple, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Kai Bachini from Formula One Kids to, and Andrew, take it from here.
Right, okay. So, I mean, this is probably going to be the best race of the weekend, Kai. We've got two very, very strong competitors here. Who do you think is going to take the win?
Oh, I think it's going to be. It's definitely going to be a tricky one indeed. I'll tell you what, Henry's going to be our race lights here. We're going to wait for the hand to go down. Henry Beaudette, he's a commentator turned start signal, and we are off and racing. And just look at the pace there from Henry Gregory. I mean, Andrew, I don't know if it's going to be much of a competition here.
Well, this is where it's going to get interesting. We pass over to Harry Chapman now. Now, if he drops one of those tyres and one of them's gone down, he's got to come back all the way to the start, go over this run again. This allows the Strawberry boys to get back into the game. It's going to be a close race. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong.
Oh, heartbreak in the final stretches.
You've got to give it to Soren and Dax. They gave it a really good go.
Post-race drama.
Oh,
post-race
what's happened here?
What's happened here?
Wait, what are we saying?
Exclusive.
Still a bit squashed down there, aren't they?
Oh,
I think we need to run it back. I think we need to run it back.
I mean,
do we?
It's not changed.
Do we do 5-second penalty, or do we run it back?
I think a 5 second. Race director come in.
Oh yeah. What's the penalty for this one?
It's got to be 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Also,
it's 5 seconds for the tyres.
We did beat them by 5 seconds.
I'll tell you what.
Also, dropped him as well. That's another problem. We dropped him off again.
You know, a draw. Strawberry Racing versus Henry Gregory Motorsport. A score draw. Yes. I think at the end of it, the drama is unbeatable. Let's lighten the mood, shall we? I mean, I don't know how we can go from the drama and the dedication of tyre carrying to Bertie Blenkinsop. Should we go and meet our first paddock show pooch? I think we should. Come and let's have a go. We'll speak to all these young drivers in a minute. First of all, Mark, don't go away. Here is my new best mate. This is Bertie Blenkinsop. It's okay, Bertie. You had a nice day, haven't you? Do you want to say hello? There. This is Charlie Blenkinsop's pooch. Oh, we're a bit scared, Bertie. It's okay. It's okay. We're thinking about having a woof. We're thinking about having a woof. We're not sure about this. We'll go and find Xander in a minute. Let's speak to a couple of drivers. Right, we're going to quickly run through this. Name, class, in one sentence, how your day went.
Not a driver.
Excellent. Name. That went well. Sorry. Supporting.
MLC.
MLC. How did MLC's day go?
All right.
All right, there we go. That's one sentence. Rocco Shenton, Junior X30. How'd your day go?
Pretty terrible.
With the penalty, I mean, the pace is there, but the penalties not going your way.
Yeah, I don't think Dan Ashton likes me to win this weekend.
Hot take there. Okay, here we go. Aaron Richardson. The tyre carrying is going on behind us. Practicing for officially next year's World Championship is being held at Radiator Springs. Oh, eight high. Teamwork makes the dream work. Here we go.
Now this is an interesting performance.
Yeah. Look at this. I mean, I wish they worked together that well on the track, and then we wouldn't have as many crashes. We'll move on there. How was your day?
Well, it was all right, but could be better tomorrow.
Could be better tomorrow.
Could be better tomorrow.
What's life like with Bertie? We're still not sure, are we, Bertie? We're still not sure. Right. In the history of paddock show pooches, there's only one, my nemesis. 3 years ago, at this event, Anthony Jordan and myself were nearly savaged by the most fearsome beast you have ever seen. Darcy Sausage. And she's back. There she is. Look how she speaks. Look at that. She was speaking to Wayne McAndrew Uren, and she was happy. She sees me and goes crazy. But, ladies and gentlemen, I have a secret weapon. It's a stick with a piece of chicken on it. Let's tame the beast. Darcy Sausage is still barking. Uh-oh. There. Hello. Ooh. Ah. She sees the chicken. She contemplates the chicken. Does she want to eat the chicken, or is she going to eat my finger? Let's have a little look, shall we? We'll look again. Oh, Darcy, the queen of paddock show pooches. Oh. Are we going to be nice? Oh.
Well, it kind of worked.
Darcy is not the queen of paddock show pooches for no reason, is she?
She has a lot to say for herself, yes.
There we go. Okay. Harry Friel, good to see you back. Yeah. How's his day been?
Okay. Qualifying wasn't great. We had varied tyre pressures within all of the tyres, from I think 36 to like 10, so that wasn't great. But Heat 2 was much better.
Excellent.
That's all I'm going to say to it. So it's all again tomorrow, so let's see.
Henry versus Darcy Sausage, round 3. She's not barking at me. There's a quiz going on here for a lot of the paddocks. Now, it's International Yorkshire Day today. Xander Clements. I'm going to bring Mark Baines back in. He's on his phone. This is the only time that we've ever had a microphone in Mark Baines' hands without the risk of swearing. Now, Yorkshire, north of England, proud area of the country. Probably the biggest county in England.
It is, and the best.
And the best. So, they have their own vernacular, which you're about to discover. Carry on.
Some Yorkshire.
Proper Yorkshire. So you try and respond in kind, and we'll see where this goes.
It's all right. It's a couple. If you say hello.
Hello.
It's hey up.
Help.
Hey up.
Hey up.
Hey up. You can say hey up, cocker.
Hey up, cocker.
Hey up. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, he's from Doncaster, really, isn't he? He's not really from America. Yeah, you can say hey up. All right.
All right.
He's not from America. He's from Doncaster.
Okay.
See, perfect. So that's perfect Yorkshire. That you're fluent.
Yeah.
So hey up, all right, and we shorten words.
Ah, okay.
Like you said good night. Good
night.
neat. Good neat.
Good neat.
Good neat.
Good neat.
Yeah, see?
That one doesn't feel too much shorter. That one's just different. Just good neat instead of good night.
It's just easier. It's just easier.
Okay.
So that's good.
Fair enough.
Is Yorkshire's good? What else have we got?
I'll take that one.
On clock, 3 minutes on clock.
3, yeah, it's all right, you might say. So you're commentating.
Yep.
And you give us 3 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
You say 3 minutes on clock.
3 minutes
Don't
on
bother
clock.
with the.
Yeah.
There's no, it's more words. It takes longer.
No, that works. That
See?
works. So there's plenty of times that I'll get into commentary and I'll have a second thought and it'll come in quicker than I can finish the first one and I'll be a word short. So you know what? I like that. I like that. 3 minutes on clock.
Sometimes you'll go, number 28's going in on number 24. He's going in, not going, going. Going, we're going in.
Going in.
Yeah, just send it, go in.
Yeah. All right, I like that. Time efficient. Yeah, saves you time.
Makes your job easier.
Easy.
Get more words in.
Yeah. No, I like it.
That's when he's not talking,
I'm good with
obviously.
it. Well, yeah, that part's tough.
Roxanne Lantinga, hello.
Hello.
Okay, first of all, this is the Paddock Show, so say hello to Alpha Live's people. How you were here at the British Championship rounds?
Yeah.
And now here at Kartmasters. Is all the time you've come here so far been to prepare for this event?
Yeah. I also did the club race, and yeah, the boat races were for the Kartmasters.
Okay, compare. You had the club race, then you have a round of the British Championship, then you got Kartmasters.
Yeah.
Has it been the learning curve like that?
No. It's like this, and then it's like that.
Is that just how intense it is?
Yeah.
Would you recommend this to drivers just as a one-off to get the experience of what it's like to race so aggressive? How aggressive? Would you recommend this to other drivers in the Netherlands to come and do what you've done?
Yeah, it's a bit too aggressive in my opinion, but yeah, it's quite fun and you learn a lot of things like around the outside and stuff like that. Shut up.
Mr. Stilp, everybody?
Yeah.
Mother is the best.
Well,
yeah.
So you love your mum?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Now, your brother is racing as well, yes?
Yeah, I had a heat with him, the first heat. I overtook him. So, yeah, that was.
Here, hold on. Your brother's watching over here, but he's standing off to the side. Why don't you take Henry? Let's go over. Go rope him. He's scared. He made you do this.
But while he's over there, being a wimp off camera, you can tell us how much quicker you are than him, and then we'll go and find him. So really, slate him now. This is your chance.
Yeah, to be fair, in the dry, I'm always faster. No, not always, but yeah, in the wet, he's the most of the time faster because, yeah, he's really good in the rain. But yeah, in the dry, yeah, it's the opposite.
Okay, well, there we go. Roxanne's way faster. Yeah. Let's go and have a chat with Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
Let's get his take. Kevin, would you do this again?
All right.
Yeah.
Roxanne's already let us know that she is just miles faster than you in the drive. Miles faster. Any response?
Well, not really. She's to be honest, I'm just lacking a bit of pace in the drive. I'm just not, it's not really my time. Yeah, I don't know.
So hang on, I'm detecting there's a definite Dutch accent there and less there. Explain.
Yeah, you think I'm Kevin, but I'm not actually Kevin.
Okay.
Kevin's over there getting food. I'm just a mechanic.
Let us try.
It's not gone well, has it? But you're there. Look at this lady. She's there pointing at him, going, "I'm so much better than him in the dry." Yes.
Yeah.
Tragic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we can get Kevin. No, Kevin was there.
Where did he go?
He walked away.
Oh, well,
That was.
Oh, tragic. Yeah. No, please. No, we need to redo that again.
We'll run that back. It's not been a good night. Attacked by a bear, barked at by an ankle biter, gotten my driver's names wrong. Yeah, there we go. So there we go. I tell you what, we'll catch up with the Dutch tomorrow. Good luck. Let's go and speak to some other drivers, some privateers.
There we go. That at least gives them time to watch and then craft a response, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
I tell you what, one final zinger to your brother somewhere, whatever he looks like, and then we'll speak to him tomorrow. Go on then.
Yeah.
So, does he cry like a baby when you beat him?
Yeah, almost.
Almost. Okay.
Yeah.
That'll teach you, Kevin. Not that, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Imposter
let's
or not,
move
you got
on.
to Kevin in like 3 laps today. So that was mega.
Thank you. Okay, Andrew Mather. I'm gonna go and have a long, hard word with myself for getting drivers' names wrong. You take away.
To be fair, I'll take a good bit of credit. I totally led him astray. Now, I mean, I'm first time here, so I'm probably not going to know what most people look like with the helmets off. But regardless, I will give Henry.
It happens to us all.
I will take some blame for that one. Now, that said, with Henry out the way, let's see if we can get our paddock show back on the rails here on this run here, James. So, yeah, working our way back to the privateer paddock. First of all, just the layout of it all. One of my favorite parts of getting to get the reins and feel for this place is how nestled it feels in the countryside, right? Where we're walking to, going backwards. Again, for all of the Alpha Live viewers that have seen so many races that Alpha has been able to cover here at PFI, I'm sure this probably maybe feels a bit repetitive. But even just going through this, right? The tree line separates the paddock a little bit, but at the same time, it just kind of feels like we're a part of the landscape here at this racetrack.
And the history, particularly on this weekend of all weekends as well. For we think back when we've been doing the polls today for the round of 16 for who is the greatest Kartmasters champion for the whole of the last 30 years. If you're one of those Micromax drivers in particular, one of those new 21 out of 26 Micromax drivers who've never done a Kartmasters before, and you've been out on that track today, yeah, you might have done it a few weeks ago in an O-plate meeting, a clubby or a national championships. But when it's Kartmasters weekend and you suddenly realise this is real. This is I'm now part of the same history that all those great names within karting have been throughout all the years. And as you say, many of them have moved on to faster forms of motorsport, right up the way to Formula One. It's a properly special place. It's a properly special time.
Yeah, it's a hallowed ground, and let's keep on walking, right? And
yes.
Andrew, I'm going to lean on you a little bit as we kind of navigate through the rest of the private.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can watch the rest of that paddock show coming up shortly. That'll be on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. The last round of heat races for everybody coming up now. This is where it's going to make you or break you. Where do you start the pre-final from? Do you even make the pre-final? But before we get underway with the racing, this weekend we're using this platform we have here on Alpha Live and Kartmasters to tell lots of stories and raise awareness for various different causes. We saw earlier the papyrus prevention of teenage suicide. I'm wearing a St. David's Hospice t-shirt here. Cancer affects so many of us, my own family included, and many of you watching back home. Spencer Allen, his mother passed away in May 2023 at St. David's Hospice, and that St. David's Hospice, they helped Spencer and his mum and his father afterwards. So please, there's a link that's going to be going up in the live chat for that as well. Please have a look at it. They're so important. Right then, racing. Gus Lawrence and Fred Green, row 1. Callum Bradshaw, Freddie Lloyd, row 2. CJ Bennett and Sam Lewis, our camera cart, row number 3. Joey Brown and Macaulay Bishop, row 4. Kevin Lantinga, whatever you look like, and Harry Cottrell, row 5. Hayden Eldridge and Sam Branston, row 6. Joao Castro and Jensen Pugh, Roxanne Lantinga and Caden McQueen, Monty Brathwaite and Thomas Gray are next. Leo Robinson, Sam Houghton, Ty McKeer, Rylan Ashburn, Jack Mowat, James Harris, and they still keep coming. Tiger Dixon, Theo Lestrange, Alfie Gallagher, Dylan Patel, Luca Mann and Katrina E, followed by Aaron Lask, Jensen Buckingham and George Mayle. As Xander Clements joins me back in the commentary box. It was getting a little bit, the ante was being raised before the lunch break. Is it going to continue here? It's a false start. Middle of the pack, not really in the best of formations. We don't have the intermediate classification because, of course, for some of these drivers, it's their second heat of the day. For some, it's just their first heat. So the driver, so that means the first time in X30 we're seeing Callum Bradshaw, Gus Lawrence, CJ Bennett, Joey Brown, the Latingas, etc. For Fred Green, Freddie Lloyd, Sam Lewis, Macaulay Bishop, that side of the grid, they do have one more heat cycle through their tyres. You know, that could be significant. How significant? Maybe not a huge amount, but, you know, there will be a difference in tyre wear, which small gains. I have to say, spectator numbers here are superb. I've just met, and I'm very happy to met, the Rutland chapter of the Harley-Davidson Owners Club, who are in the grandstand. They've had a Saturday afternoon ride. They thought, let's come and watch some karting. So I really hope that the Rutland chapter of the Harley-Davidson Owners Club are enjoying the show here at the circuit. Hope you're all enjoying it back home. The final, or the first knockout phase of the Ultimate Kartmasters Champion between Callum Bradshaw and Danny Curl is about to close. We'll close that shortly, but we're about to go racing once more. Can Gus Lawrence get his second GP plate title? We'll find out.
He's on the power now as we ride shotgun and get ready to go. Lights out. And a great start for Gus Lawrence and Callum Bradshaw. Slotting down into third will be Fred Green in the O plate. It looks like the fields at least all made it under the bridge. Let's see if they can make it over it and down the run to turn number 5 as they scatter amongst themselves. Bradshaw a little bit out of shape through 3 and 4. He'll have to protect down the hill. Lawrence looks okay. Fred Green says to keep going forward, but now he's going to pay the price as Freddie Lloyd looks up the inside. And riding on board there, a little bit overdone on the move. A great
Sam
set.
Lewis, yeah, Sam Lewis was in the middle of a 3-wide situation there. He had one driver on the outside, possibly CJ Bennett. It's CJ's 17th birthday today. Sing happy birthday to CJ. Oh, well, we'll see about that. I haven't had a sing-song today. That might happen very soon. Good start, good clean start from everybody so far. The first laps have been quite good, I have to say. We haven't had any major issues. On board with Sam Lewis, chasing down the number 3-3-2 of another of Kevin Latinga. But Lawrence, Bradshaw, Lloyd. You buy a ticket to watch that, wouldn't you? CJ Bennett up into 4th position, followed by Fred Green, Joey Brown, Bishop, Kevin Lantinga, Lewis R. Camera Kart and Harry Cottrell in the S8 Racing TV kart, rounding out your top 10. McQueen already up to 11th from 16th on the grid.
Oh, big attempted ascend there by the 311 of Joey Brown. It did not pay off. Fred Green, though, is still going to hurt a little bit from it, and getting around both of them is Macaulay Bishop, and the number 68 cracks the top 5 here in this heat race. And now more Kevin Lantinga down the inside. Here we go. Riding on board, Sam Lewis will pick up another one, and the 124 moves to 8th after falling back a little bit on the start. Now trying to get back to that original spot of P6.
Out of the final corner.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a big impact there. The rear of that kart has been destroyed. Dylan Patel for Fusion Motorsport is off. That is at Bobby Game corner. Yellow flags waving. Doesn't affect the drivers at this part of the circuit. CJ Bennett talked about Mark Dave Litchfield Racing, MDL Motorsport, new workshop. Engine dyno room is being used overtime as Mark tries to eke as much waft out of his motors as he can. There's another disappointment. That's Jack Moe at the privateer out of the race. Oh, they're dropping like flies. George Mayle at the back of the field also out of the race. And yeah, Jack Mowat getting some support online, but sadly it hasn't worked for him. He will have, I think he's got one more heat race to go. On board with Sam Lewis, still chasing Kevin Lantinga. Behind Sam at the moment, it will be coming into the picture will be Joey Brown. He'll be the next person to attack Sam. Well, if Sam can get past Kevin, over the bridge they go. The Evolve Motorsports number 124. Chasing
Keep
that
an
clock.
eye on second right here. Freddie Lloyd, last time by, fast time, closing in on Callum Bradshaw, but he's not got the bottom end out of the corner here. One driver that does, as we saw there, was Caden McQueen with a good pull alongside. Nothing he could do with it into 6 being on the outside, but Freddie Lloyd fast, and I think probably attempting to experiment a bit with the gear range right now. This track is obviously going to continue to heat up here as we get deeper into the afternoon. But more than anything, this is the last real test run for half of these drivers as they'll be parked until the pre-finals tomorrow morning. For Gus Lawrence and Kellen Bradshaw, this is the first time they've hit the racetrack since this morning, as we've got more problems here. The number 60 around.
Jensen Pugh for Jack Dex Racing going slowly. You can see that everyone is trying to push the envelope. They're trying to maximize everything that they've got in their overall kart tyre motor package just to get into that top 30 overall. Gus Lawrence extended his advantage ever so slightly early on. Now Bradshaw and Lloyd are coming back at him. If I was CJ Bennett, then I would be just following, trying to track the racing lines of the three leaders as they go through the Fullerton S's, because of course these three, they will start to pull away if they stay single file. Bennett can sort of tag along like, you know, the unwanted guest at the house party almost, but it'll help pull Bennett away from everybody else, including this gaggle: Bishop, Green, Lantinga, Brown, Lewis and Hayden Eldridge.
Another fast time for Freddie Lloyd. He continues to put the heat on Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw didn't seem to be in a hurry to get up to Gus Lawrence early on, but with the heat from behind, he's going to have to push. And I think in Lawrence's case as well, Gus has been trying to back the corners up, try not to roast the front tires all too much, and he's gotten some great exits because of it down the hill, and that's kept him out of range in the run to 5. But soon enough here, if Freddie Lloyd's pace continues, he will have company. As we check back in, Sam Lewis in the middle of a mad scrap now as the 124 is under heavy pressure and contact behind. Also, that's a 10 of Hayden Eldridge, of course. Harry Cottrell's right around them, and Caden McQueen all right in that mix as well. He's in that all-white suit for crop promotion just behind.
Yeah, McQueen was very fast at the start, and then progress has stalled out. He's got a trio of karts in front of him. Can he pick them off? But again, McQueen, he had such a good result in heat number 1 from 16th on the grid. He obviously wants a good result here, but maybe he's not being quite as aggressive because he's got that one good result. He salvaged that one good finish in the bag already. So don't undo all the good work that he did in the morning by getting involved. Kai Bachini is down in the pits. What have you got for us, Kai?
We just have 2 retirements down here in the Parc Ferme area. George Mayel has pulled into the pit lane with what looked like a broken NASA panel. It was basically hanging off the front of the car. And Jensen Pugh, number 60, has also pulled into the pit lane with a snapped throttle cable. So neither of them will continue on in this race.
Thank you, Kai. A broken NASA panel is normally the result of something. NASA panel doesn't break without any assistance, generally. So I don't know what happened there, but the end result is that he is out of the race. Harry Cottrell now making a move. Lewis checks over his shoulder. He has got Joey Brown right behind him. Macaulay Bishop sets a new fastest lap. He's closing in on CJ Bennett for 4th position. The leaders, 3 drivers separated by 0.4 of a second. 3 minutes to go.
Freddie Lloyd's waited, stalked, and finally got a good exit out of turn 4, enough to be able to pull the pin on Callum Bradshaw. So now he takes over 2nd. Bradshaw back to 3rd, and back here for 4th. Macaulay Bishop has been fastest on the racetrack every lap to this point. He's now taken that spot from CJ Bennett, and the Dan Holland racing driver continues to march forward. He had a hefty wake-up call this morning, had the keyway off the brake disc, and first time down the hill, turn 4, no brakes, had to back the kart into the soft wall. He obviously was able to recover from that with a good quality effort, but it wasn't nearly as good as what we've seen in his pace in Senior Max. Here in Senior X30, though, this heat race has been all about him going purple and charging up the board as we look back up to 2nd and 3rd here. Freddie Lloyd now with Bradshaw behind and a gap to Gus Lawrence. Can he eat that gap down? I think this race right now, up until this point, and I could be wrong if Lloyd tracks him down, has been a masterclass by the number 1 plate of Gus Lawrence of managing the gap. He got out to about a second, started to back his pace down a little bit, but he has kept the bubble at 2 to 3/10, at 2 to 3 car lengths or more, so he cannot be pressured, cannot be attacked, and he is managing those tires because he knows there's still 1 more heat to go.
Yeah, Gus Lawrence, he's not just driving as fast as he possibly can, he's driving as fast as he possibly can whilst monitoring tyre
fast as
wear.
he needs to,
as
really.
fast as he needs to go. You only need to win by a millimetre. No point winning a heat race by half a mile because you've used too much of your equipment up. Lloyd, Bradshaw chasing hard. Bradshaw dropping back a little bit. Maybe he's thinking, right, okay, the win's not going to happen, so I'm going to save my equipment. Lloyd has had did he have a penalty this morning? I think he did. So he's got a little bit more to fight for. There is Lewis and Brown. Are we going to see a move coming off the bridge from Joey Brown on our camera cart? The answer is no, not this time. Will we see a cart appear at the right-hand side? Not quite. Although Lewis, you saw he left half a cart's width just in case Joey Brown wanted to try something spectacular.
Well, you look at the 124 and the onboard shows you quite a bit of the story there, that Sam Lewis seems like he's got a bit of a slower front end than maybe what he'd like to, and then when the kart finally did lift the tire up and slam it back down, he had a tick of counter steer in the middle of the hairpin, so where he'd want that quicker reaction to go in and not have to put as much wheel into it, he's having to wait a bit longer, be able to finish the rotation and get the power down. But like you said, Freddie Lloyd, off of this morning's result, knows he needs to maximize this heat race. He's given it everything he's got. He's been tucking down the front straightaway, trying to get out of the air, and now he's as close as he's been all session to Gus Lawrence. But again, another phenomenal exit down the hill by Gus, and the one plate is out of reach here at turn 5.
You don't have to be faster than everybody else all the way around this 1,382 metre circuit. You need to be faster than your nearest rival at certain points to stop you being susceptible for a move at other points of the circuit. However, Lloyd is having a really good middle part of this lap, and he's going to be there in the slipstream. He's going to be drafting with Lawrence when they come out of the final corner. The question is, does Lloyd pull the pin at the end of this long run up to the bowl? Because Bradshaw is lurking as well.
Gus Lawrence took a look over his shoulder to know where he needed to position the go-kart up the bowl here. He had plenty of a gap there. And look at again, this is where he's been so strong. He went a tick wider into 3, was able to stay and late apex that, get the run down out of 4. And again, he pulls another half car length back over Freddie Lloyd. Lloyd will close in the draft, send it deep on the brakes to get everything he can out of it. But again, too far back for a move in 6 as well. Only really one passing zone remains, and Gus Lawrence seems like he's been able to cover it to this point. This section right here, the S's, has been where he's been a little bit better than Gus, and he really took a lot of curb that time.
Now, I mean, Freddie Lloyd, he's going to have a little look, but he's not going to try anything too concerted. Number one, he doesn't want to, let Gus Lawrence know that when it comes down to the last lap, he is strong at this particular part of the circuit. Gus Lawrence managing things perfectly. The triple British champion crosses the line, takes another win. We follow our camera cart across the line. Sam Lewis takes 8th position, but it's Lawrence, Lloyd, Bradshaw, Green, Bennett, Lantinga, Lewis, Brown and McQueen, the top 10. Considering that we had a raft of penalties in that one.
Kevin Lantinga's got one. He was 7th. That'll be a 5-second ding for him. That'll drop him back to around 11th. It'll move McQueen's gain up 7. He should jump in right in front of Monty Brathwaite, but unfortunately for Monty, he's also got a 5-second penalty, I believe, looming for the number 19. So penalties for the two of them. Penalty as well for the 21 of Yao Castro on the IPK Racing UK machine. The Brazilian crossed the line 14th. It will drop further than that. But Gus Lawrence, Freddie Lloyd, Callum Bradshaw cleaning through. Macaulay Bishop fast all the way to the checkers. Just got there a little bit too late. He needed some fighting up front. He didn't get it. A very, very calm and collected race there. And again, a masterclass by Gus. And the number 1 plate remains atop the leaderboard as we check back down. A handful of retirements as we covered, and Kai informed us on, unfortunately, towards the latter half of this one. Ty Mejia, Tiger Dixon, Katrina E., Luca Mann, Aaron Lask, and then Jensen Buckingham, the last ones to cross. Harry Cottrell, Jensen Pugh, Dylan Patel, George Mayle, your 4 unable to get all 12 laps in.
Oh, here we go. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear CJ Bennett, happy birthday to you. There, that keeps his family happy. Yeah, marvellous. How's that? Kai Bachini is going to be there. You can see Kai Bachini waiting to pluck his latest interviewing victim out of their go-kart as we wait the next race up will be Junior Rotax and Junior Rotax, Junior X30. Kai Bachini, though, is ready down in the pits. Take it away, Kai.
And we're back from lunch break with more senior X30 action. This race was taken by Gus Lawrence, followed by Freddie Lloyd and Callum Bradshaw. Unfortunately for the number 42 back there, Harry Cottrell, he was in 12th position when he unfortunately had to retire because of his exhaust coming off the engine just one lap from the end of the race. But we're going to make our way over to this Parc Ferme area over here where we're going to try and catch a word with any of our top three that are still hanging around. I can see Gus Lawrence in the distance. We'll see if we can grab Gus for a chat if he's up for it. And it looks like he is. He'll make his way out. And after what was a pretty commanding race there, Gus didn't seem to have many troubles in that one, did you?
No, obviously a lead start to finish. It's just extremely difficult to lead the race because obviously behind me there's a lot of defending going on the grass and whatnot. And then when I'm first to hit that clean bit of track, it just slides terribly. So I made some terrible mistakes, missing corners, which I don't think should happen, really. Not that bad. And yeah, but I truly believe it's just because all the dirt on the track. I'll be going around quite a bit slower than qualifying, so it just shows the track's dropped away.
Obviously, track conditions are definitely something to take into consideration when you're going forwards in the day. Do you ever feel that the drivers battling behind you ever become a distraction as well?
No, I've just obviously zoned in and just doing what I'm doing. Obviously, you've got to take into consideration people are going to catch you up with the slipstream and whatnot, and obviously driving on that clear bit of track, so you just have to do the best job you can.
Well, Gus, thank you very much for your time, but the sound of Junior X30 is back out on the track, so up to the commentary box for that.
'25 Junior X30s, led by the O-Plate Riley Cranham and Oliver Meek. Nat Johnston and Mayan Patel on row 2, Finley Lines and Kai Clark on row 3.
Row 4 to the inside. Sukmani Kira had a phenomenal drive in both heats yesterday with a lot of speed. Today from the inside of row 4 alongside Archie Rogers, Tyler Harley Musk, Katie Donaldson on row 5. He rode with her in heat number 1. And then it's Jacob Marples and Henry Carter on row 6.
Row number 7, Oliver Vo and Aaron Mehta, Jose Halfan and Jacob Bashler, Isaac Sayer and Rashid Hilal.
Much further back today for Isaac Sayer and a few more. Here is Leo Aina and Freddie Wood roll from row number 10. Finley Allen, Charlie Blankensop, Max Endicott, Ethan Higgins on row number 12. And again, 25 starters capped off with Zach McDonald rolling from the tail end of the grid. But the O-Plate, Riley Cranham with a great quality effort today is rounding that final turn, Henry.
Yep, Riley Cranham leads them to the line. Lights are out, we're off and racing. We've got another onboard camera in this one with Katie Donaldson. Oh, and a big spin. Drivers off, that's the first one we've had at the first corner. Everybody up and out. Well, everyone apart from one driver has pulled away and has continued. The driver whose kart is nose first the barrier is frantically trying to pull their kart back onto the track. That is the best news about that. And we've got action up at the front, Xander.
What a move by Kai Clark on the 67 machine, able to go, 76, able to go around the outside at the last second to get fully clear by the end of the break zone. A massive send down at turn 5 to take 5th away. The top 4, though, because of the carnage off the start, have a huge gap already, and there's another one out. That's the 67, one of the Crop Promotions drivers up the hill.
Oliver Meek, who started on the outside of row number 1. He was the driver that got turned round going through the first corner. 23 drivers behind him. One of them was our camera kart. We'll see if we can get a replay of how Katie Donaldson managed to get through that, and it gives you an idea of just how quick things happen in karting. But we got a 4. Here we go. Into turn number 1. There's karts off. Where do you go? You've got a split second. She went to the inside. Henry Carter went even further. You've been in that situation, Xander, as a racer. I was in that situation as a racer. You've got a split second to make a decision, and Finley Lines has made a decision. He's made a decision to take the race lead.
Yeah, it's all come unglued here in this 4-pack up front. And again, Henry, a great point there as we see now Riley Cranham try to send it back around the inside and get the lead back his way with a follow-through by Nat Johnstone into 77. But yes, oh no. Problems here. Rogers Tyler off and around.
Archie Rogers Tyler was one of the other drivers that was involved in that incident, along with Finley Allen, I believe. Oliver Vaux was involved as well. Vaux, Jacob Bash at the back of the field, he's also now retired. But Allen, Meek and Rogers Tyler out of the race. There is the right chassis of Finley Allen also out of the race. Sukmani Kira in kart number 44. The young lady has moved into 3rd position. Now, this is her first season out of Water Swift into junior. Here's Katie Donaldson now trailing Zach McDonald. Zach McDonald, who started last in the privateer Cosmic. He's been run by Mark Rose, a veteran of 30-odd years in this sport. He's one of the F1 Kids commentators, is Zach McDonald. You're all right, Xander, but I'm worried about my job security even at this level going on.
Yeah, he gave a great interview with Kai at the end of the day yesterday. What a great performance he's put on here in the first stage of this heat race here to follow that up as Max Endicott now takes over fast time. And Kai Clark from 5th now to 4th. I mentioned at the end of the first lap there was a huge gap for the 4 up front. Backwards, Kai Clark has already tracked them down from the battling and picked off the first of the 4. And he might get another one here as we have another change in the lead. How about Nat Stoppin to the inside? Nat Johnstone to the lead.
The Nat Johnson fan club go crazy. Now, I believe there's another replay coming up. What is this going to show us? So, coming on the bridge. Oh my word. That was, I think, the 6th. Is it the 6th? What was, I couldn't even grab the number. It went across the front of I think it was a Jamie Green.
That was Jacob Bachler in the 69.
Yeah. And again, you know, if you think, if you go and talk to people, think, oh, you do go-karting, do you what, like at the fun fair? That is nothing like the fun fair. This is the very pinnacle of karting in the UK. Nat Stappen leading the Cranman. No, he's not. Cranham back to the inside. And here comes Sukmani Kira, Cranham's teammate. Sukmani trying to become the first young lady to win a heat race this weekend. Kai Clark now to the lead. Nat Stappen, 3 corners go, took the race lead. Now he is 5th.
Big heads-up move from Finley Lines. A heartbreaker yesterday for Finley and a great charge in the making from the 5th starting spot. Now back up to 4th and now closing in our 6th and 7th. How about Isaac Saya? 10 spots up and counting to P7. I mentioned again yesterday's front row starter having been buried in the field off qualifying. You can only get so much of a read because there's only so many laps of opportunity the drivers give themselves in the time qualifying sessions to get out and try to rank themselves nicely up the grid. So this is a fantastic performance for Isaac to back up yesterday as Kai Clark picks off another one. That's for 2nd and behind as well. It's all come undone for Nat Johnstone and crew. Patel along with Saya back and forth in the top 4 away again.
And then you've got Henry Carter, Harley Musk and Max Endicott from 23rd on the grid with the fastest lap of the race up to 10th. There's the 2-3-2 Jamie Green racing car of Isaac Saya, the Singapore-based driver, podium finisher in the British Championship earlier this year at Warden Law, the Jewel of the North. Behind him now is the Fusion Motorsport number 21 of Harley Musk. Musk, who's just moved in. Look how pint-sized Harley Musk is. He's only just moved into this class. He's tiny compared to some of the others, as the grandstand, which you can see is chock full. Goodness knows what it's going to be like tomorrow.
Oh, we've got to fight for the lead. I think this grandstand's going to love it. Kai Clark to the point now in the 76. He has slowly picked apart this entire lead group, and now he's at the front of it, but early enough where they can counterattack now as Sukmani Kira goes on defense mode to Finley Lines, and fair play. Finley went purple last time by. Now he wants 3rd. Sold her a dummy and takes over.
On the onboard camera, you're looking at Katie Donaldson now chasing the number 38 kart of Freddie Wood, another of the Jamie Green Racing karts. But at the front, coming into Bobby Game Corner, it is Clark from Cranham, then Lines and Sukmani Kira. We have got 3 minutes of this still to go. We're only just past halfway, and of course the Grand Prix themselves tomorrow, they're 15 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yeah, there has been so much action already. It's hard, like you said, Henry, to remind ourselves there's still a lot left to go. But we've got one of the fastest drivers on the circuit currently leading the way. This might begin to spread the field out if Riley Cranham wants to wait and follow. But he's all over Kai Clark. He checks back, sees the gap is opening, and I think indeed he'll wait to pull the trigger for the top spot. But Clark was a little wide there. And building off of Gus Lawrence's comments, that's been the big thing about the track progression throughout this weekend that more drivers are saying. It's less about the grip levels changing. It's more about more and more dirt, dust, debris, tire particles, and marbles, if you will, being pushed onto the line. The leader is the one that has to clear a path, and it is so hard to get back around a minute later to the same corner of last lap, and the braking marker that you use no longer is going to get you down to the apex, and you'll miss it by a little. And again, for a lot of the drivers, Henry, you've talked about how their mindset is amongst each other. Well, there's a simple motto, and that is if you miss an apex, the next turn, I'm going because I cannot wait behind you. So you're basically in a tryout. Well, or an opportunity to show out when you're in front of another and they have the chance to pass you. As we've got one up the hill.
Mayan Patel out of 5th position. New leader Riley Cranham. New leader Finley Lines. 3rd to 1st. That's going to go on the short list. There's 4 for the race lead. Cranham gets it back the up and under coming out of turn the second hairpin. No. Finley Lines takes the race lead. Finley is fired up today. Had a shocking day yesterday. He's the UK's representative in the FIA Karting Junior Academy this year. He wants to show his home audience, look, there's a reason why the Motorsport UK governing body chose me. This is the reason. Katie Donaldson still trying to work her way past Zach McDonald in that battle, but Lines, who again is also backed by the Argenti Young Driver Program, which is run, Argenti Motorsport, run by Mercedes Formula One team manager Ron Meadows.
Finley Lines now with the biggest gap, and it's going to get bigger. Big time send for Kai Clark. He and Riley Cranham are no longer in agreement. Riley thought that Kai should follow him, and he's going to feed him a wheel and a whole lot more than that as Clark bounces through the grass at the exit of turn 6. Both of them now will be vulnerable to Sukmani Kira. Let's see if she goes by her teammate. No, she'll push Cranham back forward. And with this time, the timer down to less than 20 seconds. Will we get another lap? It'll be close, but I think we'll barely just get to it. Finley Lines to the loop as another one is off.
Yeah, that's Jose Halford, the Panamanian driver, Mick Barrett Racing. And of course, Sukmani Kira had an accident yesterday, so she needs the points more than Riley Cranham. She's not going to risk a move on her teammate, or is she? Or she's going to wait till Cranham either maybe signals her past. She needs this 3rd place a lot. Nat Stappen closing back in on Kai Clark. Harley Musk having his best Junior X30 run that I've seen. In P6, Henry Carter, Isaac Sayer, Uncle Max Endicott, 24th to 7th for the BMR restart driver. And Zach McDonald cracks the top 10 from 25th on the grid.
Impressive drives forward here. Only one penalty so far that'll affect it, and it'll be a little bit further back. No! Riley Cranham has just been assessed a 5-second penalty for the contact with Kai Clark last lap in turn 6. So now Sukmani Kira no longer will need to go by her teammate. She'll inherit 2nd place, and at this point, pushing him along will help him as there is Helfin running off to the side. His kart off in the wayside at the inside of turn 5. Final lap underway.
And the 63 kart also getting a penalty. That's Henry Carter. Cranham has now seen that he's been given a penalty. Sukmani Kira has seen that the driver she is chasing is getting a penalty. So it's going to be P2 for Sukmani Kira. It's going to be P1 for the Maximum Motorsport backed driver, the Argenti Motorsport Young Driver Program partner, Finley Lines. We look at Cranham, we look at Sukmani Kira. Out of the second hairpin, up the short chute, Nat Johnston has passed Kai Clark, he's 4th, Clark 5th, Carter 6th, but Carter's got a penalty. That could put Max Endicott into the top 5. Certainly the top 6 from 24th on the grid. Andrew Mather watching things from the start line gantry. Oliver Vaux has got damage to his kart. Look at this scramble coming out of the final couple of corners. Zach McDonald goes to the inside of Max Endicott, of the 288 of Endicott. Donaldson's going to get the drag race. Donaldson grabs 9th on the line. You saw it from her kart. Great stuff. Oh, I mean, that shot of the day, I think. And we were talking about which cameraman could get the best shots of all the Alpha Live crew. It turns out the best shot of the day wasn't produced by a cameraman at all. It was produced by a driver, Katie Donaldson. Great images there. I think Riley Cranham, let's have a look. How far will he drop? He will drop to, well, actually, it won't be too bad. He will drop to 5th place. So Marty Kira 2nd, Nat Johnson 3rd, Kai Clark 4th. Riley Cranham will go 5th because Henry Carter also has a penalty. Harley Musk will be 6th. Then it is Isaac Sayer 7th. This is, I mean, Xander, this is typical for karting, for people watching that are new to this, that it ramps up. The aggression levels, the tension, the desperation ramps up. In our poll, Callum Bradshaw, the 2020 World Karting Champion, has eliminated 2017 World Karting Champion Danny Curl from the competition, the viewer-based competition to decide the Ultimate Kartmasters Champion. Our next poll is going up shortly. Alex Albon and Callum Bradshaw will be in tomorrow's voting final, where you, the viewers, vote for the Ultimate Kartmasters Champion in the 30-year history of this event. Phew.
Yeah, a lot to get through on that one. Finley Lyons, though, phenomenal in heat number 2 on the day for Junior X30. He's standing by with Kai down in the scales.
Brilliant race there from Finley Lyons to take a great win there. But Riley Cranham, who finished in 2nd position, the O-plate will unfortunately pick up a 5-second penalty, which means that Sukhmani Khera and Nat Johnson are promoted to 2nd and 3rd in the provisional standings at the end of that race. We're actually going to make our way over to what is the Parc Fermé area. There you can see Riley Cranham, the driver, who looks a little bit deflated, and you don't blame him after a 5-second penalty. That means that he fell down the order. There's Sukhmani Khera. If we do have a moment, we'll get Sukhmani Khera over for a quick chat, as Sukhmani obviously finished 3rd on track, but after a penalty for Cranham, you're promoted up to 2nd in the standings. How do you feel?
Really good. I think that's my best race this weekend. So after yesterday, I'm really happy with the result.
Yeah, it seemed like a very difficult one. A lot of battling going on. Finley Lyons made a great move to get himself into the lead of that race. Talk us through it from your perspective.
On the last lap, I knew Riley had a 5 seconds, so I thought I'd push him away to get me into 2nd. But overall, it was a good race. So.
And obviously, you've got the Alpine Academy on your chest. You've got the Alpine Academy backing you, actually, as a driver. How do they help support you as a racing driver?
All the behind-the-scenes work, you know, like all the fitness. Sometimes Jack comes to the track, like yesterday. He was helping me with everything, really, so thanks a lot to them.
Sukhmani, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on P2 as well. But that will round it out there for the Junior X30 session. For now, we're going to jump back up to the seniors, switch class as well. Senior Rotax are next out on track.
Thank you very much, Kai. Back with Senior Rotax then, the 5th heat of this Kartmasters 2025 weekend. This is when it starts to get interesting. Race number 30 here at PF International. Once again, 34 drivers prepare themselves for full force battle here in Lincolnshire for this Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. My name's Andrew Mather. I'll be alongside Henry Beaudette for this one. And it's the calm before the storm. There in the foreground, Kai Hunter. He's won this race before, of course. Will the title be his once again in 2025? We'll have to wait for Sunday for that. And, of course, get through these remaining heats. Charlie Smith of the United States starts on pole position for Strawberry Racing. Coles Racing's Hugh Moulton alongside on the front row. Row 2 is an all Hunter Motorsport affair with Ewan Charman and Kai Hunter. Lewis Gilbert and Callum Bradshaw go from row 3. Freddie Lloyd and Teresa Babic-Karova go from row 4. Henry Gregory and Jamie Perilli complete the top 10. Joshua Graham and Alfie Thompson start on row 6. On row 7, Jack Gillingham and James Lowther. Connor Tubby and Jack West, they start in the middle of the pack on row 8. Victor Hansen and Lewis Goff go from row 9. Mikey Walker, lots of support for Mikey Walker again here today. Starts on row 10 alongside Finley Jones. Charlie Webb and Miles Roby go from row 11. Jaden Teen and Jack Baker start on to row number 12. Brandon Truman and Albert Wilton have work to do from row 13. Jack Lilly could be a sight for overtakes through the field. Starts on row 14 alongside Oliver Liversidge. Lizzie Mentier as well struggled in qualifying. Starts on row 15 alongside Sam Kelbrick. And then completing the field, Ardish Mehta and Louis Judd on row 16. Harry Bloor and Ben Southgate complete a 34-strong field. Henry Beaudette rejoins me in the box, a very happy man. Are we ready to go? No, not quite.
Well, I'm very happy because I just bumped into 2012 Minimax Kartmasters Grand Prix champion Philip Rawson, who is still racing. He tried to get an entry for this, but couldn't because it was full. And he's racing in the Tillerton T4 series. He's won every round of the British Championship so far. He'll be going to represent Great Britain in that the Tillerton International Final at Valencia, I believe. Philip Rawson won a crazy Minimax final in the rain. When it started raining, I think they were all on slick tyres, and it was just chaos. It was absolute chaos. Yes, the next poll. We have two out of the 4 finalists to find the ultimate Kartmasters champion. Here is a good one. 9-time Kartmasters champion, the most successful Kartmasters champion of all, Ben Barnicoat, goes against one of the inaugural Kartmasters champions, Sir Lewis Hamilton. Barnicoat or Hamilton, get your votes coming in on the live chat for a place in tomorrow's 4-driver final to find the ultimate Kartmasters champion of the first 30 years of this event. In 30 years' time, in 30 years' time, I'll still be talking about some of these drivers as the ultimate Kartmasters champion. Let's go racing. We're off again, and it's Charlie Smith with the lead through the Bruno Ferrari S's. A couple of drivers going grass tracking in the middle. Oh, Lewis Gilbert getting turned. He saves it somehow. Gilbert saves it in front of the field. Great kart control from the Diamond of Dalroy. He's obviously been drinking his iron brew because he had the muscle there.
Hunter.
And Kai Hunter trying to go high, wide and handsome. Just about gets it. Back off the bridge, we've got an issue. There's a kart on its roof and a driver running away from it. We'll get a name check on that. I think we'll find out who that is. The kart is being overturned. The driver has run up the bank and now has a lie down. Already, it's Ben Southgate. Already there are 3 Trent Valley Kart Club marshals with him. I will say this, he's lying down now, but he ran up the banking. So family and friends watching back home, he ran up the bank. So again, now he's having a lay down, which is a very smart thing for drivers in that situation to do. Get out of danger and then have a lay down and just see which extremity is bothering you the most, if any. Glyn Griffiths, the red flag comes out, ladies and gentlemen. So the red flag is out.
So
let the drivers bring to a halt. Yeah, Andrew, you take us through the order. There will be a full restart because we weren't at 25% race distance. I think if you take us through the full running order as things stand, and then I think we'll take a quick commercial break because you've got some fantastic partners that make this event possible. We'll speak to them in a minute. But the drivers have stopped, and this is the order as things stand.
So the drivers have stopped because the incident is just coming off the bridge. That is the absolutely correct thing to do by Kai Hunter. So Kai Hunter, I mean, this order is kind of academic because we'll go back and reset, and from the history books perspective, this will be a race that never happened. But Kai Hunter, Hugh Moulton, Charlie Smith, Ewan Sharman and Callum Bradshaw, that was your top 5. I just want to try and have a look at who lost out a few positions in that one. Lewis Goff dropped 6 down to 24th. Victor Hansen down 10 to 27th. Jack Gillingham, I think, was also involved in the incidents in the early stages of that race, down 18 to 31st. So we're under red flag conditions here at PF International to give the teams, the medical team, the marshals as well, the time they need to deal with the situation safely and correctly. For those just joining us, it's Benjamin Southgate who's just receiving a bit of medical assistance at the moment after an incident, a roll on lap 1 of this heat. He was able to move himself through to driver's left-hand side and onto the bank, so hopefully he is okay. We'll take a short break here at PF International and be back with more racing in senior Rotax after this.
Welcome to Lincolnshire Competitions, a game of chance and a lot of fun. Not just in Lincolnshire, but for everyone. If you're looking for a competition site, then look no further. With a friendly community of 70,000 members, over £7 million in prizes have been won, and over £1 million in prizes given away. Instant wins are paid out within 24 hours, and our staff are always on hand to help. From cash and cars to laundry and food bundles, we have something for everyone.
Welcome back to live pictures here at Paul Fletcher International Trent Valley Kart Club. It's Kartmasters 2025. If you're just joining us, we're under the red flag conditions in the 5th heat of the weekend for senior Rotax to address an incident involving Benjamin Southgate, who had a roll just coming off of the bridge on lap 1 of this race. The race officials have directed the rest of the field to head back to pit lane. Round onto the dummy grid, I think, is where they will come here. You can just see them coming through the last couple of corners now. For those just tuning in as well, Benjamin Southgate was able to extricate himself from the cart. The cart was upside down, move over to driver's left-hand side, settle down on the banking, at which point, yes, the red flag was then thrown after a short, slow procedure, and the medics were able to get to Southgate in a very, very quick response. So the grid will also, if I've got my understanding of the regulations correct, be reformed in the order from the very start of the race because we had a red flag sufficiently early in the race. So the order of Kai Hunter, Hugh Moulton, Charlie Smith, Ewan Charman, Callum Bradshaw, for example, in the top 5, that will be reset back to the order of Charlie Smith, Hugh Moulton, Ewan Charman, Kai Hunter, etc., etc. I think now is a good time to pass down to our pit reporter, Kai Bachini. Kai, what do you have for us?
So we're actually now down trackside. Unfortunately, an incident on track does mean that there is a red flag out on the circuit. Now is a very crucial time for the drivers. This is a very important time for the drivers to make sure that they are still in the right frame of mind. It's all about keeping that mental state, as it is just a mental battle at this point for the drivers. There's nothing else they can do. It looks like, from the way they are going onto the grid and the way they are being directed, that it will be a full grid restart. So that means that it will basically be the same as it was the first time round. No drivers will be out of position. Any places gained will be revoked, and it will be just as if we are restarting the race as a whole. So drivers will be getting regridded right now. You'll see some drivers staying in the cars, some drivers getting out of the cars. That is just a personal preference for the drivers of whether they would rather get up, walk around, maybe stretch their legs a little bit and get themselves out of that racing mindset for just a moment in time. Others will like to stay in their car and stay focused and try and keep themselves in the right mindset, ready for racing once it gets underway once again. And it looks like, from the way things are going, we are pretty much re-gridded at all, as down the back end here we can see the 233 and Blore in the number 44 as well, just waiting for their direction to get onto the grid. The 233 there actually rolling back and forth a little bit, just making sure that the tyres aren't sticking to the track there. Obviously, the drivers there having to deal with what is a very warm, rubbery surface of the circuit, and their cars are sat here for quite a while. So you do have to take into account that tyre temperatures will be dropping as well as we speak. The wind is quite bitter at the moment, so as these cars are stationary on the grid for so long, the tyre temperatures will be falling by the second, and that will be an issue for the drivers once the race gets going once again. As we look, there will be one car actually coming towards us, looking like they will not be taking the restart. It looks like one of the paralleling carts as they make their way forwards. We'll have to double check what that number is. That looks like number 115. That may have been the car that was involved in the incident on the hill. Unfortunately, that is Ben Southgate that was involved in that red flag incident. So that car will be taken back to the pit lane, not in the best state that he would have been hoping for, and not the race he would have been hoping for either, but a great job from the marshals to get on top of the incident and make sure that the situation was neutralized as soon as possible. The driver also getting any medical attention if necessary. But now the drivers are all gridded, they'll have a little bit of a briefing with the grid marshal, and we should be underway with racing once again shortly. Back up to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kai. Good reporting down there on the scene. So the grid is reset. Any front fairings as well that may have been dislodged or out of position, as they say, they will be reset under the supervision of the race officials. And yeah, we will go for a brand new race.
Yes.
The first one in terms of the history books. Never was.
And for those of you that are new to karting, watching back home, or for those of you that are here, the front fairing is the nose cone, is the front bumper. And it's got a bracket behind it. The bracket is designed that if that nose cone, stroke front fairing, stroke front bumper, comes into contact with anything at a rate of knots, the clips at the end of the bracket push in. That's a time penalty. It's a 5-second penalty, but because that race never happened, drivers are allowed, or the mechanics are allowed, to push the bumper brackets back out. If a driver attempts to put their bumper bracket out without permission, that's an exclusion, not just from the race, but from the entire meeting. Now, there you can see standing up in the KR Sport uniform, that would be Adish Mehta, I believe, and Adish's mum is watching back home in the UAE.
The difference as well with the front fairings, with this being a full race restart, let's say if that had happened on lap 4, lap 5, lap 6, you know, under the jurisdiction of the clerk of the course and the other race officials, you could have seen the plus 5 second penalties applied at that point. It's almost like, right, you were 12th in line, right, let's find where 5 seconds back from there was, reset the bumper and go again. That will not happen at this stage. As I say, this is a full race restart from lap 0, formation lap, and then back into a rolling start.
And of course, you've got drivers there, like having a word with their mechanics. There is, behind the other side, Ed Matthews chatting to his driver. And again, why are they talking? What are they talking about? Well, they're just saying, don't forget, try and go to this side of the track, go to that side of the track, remember your pressures. So the pressures, obviously the tyre pressures will change now a little bit, or there'll be a certain amount of settling that goes on. So the kart will feel slightly different when the the pressures come on, because everyone sets their tyre pressures slightly differently, either to be fast at the start or to be sort of slower at the start, but then come on at the end of the race. Finn Bob says, when will the rules with resetting the front noses change? Well, never. They're there for a reason. And if a driver tries to push their nose cone back out during the race or at the end of the race or the slowing down lap, then it's always going to be a exclusion from the meeting. Simple as that. Things happen under the, when the adrenaline is flowing, and drivers don't do it. They don't do it because they're nasty people. Sometimes they do it just because they're desperate, or because they're frustrated, or they just forget. But it's not allowed. There is the Alchemy Car Care sponsored machine of Lewis Goff. Lewis is one of the drivers who was already qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals. Now, in Rotax racing, their sort of unofficial world championship is the Grand Finals. You have to earn your tickets to the Grand Finals by winning your national championship or one of the regional continental championships around the world, and then you go to the Grand Finals every year. This year it's in Bahrain, and Rotax provide all new karts, all new equipment. You select your kart in a raffle. Everyone is equal. That's the idea, that that it's not about equipment, it's about the best driver, because you're all on equal equipment. And Lewis Goff, he was the first member of Team UK this year. He won the Rotax Winter Trophy in Orlando, in Florida, at the start of the year. Which kart is at pit exit, asks
Jack's
Finn Bob.
Motorsport,
It's a Jack's Motorsports kart. Which Jack's Motorsports kart are it? Jamie Perilli, Mikey
Possibly.
Walker. Oh, it's Mikey Walker. The Mikey Walker fan club are aghast. Their man will have to start from the back of the field. There's a KR Sport machine also back there. That is Aaron Meta. He'll be starting at the back of the pack. Mikey Walker already getting lots of support online. Well, he's got to be walking along, singing his song, walking in a Walker Wonderland from the back of the field when we restart. The same for Aaron Meta. Again, one of a number of drivers who are over here from the United Arab Emirates. Just listen, there's Dan Ashton just giving some instructions, saying, yep, you're going to start at the back.
And that's effectively because they've had a little bit of extra repair, haven't
Yep,
they?
yep. They've been taken off the grid. You're not allowed to do any repairs to the car on the grid, so you've got to be moved off the grid, and you'll start at the back. Here we go then. Ben Southgate has been put into an ambulance. I said he ran away from the accident, and now the medical team are giving him a good once over. He won't be allowed to race again until the medics here at the circuit sign him off and say, yes, you can race again. Simple as that.
And as I say, we've for obvious reasons, we're not showing you the replay, folks. We've both had a little watch of said incident. Ben did very, very well to get out of the kart and get himself to safety. But he did have multiple poles and knocks on the ground. I did see a very nasty incident between Lewis Francis and Chiara Batigue about 7 days ago, which resulted in concussion protocols being put into place.
Yes.
That would be the other thing as well, that it's not just we often talk in karting, and accidents happen and collarbones and wrists and all the rest of it, but particularly when you've had a rollover, got to think about concussions and head assessments as well.
Because believe it or not, these drivers do have brains.
Do they?
They don't always use them, but they do have them. They're there, in there somewhere. Okay, it's going to be Charlie Smith and Hugh Moulton on row number 1. Ewan Charman and Kai Hunter, row 2. Lewis Gilbert and Callum Bradshaw, row 3. Freddie Lloyd, Teresa Babich-Kova, row 4. Henry Gregory, Jamie Perilli. The rest of the top 10. Full restart. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. They come through the end of the Mike Wilson complex onto the start line. Sorry, Priyanka, it's Adish Mehta. Of course it's Adish Mehta. As the lights go out, we're up and racing once again. Charlie Smith gets the jump on Hugh Moulton. Underneath the Litchfield Bridge, the bridge, sorry, it was supposed to be the Litchfield Bridge for some time. Now over the bridge, through turn number 4, past the scene of the earlier accident. Somebody at the back has a problem and pulls off. I can't quite see who it is. It might be an Ultimate R kart that is heading towards retirement. I'm not quite sure who is in, or a precision racing kart. Maybe Charlie Webb. Now, there's Moulton on the outside. Smith's got a good break there. 3 wide going into the Fullerton S's for second. Bradshaw gets elbowed wide. And this is giving race leader Charlie Smith a huge advantage. And I think there's 2 drivers that have gone with him as well.
Oh, this is a very physical. Oh no! Is that 2 of the evolutions involved in an incident there? One of them was Jack Baker, the number 37, out of the race. For anyone, remember, who started on the outside, the likes of Moulton, Hunter, Bradshaw, this is all their last heat. As yet, there is Jack Baker out of the race. I think Charlie Webb was the other driver involved, possibly in the 124. But this is why you're starting to see the moves, the excitement getting more frenetic. Gilbert down the inside takes the race lead. Well, what a stroke of luck this has been for the Scottish driver. Was involved in one of the incidents on that start that never was.
Yep.
Has got the reprieve, has got the restart, and now leads this race.
And he's taken the lead from Henry Gregory. Greg's on legs for the MLC Motorsport team. Running in P2, Charlie Smith, the pole man, down to 3rd. Then it's Ewan Charman, fast Freddie Lloyd, Callum Bradshaw, Kai Hunter, Hugh Moulton on that red, white and blue Coles racing machine. Number 51 has dropped to 8th, and he's now being pressured by Joshua Graham and Jamie Perilli.
7 minutes and 45 seconds of this one to go. Look at this scrap going on as Freddie Lloyd goes wheel to wheel with Ewan Charman. Lloyd is through into 3rd place. Down the hill now. Oh, Lloyd runs a little bit wide as out of the race is another one. This time it's Connor Tubby in the 180 will go no further in this one. Investigations coming in as well. Jaden Teen is under investigation for something that's happened out there. The number 44 as well of Harry Bloor also under investigation for the race officials. Bradshaw fighting back, disposes of Charlie Smith there for 5th place. Kai Hunter is going to go past the American as well. Tough moments this for Charlie Smith. This, as I say, is where it starts to ramp up. Though Smith's going to have a go back at Kai Hunter here. That's a brave thing to do. Out of the final corner, Gilbert from Gregory. Gregory checked over the shoulder there to assess how far back is Freddie Lloyd. He's not within striking distance yet. Does Henry Gregory go for track position? Does he try and work with Lewis Gilbert at this stage, Henry, to try and bridge a gap?
All depends on Gregory's pressures and the setup. If he knows the kart is as strong as it's going to be at this stage, the race he's got to go. If he knows that the kart is built or set up to come on later in the race, there's still 6.5 minutes. He sits and waits until his kart is at optimum operating temperature, stroke, all the ducks have aligned in a row. Further back, there is the number 17 kart of Jaden Tien, the Dutch driver, defending up the short chute. We go into Bobby Game corner. The drivers that started down at the back. Adish Mehta up 6 places to 25th. Mikey Walker up to 22nd. Challenging Lizzie Mentier. Meanwhile, Brandon Truman up into 15. Uncle Tyrone himself, Brandon Truman, can he get into the top 10? Course he can. Henry Gregory has the race lead. Does he? Only for a fraction. Here comes Freddie Lloyd and Lewis Gilbert. This is looking like it could get a little bit excitable.
And Bradshaw in there as well. Was a moment up to third place. Ewan Charman having a go. He's having a much better Saturday than he had yesterday after that tough qualifying session. Here comes Bradshaw down the inside. Gets Gregory's third place. Towards, and see how this, you can tell it, the ante is rising now. Callum Bradshaw, who so far this weekend has been so cool, calm, knows it's all, oh dear, who was that flying off of the circuit? It was the 26 Dan Holland race. Teresa Babichkova is off and out of this one. That could be crucial in the intermediate classifications. Yep. Remember, it's the top 30 of senior Rotax across the 4 heats. Who go through into the pre-final directly. Let's check in once again with Kai Bachini. Kai, what do you have for us?
Guys, it is absolute pandemonium down here. We've just had Teresa Babichkova have an incident just outside of Parc Fermé as well. And we also had 2 retirements from an incident earlier in the race. Connor Tubby, number 180, and number 37, Jack Baker, both pulled into the pit lane. The number 180 of Connor Tubby had an issue after that incident with a bent steering column. And the number 37 of Jack Baker, it was a broken NASA panel and leaking fluid. So possible overheating there as well.
Been quite a common feature of this weekend so far, with drivers suffering with overheating. I think it's starting to overheat in the minds as well as the stakes start to rise here at Kartmasters 2025. 4 minutes of this race remaining.
Move!
As Charman down the inside. Here comes Bradshaw. That's what he's about. Down the inside, gets 2 for the price of 1. Callum Bradshaw's got the bit between his teeth, Henry.
Yes, indeed. He decided he's had enough of that battle pack because, as Kai Bachini was saying, there's been 2 retirements so far. This group were trying to make that number grow by the way they were racing. Charman to the inside for the Hunter Motorsport team, forces Charlie Smith wide. Here comes Greg's on legs. Back in the MLC Motorsport, number 77, picks off Charlie Smith. As he tries, the number 90 and the number 255, that's Adi Schmetter and Oliver Liversedge. They're both back in the race after disputing the same bit of tarmac. Oh my goodness me, Kai Hunter just sends one to the inside of Charlie Smith. That is normally a place that you only see a passes attempt in the Grand Prix itself, because it is the most high-risk corner to make a move on this entire circuit.
2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Mikey Walker with those repairs is absolutely flying. He's the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment. It's down in 18th place, but that's a recovery up to 18th place. Meanwhile, down into hairpin 1, side by side. We've got a couple of the Coles racing drivers in there. Hugh Moulton and James Lowther both inside the top 10. There is Meta out of this race after the incident down at hairpin number 1. Further up the order, though, this is Kai Hunter. Joshua Graham's had a bit of a quiet weekend, I'd say, so far. But, he's starting to build up a bit of momentum here. Up 4 places in this race is Jaden Teen there. A few weeks ago, competing as part of the Sodicart team at the KZ European Championships. This is a bit of a different prospect for him, though, trying to find his way up the order.
Ewan Charman has just been given a 5-second penalty. So Charman, there he is in the number 42 kart, currently running 4th. That will drop him at the moment down to
about Lizzie Mentu in 18th place.
About 17th or 18th. So he now needs to just not battle with Henry Gregory. If Gregory gets to him, let him go and just push Gregory away. Further back, some of the big movers. Brandon Truman from 25th to 11th. The big dog is beginning to growl. Mikey Walker 19th from the back of the field as well.
This is good stuff from our leaders at the moment. Freddie Lloyd and Lewis Gilbert have checked out up front. They've got a gap of just under 1.5 seconds on Callum Bradshaw. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. We'll have 3 more laps of this one. Under the bridge on lap number 10, Lewis Gilbert has had this tremendous 2025 senior Rotax season so far, has had wins in the British Championships, had good performances as well in the Euro Trophy. But how special would this be for Lewis Gilbert to get a GP plate. That's all for tomorrow, of course. Right now, it's all about dealing with Freddie Lloyd, who every single time he's come out on circuit, Henry, he has looked focused, he has looked quick.
Oh, yeah.
We don't call him Fast Freddie for nothing. He's going through the Mike Wilson complex now. Yes, knowing that Gilbert is right there and right behind, he can't make a mistake. But once again, his body language in the kart just reads to me, Henry, that he's in full control.
Oh yeah, he has matured into a really, really top-level world go-kart racer, has Freddie Lloyd. Gilbert, who again is a former champion back in 2018 as a junior. He's a career karter, one of the veterans of this sport. Callum Bradshaw, again, we've spoken a lot about Bradshaw, who set the fastest lap of the race. Henry Gregory has not attempted to pass Ewan Charman because they've both seen that Charman's got a penalty. The clock has struck 0. There is Kai Hunter driving for his brother Reese's Hunter Motorsport team. He has got Joshua Graham and now James Lowther involved. Hunter pushing Graham to the inside. Graham in the number 8 kart says, okay. Oh, Hunter around the outside, the Fullerton S's, and now has to defend from Lowther as well. He's like, give me a break. But he managed to pull that one off and then defend from Lowther, who falls back in line behind Graham. Last lap board goes out. Lloyd leads Gilbert by a quarter of a second.
That was a really, really bold one from Kai Hunter. That was two lads, both from the northeast of England, going for one piece of tarmac like they were going for a taxi on a Friday night. That was really, really elbows out stuff. Final lap board is here, or it's already out for Freddie Lloyd, and Freddie Lloyd having to just defend a little bit there into hairpin number 2. I think Gilbert, if he's going to make the move, it's got to be really, really low risk. It's not the kind of time to be throwing one in there, particularly as Callum Bradshaw is closing in.
Yeah, indeed. I think if the race was maybe 1 or 2 more laps, you'd see Gilbert having a more concerted effort at Freddie Lloyd, only because Gilbert won't want to lose out to Callum Bradshaw, who is arriving on the scene in a hurry, but he's going to run out of time. The checkered flag falls for Freddie Lloyd. Another win. Here's a battle back in the pack. Jack's Motorsport teammates going for it. That would be Jamie Perilli. And behind Jamie Perilli is Mikey Walker. And it's Walker finishing 16th. Brandon Truman, meanwhile, finishes 9th. Just behind Kai Hunter, who did get passed on the last lap by Joshua Graham and James Lowther. Wonder if there's more to that than meets the eye.
Very good stuff then from Freddie Lloyd. He marches on. We'll see plenty of Fast Freddie doing double duty this weekend when we get to Grand Prix Sunday. You'll be able to watch every single moment of Sunday's pre-finals and finals with us here on Alpha Live. Lewis Gilbert, another solid result there, looking to take his first GP plate potentially since I think I want to say back in around 2018.
Yes,
when he was back in the juniors. Callum Bradshaw 3rd, Ewan Charman 4th, and Henry Gregory another solid result for the driver, the number 77, up 4 to 5th. Joshua Graham won out in that battle with James Lowther and Kai Hunter, as Henry mentioned, biggest mover in that race. We asked, could he be in the top 10? We said, of course he can, and he finished 9th. Brandon Truman up 16 in that one, ahead of pole sitter Charlie Smith. Moulton, Goff, Lilly, Weston, Perilli all in the top 15. Mikey Walker, P16. Good drive as well from Lizzie Mentiu, up to 17th, ahead of Finley Jones, Miles Robin, Victor Hansen, Alfie Thompson, Jack Gillingham, Harry Bloor, Jaden Teen, Sam Kelbrick in the top 25. Oh, not a good finish there for Teen, and potentially more to come. There were quite a few investigations in that race, just to note. Louis Judd, P26, Albert Wilton, Oliver Liversidge, the last of the 28 finishers. The retirements from that one. First, 5 of them, of course, from the restart and onwards. Ardish Mehta, Teresa Babich-Cover, Connor Tubby, Charlie Webb, Jack Baker, Benjamin Southgate, of course, did not take the restart after his flip on the first start of that race.
Lots of comments coming in. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, the timetable, we're now behind the timetable, so the races are going to come thick and fast. The next one on its way now.
So Junior Rotax out next. The instruction to the drivers to head out onto circuit is given. Let's take
someone
you
isn't
through.
getting started.
Oh, is that Harry Taylor? Yes, it is. Harry Taylor with a few problems there. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Kian Bernard has pole position. Ava Morris alongside on the front row. Harry Taylor hopefully will be on the inside of row 2 alongside Matteo Palazzo, Marta Kovahidze, and our extra camera operative for this race, Leon Hasty. They start on row 3.
Albert Friend goes from row number 4 alongside Ryan Gill, then Alfie McBain and Zach Starbuck, Zach Turner and Jake Fluid. That's your top 12.
Hani Sadiq and Harry Holland go from row 7. Eason Sang has been brilliant so far this weekend. Starts on row 8 alongside Joshua Smith. Hasnain Khan and Fletcher Jameson, they go from row 9.
Then it's Charlie King, Nathaniel Gray, Lloyd Palmer, Harrison Bishop, DeJean Bennett and Jack Beasley.
Let's round out the rest of the field then. Harry Friel and James Kell from 13. Samir Paul and Alex Shepherd, row 14. Conor Large and Logan Lauder completes the top 30, and it's then Shea Hilton to complete a 31-strong field here in Junior Rotax. This is groups A versus C, so anyone who's starting on the anti-pole side of the grid, Morris, Palazzo, Hasty is an example. This is their last heat of this phase of Kartmasters 2025. For those starting on the inside, Bernard, Taylor, Kovahidze can get good results here to take a little bit of pressure off their A versus B race later in the day.
Kian Bernard has been an absolute force of nature. Oh, and there was an indecision in the middle of the pack. Someone on that Coles racing car, Zach Turner.
Yeah, possibly.
You know, being he got pushed from behind onto the grass. I spoke to Hasnain Khan's family, you know, out earlier on, and I said, Hasnain's doing really well. And Mum went, and Hasnain's younger brother and sister turned around, no, he's not, he's doing rubbish. I was like, you can't say that. Well, he is rubbish, he's doing rubbish. And I said, well, I'll let him know that then. But the younger brothers and sisters, the siblings, the cousins, the grandpas, the grandmums that are all here watching, part of the families, they live and breathe the racing along with all the drivers, because of course this sport does take up an inordinate amount of time to get it right. You cannot just hop into one of these and be quick. You have to work hard at it. And people say, oh, well, if you got more money, you could do better. Nope, it doesn't work like that, because the driver has still got to get round the fiddly bits, and he's got to learn to drive. You could put me in a Formula 1 car. I'd still be poo because I'm not a driver.
So the formation looking pretty good this time around into the last chicane. Then those tram lines, got to be patient, got to wait for those lights to go out. Approaching the acceleration line, the lights do go out. We're racing once again in Junior Rotax for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Bernard will lead through the first couple of corners. Harry Taylor was able to get his kart running and immediately takes second place. It's been a good start for Albie Friend. Leon Hasty on the inside there. He had a little bit of a view on board of his start, but it's a good one for Bernard. The driver who represented the United Kingdom last year in the FIA Karting Trophy, but of course his family's from South Africa, another properly international driver in this field, will have been happy with that one. A nice calm run through the first sector, Henry.
Yeah, we're on board with Leon Hasty there, looking at the back of Zach Starbuck in the Zip kart uniform. Starbuck in kart number 285. He's on an OTK chassis, but he's running for the Zip Factory team. There's was that Eva Morris?
Yeah.
Making a move to the inside. The young lady from Bristol, I want to say. I know somewhere down in that neck of the West Country woods. And talked about Eva's achievements at Le Mans, from places like Dunkerswell and Clay Pigeon all the way to Le Mans. Eva Morris now, she tries to join Gabby Weyer as the only female winner of Kartmasters in the 30-year history of this event. Leon Hasty looks to the inside. There's a move from our camera cart. The British Open champion, the O-Plate winner, picks up a place. Up at the front, it's Bernard. Pulling away now from Mate Kopakidze, the driver from Georgia. He's got Eva Morris right behind him. Then it is the second of the KR Sport machines. Matteo Palazzo, the Italian-sounding Scotsman. Harry Taylor is going well after that nervous moment at the start. And he is now in front of Leon Hasty, who's got past Albert Friend. There is last year's Minimax British champion, last year's Minimax Grand Prix winner. And now His first year of juniors, the change of environment from Strawberry after 2.5 exceptionally successful years to Dan Holland Racing. Looks like it's done the trick for Albie. He's looking a bit more like his old self. And there's Palazzo having a little look at his teammate Eva Morris. And Morris and Kobakite, though, they're closing back in on Kian Bernard. This is good. Bernard in the number 182 kart for Sam Pollitt Racing. And that's a bit of a change. Eva Morris is going to come out of that one in second place.
That was an unconventional way for the KR Sports to both go past Kobahidze, but they managed it. There's been a move for 5th place as well, we just saw on the bridge. Hasty is through into P5. Here's a story, though, plus 5 second penalty for kart number 19, Albie Friend. So that's come in on our screens here in the box. We ride on board with Leon Hasty through the final chicane. Look at how much curb they're having to use on entry there. Not so much on the very final corner towards the Bruno Ferrari S's once again. Sweeping under and through the tunnel, the short tunnel there, which they'll wind up and go over the bridge at this point of the circuit. Now red flag has just been shown. There's big incident at the Bruno Ferrari S's.
Up at the bridge, 2 karts off, 1 driver. The red flag up at the bridge. There's been a big accident under the bridge involving 2 drivers. And I have to say once again, the marshals are there. In fact, 3 drivers involved in that. There's another kart underneath the bridge. That driver is up and out of the kart. There are medical officials with the other 2. I believe that's Zach Starbuck, Fletcher Jameson and DeJean Bennett. DeJean Bennett is up and out of his kart. He's being checked over by an official. Fletcher Jameson and Zach Starbuck are being with the medical team and the race and the marshalling team. Again, the best in the country here at PFI, and they were quick into action. Obviously, this will delay the timetable a little bit more. Now, whether we have 6 minutes 42 seconds to go, that I would believe when we have a restart, the ambulance is on the scene. When we have the restart, it will probably, and I will say this, probably be a single file restart after a lap under pace kart conditions. Obviously, we will get you information on the drivers, Zach Starbuck and Fletcher Jameson, when we get it. We're looking there at now, of course, rules are different here. Drivers are not allowed to touch their karts. You can see members of the scrutineering team already out checking. They're looking down at the front of the karts. So, in this situation, it's not going to be a complete full restart, I don't believe. So drivers are not allowed to touch their car unless they're instructed by an official, because they have to check if there's nose cone penalties already. This is going to be the continuation of a single race, not a complete start over. So anything that has happened at the start of the race still counts. So Albert Friend, standing there, hands on hips, he still has a 5-second penalty. That's not going to be withdrawn because it's a continuation. Abby asking, has someone else crashed? Yes. There is an incident going on. Welcome to the live stream, Thomas Fleming.
Hello, Thomas.
Formerly of this parish, really top-line kart racer. Now, we use the tried and tested Thomas Fleming Flembog scale when we rank naughty cutbacks. I've been ranking them myself. I think the best one we've had is a solid 7.8 so far on the naughty cutback scale. Thomas, let us know how long you're on for, because then you can take over as the official adjudicator of the cutback, the naughty cutbacks. Why we call them naughty cutbacks? Because here at PFI, in about 2021, Thomas Fleming went from third to first coming out of the last corner. In his post-race interview, he goes, I was looking at those two and I'm thinking, there's going to be a naughty cutback here. And that was. So that is where we get the... Can we see a replay of the crash? No. Quite simple. Alpha Live have a policy. Regardless of the age of the driver, these are juniors age 16 and under. So there's the first one. We have a policy here. We don't do clickbait. We don't do things like that. We're respectful. We promote the sport. We're aware that accidents happen, but unfortunately, we do have footage of the accident. You will never see it. I am sorry about that, but that,
And even more so when we're at this stage of proceedings, and we have to be honest, we don't know. As soon as we know, news, we will give it to you.
Yes.
So it's not right for us to speculate at this time, apart from say we know the 3 drivers involved in the incident, and we know that Fletcher Jameson is the one primarily receiving some help from the medics.
Right then, hello Cage Boys again, good to have you on the live stream again, bring the noise, Cage Boys. Any details on Ben Southgate? Not yet. We know that he ran away from the accident, then sat down, was in the back of the ambulance. Obviously he's out of the ambulance now because the ambulance is back on the circuit for another incident. Matt Higgins, why isn't he racing? He's not racing here because he's coaching. Yeah. He is driver coaching a number of the drivers in the Dan Holland racing awning. So he's here doing that. Now, are we going to have any dances by the drivers? Thank you very much, Thomas Fleming. He's got a while, so we can do a bit of officiating. So there we go. When there is a naughty cutback to be adjudicated on, then Thomas Fleming, good sir, thank you very much for your service.
I'll give you this one, Thomas, just to have a little bit of a check whilst we're under red flag. If you go back to I think it was the previous Junior Rotax race, there was a double naughty.
Yes, there was a double naughty cutback. So
subsequent naughty cutbacks.
Was that in junior or senior?
Yes, because it was Eva Morris and Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Yes, Eva Morris and Jared Fox-Whiteley. No, it wasn't. Was this race? That was the previous junior race. We're getting confused.
As a previous junior race, probably about
yes, early this morning. Yeah, there was a good couple of 7.8 is the highest rank, which is naughty. We haven't had anything that is considered the ultimate of naughtiest cutbacks, which is naughty, very naughty. If you've listened to The Shaman, like I did back in the 90s, then you will know what that reference means.
Roger Young asks, Henry, what is Iron Brew? I think we all wonder that question sometimes,
Roger, my very, very good friend from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. Iron Brew is quite simply the amber nectar of all carbonated soft drinks. It's made in Scotland. It is bright orange. Everyone asks me, what flavour is it? And nobody can tell you. It is brewed in Scotland since 1901 to a secret recipe of 32 flavours, most of which are probably banned in some countries for having various additives in them. It's a spirit that's as bold as its taste. You can't describe it because there's nothing like it. There we are. And it fuels me. That
it does.
And JPS.
Just keeping an eye on, I say, for us to just go over what's happening out on circuit. I've not seen any karts being moved back and reset in the field, so no changes in terms of your order.
Yeah.
We of course gone. Well, the last completed full lap was lap number 3. So if you're just joining us, Cian Bernard there in the black and white Rear Tools suit is your race leader. Eva Morris second, Matteo Palazzo third, Marta Kovahidze fourth. In 5th place, Leon Hasty, who's carrying our camera for this one. And the driver's just waiting for the next instructions from the race officials here at PF International. More racing to come up after this, of course. A few more heats to take us through to the end of proceedings here for today. And at the end of today, we'll also have the paddock show recording. So if you're at the circuit, do hang about. We're going to have a good old roam around the paddock and have a chat with
as many people as we can, and that'll form part of the broadcast for tomorrow for Grand Prix Sunday. Just looking out of my window and see that things are proceeding. Again, we're under red flag just to give the medics and the marshals the time that they need to address and give help to those involved in the incident down at the Bruno Ferrari S's. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary. Do stick with us here on Alpha Life. Big thank you for all of your support, and big thank you to Harley Durant as well for the super chat there. We were not going to show the incident as previously covered, so that's his. But thank you very much for that £1.99. Helps with the coffee pot. Anyway, right, we're going to take a short break here on the comms. More from Kartmasters in a very, very near time.
Welcome to Lincolnshire Competitions, a game of chance and a lot of fun. Not just in Lincolnshire, but for everyone. If you're looking for a competition site, then look no further. With a friendly community of 70,000 members, over £7 million in prizes have been won, and over £1 million in prizes given away. Instant wins are paid out within 24 hours, and our staff are always on hand to help. From cash and cars to laundry and food bundles, we have something for everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paul Fletcher International. It's Kartmasters 2025. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions for race number 31 of the meeting, heat number 7 for Junior Rotax, just into the final round of heats for that particular category. If you've missed any of the action today, you can watch it back at your leisure. If you don't want any spoilers from that action, close your ears now, because we're going to have a bit of a rundown of what we've seen so far today. Starting with Junior X30, 2 races out of 3 have been completed so far. The first of them won by Gabriel Stilp. Good victory, 2.5 seconds ahead of Fred Green. Macaulay Bishop third, Jack Nettleship fourth, and Henry Gregory in 5th place. Very competitive one there for those top 5 who all emerged without any penalties. Freddie Lloyd and Harrison Mackie 6th and 7th in the end after they received +5s. That was race number 20. They then followed them into heat number 5. The result that we've got on our screens from that one, Gus Lawrence took race victory there from pole position. Still yet to do his 2nd heat today. Freddie Lloyd, so he got 2 top 10s in the end from his results, 2nd in the 2nd heat. Callum Bradshaw has been a constant feature at the front of the field in both Senior X30 and Senior Rotax. 3rd for Bradshaw in that 5th heat of the weekend.
for X30 Senior. Macaulay Bishop again up 4 places on that occasion to be in the top 5 ahead of Fred Green. As we say, we've still got another heat to go for Senior X30. That's due later on in the day as race number 36. Junior X30, we've seen them pretty recently, so at the moment we've just got the one full result from them and then a provisional result. The full one first, of course. George Edgar continuing the quest to add the Edgar family name back onto the roll of honour for Kartmasters. George took the first win ahead of Mayim Patel. Patel's been in very good form in recent weeks. Third place for Kai Clark, another driver who, whenever we've seen Kai out on circuit, has been very quick and running towards the front. A good haul of intermediate points for Clark ahead of Rocky Leon Shenton and Ben Cuts-Bland. After a positive qualifying for Ben Cuts-Bland, was able to move up into the top 5. So that was the confirmed results from X30 Junior. As I say, we've got a provisional result at the moment for that category as well from race number 29, which was pretty recently. As I say, we're just in race 31 at the moment here under red flag conditions. Finley Lyons was your driver first over the line ahead of Sukhmani Kira. Good drives from both of them on weekends that they've had a bit of a roller coaster ride. Lyons in particular has had a lot of bad luck so far this weekend, so maybe that is the point at which things just start to turn around for the driver of the number 81. Nat Johnston, he's been very solid so far in this 2025 edition of Kartmasters. Third for Nat Johnston in that second of the Junior X30 races today. Kai Clark and Riley Cranham 4th and 5th in that one. And as we say, it's still another heat in Junior X30 to go. Let's stick with the IAME categories. Actually, we've had the one heat in Water Swift so far today. It's been a very exciting time for many of the drivers in that category, and Night Measures took the heat victory, looking to have a bit of a bounce back after a difficult finish to his British Championships round here a few weeks ago, showing that he's still very much a driver in form. Took that heat win ahead of Jensen Ackerman. Harry Williams, Luca Narroway and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio finished in the top 5. That's the only Water Swift race that we've had so far today. Their 4th and final heat of this phase of the competition will be race number 35. Switching into the Rotax categories, Micromax UK similarly have had just the single heat so far today of their 2 scheduled. Alfie Garrett took the race victory ahead of a continuing to improve Dimitar Uzanov in the number 62, second for Uzanov on that occasion. Harris Barber showing that strawberry racing is still very much a factor here at Kartmasters in the Micromax category was third. Albie J. Stubbs and Albert Farrow completing the top 5. Race number 34 will be their 4th and final heat. Moving up one age group into Minimax 950. We've already got a contender for Alpha Live Race of the Week. That was their 3rd heat earlier on today. Emerson McAndrew-Wren in the end took the race victory from Riley Murrow ahead of Josh Cormack, Sebastian Behrman and Luke Millward. Henry Beaudette rejoins me in the box. Henry, do you have any news?
We are not restarting this race. That is an official race. That's all I can tell you at the moment. The drivers will head back into Parc Fermé. So the results, the race will be called at the end of the last fully completed lap. I have no information, concrete information on the status of the 2 drivers. Zach Starbuck and Fletcher Jameson are the 2 drivers being attended to. There will be a pause for the time being. I believe that we may have to have the air ambulance brought in to the circuit. Spectators are being asked to leave the banking, so we need the spectators to come away from the banking because the Lincolnshire Air Ambulance has been called. Can I just say that the medical staff here and the medical support that is available at an event like this is second to none. So once again, the spectators have been moved off the banking. The Lincolnshire Air Ambulance has been called, and we will have to do a little bit of on-the-spot thinking here. They will not be racing for a little while. I do not have a restart schedule. So please, we are also going to temporarily suspend the live chat on the comments. The poll is going on. We will give you an update as to when we can come back, and we will then reopen the live chat. What we don't want happening is anybody sort of making any sort of assumptions or comments about the drivers. We do understand that you are concerned for the drivers. A lot of you race against, and you know, but there are also family members, friends around the world watching this as well. So we will be back with the live track, with the live chat when we are ready. We will be back with the live coverage of this, the 30th running of the Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix, when we are told what the timetable is, and we will give you a official word on the condition of the drivers when we are told, and only when we are told by the medical team and the official of the meeting. So do not put any more messages in the live chat. We will simply delete them all. We will be back with you very shortly. We will have some commercial breaks. We will also probably put on a paddock show for here for you watching back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So for the moment, racing here is suspended, not cancelled for the day, just suspended for the time being. We believe that the air ambulance has been called. That needs to land, which is why we have moved the spectators off the banking. So, temporarily, we will leave you with some of our commercial breaks and maybe a replay of some of the paddock shows that we have got. And we will be back, when we know the situation, and when we will give you plenty of warning when we go racing again. Thank you very much. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Firstly, the two drivers are being cared for by the medical staff. Both are conscious. Please, on behalf of the families and the friends of those drivers, do not post images, if you have them on your phones, of the crash or its aftermath online. Please, out of respect for the drivers who are being cared for by the medical teams, please do not post images on any social media of the aftermath of the accident. We'll be back and give you an update as to the drivers' conditions and to the rest of the day's schedule and what is happening as soon as we are able to. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and Alpha Live's coverage of the 2025 Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. An update. Zach Starbuck and Fletcher Jameson, the two drivers involved in the accident that brought about this lengthy delay, they are talking, awake, fine, communicating with their families, their team members. They will both be taken to, or both already on their way to a local medical facility. We have 3 races remaining today. 4 races which were due to happen today will take place tomorrow morning. So we are back, and I can tell you that I will take you through the incident, which you will not see. 1 second after impact. That is 1 second after Fletcher Jameson and Zach Starbuck made contact with the barriers. The marshal at post 1 had the yellow flag waving. 11 seconds after impact, the marshal on the other side of the bridge was with Zach Starbuck and had run up the bridge in front of oncoming traffic, putting his safety at risk. 45 seconds after impact, there were 5 medically trained track marshals with Fletcher Jameson and Zach Starbuck. 61 seconds after impact, the ambulance, which was stationed at the far end of the circuit, was with the drivers. And it was only 61 seconds because the ambulance that is normally stationed on the bridge was dealing with Ben Southgate, who's going through a concussion protocol. That is remarkable. Within 61 seconds of the kart and the driver making contact with the barriers, the entire safety protocol from the entire circuit, the other drivers in the race were safe, and the ambulance was on site with 5 medically trained officials already there. Britain has the best medical coverage in motorsport anywhere in the world. And the fact that Zach Starbuck and Fletcher Jameson are currently talking to their teams, probably asking, wondering what the chances are of them going out tomorrow or when they can next race, is a tribute to that. Let's go racing 3 more times today. 2 formation laps. Let's go. So here we go then. This is Junior Rotax Group B and Group D. Blake Southern has our on-board camera starting at the back of the field. Andrew Mather, let's go to the starting lineup.
Archie Lovett starts on pole position for this one. He's joined by the Welshman Cameron Nelson. Daniel Kilpatrick of Northern Ireland is alongside his teammate Noah Barham. That's row 2. Boaz Maximov and Sebastian Lusch, they form up row 3.
On row number 4, the rock and roll star Albie Lapper and Kai Clark, Sebastian Clark and Callum Sims, Jensen Chalk and Harry Freeman.
Row number 7, Finlay Lyons has his Kartmasters 2025 started to turn in his favour. He's joined by Eli Baden on row 7. Jared Fox-Whiteley has raced well so far this weekend, starts this one from row 8 alongside Lomond Wilcox. Ed Spain and Finlay Smith, they form up row 9.
The top 20 is rounded out by Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Toby Farthing. Goldchain Charlie Wolfett and Benjamin Baker go on row 11. Sam Kohler and Kevin Ivanov round out the top 24.
Forming out the rest of this field then, it's Daniel Hartley and Harvey Sargerson on row 13. Hugh Hobson and Luca Holmes-Ballack have work to do from row 14. Jack Collinson flying the flag for Latvia via Hartlepool. 29th, Blake Southern with the Alpha Live onboard camera starts 30th and last in this one, looking to charge back into where he's been finishing so far this weekend. Top 15 would be a really solid result for Blake Southern. Can he make it straight through into the pre-file? Remember, it's the top 30, and this is the hardest category to do that in Junior Rotax.
The biggest entry.
Just over half of the entry will not make it straight into that top 30 cut-off. Remember, there is still the repechage scheduled as well tomorrow morning for those final 6 places to make it onto the grid of 36 for the Grand Prix races on Sunday. Drivers
have had this pause, this longer than expected pause when they were gearing themselves up for this B versus D race. Now they've got to be ultra focused on the job in hand. This is their last chance to score intermediate classification points. A, make it through to the top 30, and then B, be as high up that top 30 as possible.
Yes, indeed. I also have to say that Deshaun Bennett, the other third driver involved in that accident, who turned hard right into the barriers to avoid hitting Fletcher Jameson on the circuit, he deserves some immense credit as well. But we are going to go racing once again. The circuits have made incredible repairs to the barriers. Not only that, the brackets that hold the barriers in place to make sure this facility is just as safe as it's always been. Lights are out, we're off and racing. 10 minutes plus 1 lap in junior Rotax, out onto the banking, and it's Cameron Nelson from the outside of row number 1 taking the early lead ahead of Archie Levitt, who finds himself battling to hold on to second place from a fast approaching. And here is our camera cut. This is from the back of the field. Where does Blake Southern go? He'll go to the high line. He's going to try and cut across the undercut. He gets a couple of positions, but there's a wall of go-karts in front of him as he tries to make his way through the field.
That was good patience there from Blake Southern, not just throwing it in there, knows that he just needs some good progress in this race to most likely make it through into the final. Back on board with him through the Fullerton S's. That's the 111. His teammate Harvey Sargent, down the inside goes Southern into Bobby Game corner. Nice move there. That's another position gained.
Yep, and of course, in the first lap, you've got to try and pass your teammate. You want to be tiptoeing a little bit, not in Blake Southern's case. Don't forget, this is still his first full year of owner-driver racing. Under the bridge on lap number 2, Nelson, and now has his teammate Noah Barham behind him as Barham passes Lovett, and now Lovett, the poleman, under pressure from his own teammate in the Sam Pollock Racing outfit, Sebastian Luch. Kilpatrick runs 5th, and a pair of KR Sport carts, Kai Clark and Harry Freeman, followed by the Netherlands, Boaz Maximoff, Eli Baden for Cato Motorsport is up in tonight, and Callum Sims rounds out the top 10.
This is good from Nelson and Barham in terms of their wider stories for Kartmasters 2025. As Blake Southern is scything his way through the field as we head into the Fullerton S's once again. I think there's Jake Flewitt just ahead of us in the 295.
And I think
Charlie Wolford in the 295.
Jack Dex Racing, they have put some JDR stickers on the inside of the nose cone. The minute they found out there was the onboard camera, they put a bit of advertising on the inside of the cart there so the Alpha Live onboard could get a good view of it. The 188 makes a move. Archie Levitt. It's been a rough couple of opening laps for Levitt, but he's fighting back now.
Now, just to come back to Nelson and Barr, remember both of them have had problems so far in these qualifying heats. These intermediate points are much needed for the Dan Holland Racing duo. Meanwhile, a little bit further back there, down the inside goes Kai Clark. Back on board with Blake Southern, looking to the outside through hairpin number 2. That's Smith in the Craft Motorsport number 14. Finley Smith is the latest driver to be overtaken by Blake Southern, and this is where a lot of his experience in arrive and drive will help to try to make as much progress early on as possible. 7 minutes to go.
Well, he's passed 7 drivers so far as Blake Southern. Now, looking at the already the 72 of Ed Spain has a penalty, but more significantly, so does Kai Clark in the 67. Our third place driver leading this quartet around it. No, hang on a second. Kai Clark, he was our third place driver. He's now our first place driver. So he has a 5-second penalty. Didn't see what he knows it. He looks over there. Your hand goes, "What have I done now?" he says. Well, he's got to get his head down and he's got to go. Does he have this? He's got the speed to maybe get ahead of this group in terms of plus 5 seconds. They're battling as we look further back down the order. There is. Couldn't quite see. That was. I think that was might be Isabella Stansmore Wilson in the middle of the shot.
I think for Kai Clark in this race, one of his biggest helpers in this one could be that driver there. Harry Freeman in the pink and blue helmet, who's just set the fastest lap of this heat so far, 58.99. If the KR Sport 278 could find its way, weave its way through to second place, and then maybe park it, absolutely park it, to try and give Kai Clark the best opportunity he can to get more than 5 seconds up the road. It can happen. We've seen it happen. 5.5 minutes. That's a move from Freeman. That's nice. Down the inside of Nelson, takes 4th place away from the winner of one of the rounds earlier on in the season, the British Championships in Junior Rotax. 5.25 minutes to go. Back on board with Blake Southern, going toe-to-toe with Ed Spain there. Nearly getting hooked up with the bumpers. This is what I like about these onboard cameras. It shows you just how tight it is, as that's Finlay Lyons going through. So Finlay Lyons must have fallen down the order here.
Finlay Lyons and Eli Baden came together on the outside of the first hairpin on this lap there. But again, you could just see there the rear bumper and the front nose cone got caught together, and Blake Southern was lucky then he didn't get sort of, hoofed off the circuit. Side by side for second and third up the barriers. Oh, now there's 2 carts caught together. That is Freeman, and he's been caught up with one of the DHR carts. That was Noah Barham. Locked together. They both lose ground. This is going to allow a couple of others. That's Albie Lapper now picking up 6th position. Boaz Maximov in the second of those green and whites. Strawberry Racing Tony Karts. It picks up a place. The number 30 kart, and the number 33 Callum Sims is also there. 5-second penalty for Noah Barham as Jared Fox-Whiteley breaks into the top 10.
That flip back, the +5 came in momentarily before the incident that we've just seen there on the bridge. Oh, what's through is Eli Baden. Hello to the live broadcast.
Isabella Stansmore Wilson, the second of the Cato Motorsport karts. We will find out.
I know it was Eli Baden for 25th. Unfortunately, Southern's fallen down the order a bit, down to 26th.
And that can so often happen. He's lacking experience. He's making, again, but just because he's going forwards doesn't mean that he's not being attacked from behind at every given opportunity. Here are your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place karts. Actually, it's actually 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Kai Clark motoring onwards. At the moment, Kai would be 11th, and that is only going to improve as he continues on. The good news for Kai Clark is he's got no one nipping at his heels. He's got no one, forcing him to defend, so he can just get his head down and go. The good news also continues for Kai Clark is that Cameron Nelson has just set the fastest lap of the race, which means he's going to start attacking Archie Lovett before long, and that's going to slow them down and give Kai Clark even more breathing space to try and pull away at the front again.
Just looking a little bit further down the order, Henry, Charlie Wolford's absolutely come alive in this race. Just put a 58.59 in, new fastest lap of the race, and is now up to P16. So as we reach the latter stages of this one, if you're trackside, keep an eye out for the 295 that could be going for a bit of a late run here, maybe even break up into the top 10. We know Charlie's definitely got the skills to do that. Meanwhile, on your screens, it's a DHR 3-4 at the moment. Nelson and Kilpatrick back on board with Blake Southern. That's Farthing just ahead of us in the number 53. Toby Farthing for the George Whitbread Racing team. Nice little pack to be part of at the moment for Blake Southern. Finlay Lyons at the very front of it.
Yes, indeed. Lyons has got clean track in front of him. Let's see how quick he can make up the lost ground.
25th place, that battle for that Finlay Lyons is heading up. Meanwhile, 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Kai Clark leads down towards hairpin number 1. Archie Lovett in 2nd place. Nelson and Kilpatrick 3rd and 4th. Pretty even on pace across these 3. Archie Lovett just closing in a little bit on that last tour of this PF International circuit. Who else is on the move? Harry Freeman back up into the top 10 after that earlier incident. Sebastian Clark has taken 12th place back from Jensen Chalk. And Charlie Wolford has answered the call. He's got another one up to 14th place now and has disposed of both Benjamin Baker and Lummond Wilcox. Luca Holmes-Ballack also having a good race here. Henry up 11 spots now to 17th as the leaders. They head over the line to complete the 9th lap of this race with just
under 60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Luca Holmes-Balak had a bit of a rush to get back to the grid when the timetable was announced. Luca Holmes-Balak was outside the restaurant with his dad, and suddenly as I was walking past, his dad was saying, no, he's with me, he's coming down now. So Holmes-Balak didn't have a great deal of time to prepare himself for this, or maybe even overthink things.
And sometimes that can help a driver, just to get in there and get on with it, and it's definitely been the case for him in this one at 13 spots now. No changes at the front, but Archie Lovett continuing to put a bit of pressure on the race leader, as here's Blake Southern again on the move, 2 for the price of 1 there, trying to follow Finlay Lines through, so that's another couple of positions gained. And we talked about it earlier, didn't we, Henry, about how even there's going to be some drivers that just missed the cut-off overnight, and they're going to be thinking, I needed one more position across these 4 races. So every little battle is so important for those with the aim of making the final. Everybody has their different targets. Sure, we've got a lot of drivers here this weekend who want to take a GP plate, but for a lot of our rookies, a lot of our drivers who haven't been here before, they just want to be there. Here's a move. Lovett down the inside, takes the race lead away from Kai Clark.
Yes, and now, of course, that's the last thing that Kai Clark wants, because I'm assuming that Archie Lovett will know that Clark has a penalty. At the moment, Kai Clark's penalty would drop him to 10th. Let's see if that position gets any worse with the clock, because Lovett is standing on the anchors. He is defending. Clark's like, you don't need to. I've got a penalty. I might not like it, but I've got one. Just drive away. But of course now Archie Lovett has got a buffer between himself and the de facto second place driver. He looks over his shoulder. Archie Lovett just thinking to himself, right, no, I'm not going to try and second guess anything. I'm going to keep everyone behind me, regardless of whether I think or I don't think they may have a penalty or not. I'm just going to make sure I win it on the road, and then I know I've won.
Yeah, Archie Lovett's got a lot of experience, of course, particularly in junior karting categories. He's had a tough couple of years, but this is where things could really turn around, as he's defended that really well ahead of Kai Clark. Nearly brought Cam Nelson into play. Is Nelson going to go for a bit of a switchback? No, not on that occasion. Lovett again defends towards the Fullerton S's here on the final lap for Junior Rotax here today. He'll switch to the middle of the circuit again in preparation for Bobby Game. This is looking good once again for Sam Pollitt Racing.
It is indeed. Just a couple of corners to go. Archie Lovett, he converts pole position into a race win, even though he dropped back at the start. Lovett takes the checkered flag from Kai Clark. Now let's have a look. So Cameron Nelson and Daniel Kilpatrick will come second and third. Albie Lapper moves up to 4. Sebastian Lushbars, Maximov, then Jared Fox-Whiteley, Harry Freeman. Noah Barham has a penalty, so Clark will drop to 10th. So he didn't lose any places on the last couple of laps by that, by being passed by Archie Lovett and by Lovett defending. Charlie Wolfick, Gold Chain Charlie, up to P11, and Noah Barham. How far has Noah Barham dropped? Because he's got a penalty. I think that's going to be not quite such good news for Noah Barham.
Yeah, it's going to drop in round into down Benjamin Baker, Eli Baden territory, 18th, 19th for them. Good drive from Luca Holmes-Balak in that one. Up 13 spots for Strawberry Racing into the top 15. Jack Collinson as well. Just missed out on a top 20 on that occasion for Hunter Motorsports. Up 8 positions in that one. Blake Southern watch up 5, but those could be a key 5. Could be really, really important 5 positions gained to 25th.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, Cian Bernard, Kai Clark. Cian Bernard will start the pre-final from pole position. Archie Lovett will be second, and of course we don't know where Kai Clark will end up. 2 races to go. The next one coming up right away.
Back here at PF International, time for Minimax 950 and their 4th and final heat of these first 2 days of competition for Kartmasters 2025.
These young drivers put on one hell of a show earlier on today. What are they about to do here in the sunshine in Lincolnshire? Let's take you through the grid in a moment's time for this one. No need to worry too much about cut-offs for this one. All of our drivers in the Minimax 950 are on this grid, so they're all guaranteed a spot in the pre-final. But this race, the result from it, with the 3 from earlier on in the weekend, will determine where they start the pre-final. Let's take you through the grid then for this race, which will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Tom Reed starts on pole position. Emerson McAndrew-Uren's looking to make it 2 from 2 here today on Kartmasters Saturday. Austin Oman, great qualifying earlier, a lot of overtaking in his shoes this weekend. He starts P3. Lucian Smith had a difficult start to the heat earlier today. We'll be looking for good things from the outside of row number 2. Sebastian Behrman and Mick Klinkers, they're well positioned as well on row 3.
Josh Hushka and Alfie Ward go for row number 4. Riley Murrow and Josh Cormack on row number 5. Luke Millward and Joshua Cook, the Cookie Monster, on row number 6.
Zayden Hammond and Tran Van Malik on row number 7. James Roots and Leo Livings will look to entertain from row number 8. On row 9, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Ryan White.
The top 20 completed by Attica Mia and Alfie Mayer. Benjamin Lawn and Soren Gallagher from the Balamory Bomber on row number 11. Then Jacob Underhill and Nelson Taylor.
Row 13, Casper McAllister and Ronnie Smart. Row 14, Noah Hammond and George Quinlan. Row 15, James Devereux and Esme Rosie. Oliver Spencer again starts this one from the back. Had problems in time qualifying earlier on this morning.
And problems in Heat 1 as he was charging up the order.
So this is where things will be decided. Then we'll keep you up to date with everything in terms of the intermediate classification. Tom Reed, Emerson McAndrew-Uren focused on the job at hand here, Henry, for another 10-minute race.
And of course the sun is setting, the evening sun bearing in. That will cause some glare. All the drivers wearing their reflective visors and the Micromax drivers supporting them from the dummy grid area. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Tom Reed squeezes McAndrew-Uren wide. McAndrew-Uren over the grass a little bit, pops back on in about 3rd or 4th position once again. We're all safely through the Bruno Ferrari S's and the bowl section. The leaders plunge across the bridge through turn number 4 with Tom Reed leading.
Good stuff then from the Minimax 950 field. Tom Reed has to defend into hairpin 1, covers off any kind of thoughts that Austin Oman would go down the inside. Oh, we've got a few spinners towards the back of the field. We'll count them through in a moment. I think Jack Fulbrook-Harmer's one of them. I think Attica Mir might have also been slightly caught out by the incident. Oliver Spencer as the number 42. Well, what's happened there? The front wheel's still spinning around, unfortunately, for Esme Rosie. Oh, it's a real shame for Esme. Someone's lost a chain guard. Oh, dear. That's going to be a mechanical flag for somebody out there. Now, who was it? Who has lost one of the safety pieces of equipment off their wagon? End of lap 1. Reed leads from McAndrew-Uren and Oman there in 3rd.
Oliver Spencer cruises back into the pit lane. It has been a day to forget for Oliver Spencer. Emerson McAndrew-Uren would currently be on pole position for the pre-final.
Indeed. So at the moment, the lead is 10 points for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Doesn't necessarily need to win this race. Just needs a nice, solid result to get home. Now, are we going to see... Oh, there we go. It's the number 83 that's lost the chain guard. That's Alfie Ward. So, yeah, right call in our ears that it was an SFR chain guard. Alfie Ward, more than likely, is going to be seeing the mechanical board come out now. Yes, the cart could come in, be repaired, get it back out, but will fall all the way down to 28th place. That's because we've got 3 retirements in this one already. Aidan Hammond was the other driver involved, just to report on the problems down there at hairpin number 1.
And of course, you know, if there were 48 Minimax drivers, then yes, you could understand. You think, like Alfie Ward, the team would get him back out there just for positions. But we're all going to go through the pre-final and the final. So, and he's now, you can see him waving his hand there because he doesn't know why he's getting the mechanical flag. As Emerson McAndrew-Uren passes Tom Reed. Lucian Smith there in third position, Riley Murrow in fourth, and Murrow's Sam Pollock Racing teammate Austin Oman in fifth. Behind Oman, it's Josh Cormack. In fact, I think Cormack has just passed Austin Oman. Sebastian Behrman. Then soon to retire, Alfie Ward, you can see him put his hand in the air there, so frustratingly he will pit. He does. That allows Joshua Cook and Alfie Mayer into 8th and 9th with Josh Hushka rounding out the top 10. Alfie Mayer
really
has
good drive.
Made remarkable progress. He is up double-digit positions into from 19th to 9th, Andrew?
Yeah, to 20th to 9th, so that's a gain of 11 now. As he got past Josh Hushka on that lap, and of course took advantage of teammate Alfie Ward going into pit lane. A bit further down the order, who else is making progress? Soren Gallagher up 6 spots so far in this race for Strawberry, up 7 spots. Ronnie Smart has had a very strong season so far in Trent Valley Kart Club competition. He's now up into the top 20. George Quinlan also up 5 to 23rd, is being followed closely by James Devereaux.
Now, Emerson McAndrew leads. I think it's probably unrealistic to think that this race will be as spectacular as the opening heat race of the day, simply because drivers, they're now looking to consolidate. And also, it's very unlikely that any race will match the first race that we saw today there, which is not only the race of the day, possibly the race of the Kartmasters so far. It also had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 contenders for move of the weekend in one race alone.
5.5 minutes to go then. Tom Reed is your new race leader. Something tells me, though, that this one is not done. That they're going to be going back and forth for the next few laps. Lucian Smith having a look for second place down the inside of McAndrew-Uren, and he's got the move done. Nicely followed up by Riley Murrow as well. He's got his nose ahead into hairpin 2. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren gets it done on the brakes, back down the inside, back up to third place.
Yes, indeed. Now, Lucian Smith is the danger man now. Into second position, Lucian Smith in the number 44 kart. He would currently start 4th in the pre-final. However, a move into the lead for Lucian Smith would gain him at least 1, possibly 2 positions. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is pretty safe as long as he's running at the end. He can afford. This is what we mean by he can afford to let a few people pass him.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to, because although he doesn't realise that, he goes for the move. I say he can afford to relax. He puts a really good move to go back into second place. Lucian Smith down to P4. Sometimes it's better to drive at 100% than at 95%, because your mind and you're more focused just naturally.
But particularly in a race like this where it's close as well, Henry. For me, if Emerson kind of sits there and doesn't attack, inevitably someone behind him, whether that be Riley Murrow, whether that be Lucian Smith, they're going to go for a move. That would then send a bit of a message, in my opinion, to Oman, Cormac, Behrman, Millward to say, hey, this guy's vulnerable, let's go for a move. And before you know it, a driver's back in 10th, 11th, 12th place. So I quite like that tactic from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Keep track position. We always talk about in motorsport about track position and how important it is. He's keeping control of the situation. Nice 12-point lead for him.
Yeah, there is your intermediate climb. It's going to be bigger than a 12-point lead now, because Emerson McAndrew goes, well, I may as well. The place I feel most relaxed and most calm is the front.
Is the front.
Yeah, so we're just going to go back into the race lead now. And, although how long he stays in that lead is questionable. 3.5 minutes to go as Murrow, Reed and Smith now discuss second place. Oman and Cormac, 5th and 6th. Behrman, Luke Millward, Joshua Cook, Alfie Mayer are next. Now out of the top 10, in 11th place is Josh Hushka. Ryan White is up to 12th. Then it's Mick Clinkers, followed by Leo Livings, Soren Gallagher, Benjamin Lawn, Ronnie Smart, Attica Mia, James Roots and Tren Van Malik. That is your top 20 at the moment.
Good recovery from Attica Mir, because I think I'm right in saying that Attica had a little bit of a delay on the very first lap and has been able to get back up to 18th place and is now 1 place further up the grid than where they started. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Riley Murrow is trying to go around the outside here. That
is fantastic stuff once again
Give us a
from
pen.
our Minimax 950 field. And here comes Emerson McAndrew back down the inside. May get an assist from Tom Reed. He's going to retake the lead. You've got to feel a bit for Riley Morrow there. That was a sensational overtake, but he's now all of a sudden down in 4th place. He nearly lost it though as Austin Oman had an attack.
How is that possible that you pull off one of the moves of the weekend in one corner for the race lead, 3 corners later, you're not even on the podium? That is just I said that this race, that Minimax could be the race, the class of the weekend so far, and the boys and girls on the track, they're not letting me down.
Oh, they've been absolutely sensational so far this season in the British Championships. Emerson McAndrew feels the need. That was a very, very close defensive move to the middle of the circuit. Tom Reed had to back out of that on into the Bruno Ferrari S's. And don't count out Josh Cormack in all of this. Josh Cormack has joined the back of this train. There's a very useful formation of Sam Pollitt racing runners there as nearly 3 wide as Austin Oman has a look down the inside of Lucian Smith. Lucian Smith's going to get caught out here. Cormack's coming through the cross of St Andrews on his lid, trying to go around the outside now of Lucian Smith, who fights back in really well there. Sebastian Behrman's going to have a go. Micromax GP winner last year. Now this race, it had a quiet start. It had a sort of starting to raise in volume middle. It is shouting at us again towards the end of this race. 45 seconds to go.
Well, very strangely, the moment I said, well, no, it's unrealistic to expect this race to be as good as the previous race, then the drivers wanted to prove me wrong, and they kicked into high gear as they go under the bridge. Now, Tom Reed thought about the up and under there, and that was quick reactions from Tom Reed. He saw McAndrew was braking nice and early and keeping it a tight line, so rather than the undercut, he just sort of swerved and maybe having a look at the outside line. Didn't quite happen though. Emerson McAndrew, he just wants to, and if he stays where he is, he's had 3 wins and a second out of his 4 heats over 2 days. In a class that is as competitive as this, that is excellent, because it's not as though he's only got maybe 3 or 4 other people that could possibly win this race.
No.
He's got about 23 or 24 others that have got potential race winning pace.
That was Alfie Mayer off the road, who's really, really suffered from that one and fallen a long way down the order. Had gained 10 places, was up into the top 10. No more on that one. Final lap board out then. What does Tom Reed do here? Can he slingshot it round the outside? He's looking to the inside, having to defend from Austin Oman as well. Austin Oman, and look at this from Riley Morrow again round the outside. It will have the inside line for coming off the bridge up to P2. The pen's out again. Riley Morrow's name for the 2nd time in this race goes into the overtake of Kartmasters 2025 category, and this time Henry, he holds on to the position.
That eclipses his earlier effort because he went round the outside of 2 people on the banking in one move. Human highlight reel, Riley Morrow. He had a nomination in the earlier race, 2 in the earlier race, off the bridge and in the second hairpin. He is
magnificent.
Whether he wins or he doesn't, at the end of the weekend, he has got a good social media reel to look back on for his performance as Emerson McAndrew, who himself has 2 nominations for Move of the Day. The other drivers in the other classes are just, I mean, they're not like trying to let the Minimax drivers overshadow them, but the Minimax drivers, as they've done, and do you know what I think, and there was a lot of hubber and bubber over this, it's the move to the small chassis that has done it. It's the move to the 950mm chassis that has done it. When they took the decision, Motorsport UK, to go to fall in line with everybody else in around
mainland
the world,
Europe,
mainland Europe, and put the Minimaxes in the 950mm chassis, the class went from excellent to mind-blowing. As you're looking at the results there, a couple of hard luck stories, Alfie Mayer, one of them. Nelson Taylor, 22nd for the Thule Motorsport driver. after. And Attica Mia, she dropped down there and she had problems at the start, then gained ground, then lost ground. The young lady from India, the Queen of Kashmir, Attica Mia. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that we have one race to go today. One race, it's the micros.
Micromax UK up next then, their fourth and final heat for this phase of Kartmasters 2025. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette on commentary for you here at the Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. And another chance here for Alfie Garrett to strike back in what is becoming quite an intriguing intermediate classification picture. Henry, as once again, we're marvelling the art, aren't we?
Yes, we are. There were some clouds over this event a couple of hours ago. The blue skies are now shining once again, with the knowledge that the two drivers that were injured earlier on are talking and communicating and are with their families and on their way to a medical or at a medical facility. Daniel Ashton.
Now, I wonder whose shoes
that was less artistic than Daniel Ashton, but again, it was worth seeing nonetheless.
He had a bright pair of red shoes on last week. It's like, well, there's no way he'll be allowed near a circuit with those on. You could use them as flags.
Well, I mean, but only that if they're moving very quickly, and Daniel Ashton doesn't do that.
Anyway, back into the room for Micromax UK. 26 drivers. They all will make the pre-final.
Yes.
So there's no cut-off. There's no, dreaded repechage and all of that business. But again, it's the question of how far up the pre-final grid will these drivers get.
And I've got to say, Andrew, this is sorry to interrupt you, which I do several times a race regardless, but this time I'm apologising. For the parents, for the mechanics, for the drivers. The drivers have seen what's happened.
Yes.
They're in their own world. They want to go racing. As a parent, you just say, you do the same ritual. Love you, good luck, have fun, be safe.
Yep.
Because there are 26 drivers there. That's 26 sets of parents that have got to send their 8, 9 and 10-year-old sons and daughters out on the circuit now. And it's a strength. It's a testament to the strength of character of the drivers, because they're all aware that this sport can be dangerous. It's more of a testament of the parents. This is what my child loves to do. I might hate it, but they love it, and I have to support it as a good parent and have faith and that they go out. It's just something that it's on every parent's mind at every race.
Yeah.
It's more prevalent today, more poignant today. And I want to just say once again, if you're just rejoining us, Zach Starbuck and Fletcher Jameson, awake, alert, talking, communicating with teams, parents, in hospital at the moment. Benjamin Southgate as well, just going through concussion protocol, but otherwise, fundamentally unharmed.
Indeed. So here is your grid for Micromax UK, heat number 4, the final heat of this phase of this year's Kartmasters. Alfie Garrett on pole position is joined once again by his teammate Benedictas Masiokas. It's a 1-2-3 for SFR. Albert Farah, their new recruit, or recent recruit, is on row 2 on the inside. Charlie Page joining him on that one. Otto Amy, good experience around here. He's had another driver who's had some good TVKC results recently. Starts on the inside of row 3 with Dax Farah.
Otto Amy, one of my nominations for Driver of the Day so far, I think.
Yeah.
A really, really good performance. Dimitar Uzanov and Harris Barber on row 4. Ronnie Allen and Albie J. Stubbs, row 5. Freddie Blackshaw and Reggie Chandler, row number 6.
Sebastian Crawford and Ralph Martin start on row number 7. It's Liam O'Hanlon and Teddy Murphy going from row 8. Ollie Brunt and Chloe McGill start on row 9.
Jensen Darlow, Oliver Woodall, Freddie Walker, Arlo Gamble. Woodall and Gamble, two of the youngest drivers here. Burrows and Karachkovic are next. Ted Hayward and Zach Andrew round out your field. The Micromax, I've got a wrong piece of paper in front of me, and that's another wrong piece of paper. That's the right piece of paper. There we go. Now I've got the grid.
Intermediate classification.
Yes,
thank you to Des Woodcock and the Motorsport Time
Yaz
UK
Manchester.
team, Yaz Manchester as well. It's a tie at the moment between Masiokas and Garrett for pole position tomorrow in the pre-final. So all on the line here. Still pretty close there as well. Farrow on 11, Uzanov 12, Stubbs 14.
Any one of those 4 drivers, Crawford on 20 points and Page on 23 points, a little bit farther back. But at the end of this race, any one of 5 drivers could be on pole position for the pre-final. Masiokas, Garrett, Farrow, Uzanov and Stubbs. Let's find out which one will be on pole as the lights come out for the final time today. We're off and racing, and the red and black attack in formation go under the thing, and this kart's not in the barriers. All running. Heart in mouth. All the drivers continue. And I'll say it because I saw it. The marshal at the exit of the bridge, who ran up the track in front of oncoming traffic, he was already out of his post, prepared to do it again into oncoming traffic. Goodness me, these marshals at Trent Valley Kart Club are excellent.
I say, well, the performance they put in at the World Championships last year, from the mouth of the race director that weekend, Pasquale Lupoli described them as the best marshals in the world.
And I agree wholeheartedly, and I will say it at any circuit I go to, whether I offend people or not, because they are.
Into the race lead, though, Albert Farrow has got to the front of the SFR trio. Masiokas up to second place. Garrett up to second place. Masiokas in third. Charlie Page holding there in fourth. He's on a really, really rich reign of form at the moment, is Charlie Page, with that. I love his race livery, because in terms of the shape and the design, it's the standard Kart Republic, but with that Charlie Page twist.
Yes.
That Pergo cleaning green on it, as Masiokas has a little look down the inside. Garrett's got no options but to hold the wider line there, and will lose not just second place but third place to Page. And here goes Charlie Page down the inside on the attack. That is lovely stuff from the privateer number 14 up to second.
Excuse me. Now's a good time to mention, Andrew, that because Charlie Page has qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain, Mother Page has finally agreed in Bahrain half her hair will be bright green and the other half will be bright orange, or a mixture of the two. As a tribute there. I've been teasing her for weeks, and then she finally said, okay, if he wins it, I'll do it. And he went and won it. Meanwhile, I just spotted a blue Sam Pollitt Racing kart, and there's Otto Amy, the driver in about third place, braked early, and everyone else behind just piled in. There's a Sam Pollitt Racing hot pink and blue kart of Chloe McGill, who started 18th, put Chloe P6 with 7 minutes to go.
This is one of, I say, the majority of this field have never raced in Kartmasters before. Only 5 of them were here last year in some shape or form. Chloe McGill was not one of them. This is a great performance from her in the number 18 for Sam Pollitt Racing. And something tells me, Henry, having watched Chloe since she was younger than 6 years of age in her Coma C50 days, she's not done yet. She's got her eyes wide open now. They got ahead of her Alfie Garrett now for 5th place. What could be done here? Keep an eye on Ralph Martin there as well. Look at the determination from Ralph Martin in the black helmet there. Kart number 32 is up to 4th place. New fastest lap of the race from Chloe McGill.
Oh, only for 10 seconds before Sebastian Crawford eclipses it. Ralph Martin on a mission at the moment. Masiokas would have pole position over Garrett, Farrow, Stubbs and Page. But of course, 6 minutes to go. Chloe McGill, she had a DNF in the first race today, so she is fired up. Her tyres are sort of virtually 1 race newer, which doesn't make a massive difference. I think it is just, and we spoke to Chloe last night, and she goes, no, I'm preparing and focusing differently, and I've got a different attitude. Which is a remarkably self-aware from a driver, and she's got a rear gunner in the form of her teammate LBJ Stubbs.
And I say, with the form that LBJ Stubbs has had so far in 2025, that's not a bad rear gunner at all. The two
SPR drivers working together very nicely here to take on the rest of the field. Stubbs is now going to look down the inside and side by side between the SPRs. Chloe McGill not wanting to give up this track position of 5th. She's holding it now. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Benedictas Masiokas leads once more. He also leads in the intermediate classification. It's a 6-point advantage at the moment ahead of Albert Farrow. If Farrow can get through, though, and then maybe back the field up if he wants that pole position in the pre-final tomorrow morning, this could be a really, really good opportunity to do so. It's closing up again for 4th place here. Ralph Martin has been caught by Chloe McGill. Ralph Martin defends to the middle of the road into the Fullerton S's. Garrett's still there. Garrett's got past Stubbs and up into 6th place. And keep an eye on Teddy Murphy in the number 77, up 8 places so far in this race.
Yeah, Otto Amy has recovered to 9th. Dax Farah is 10th. Further back behind them, then you've got Liam O'Hanlon in 11th position, Oliver Woodall in 12th. Then it is Harris Barber, Benjamin Karachkovich. Here comes Chloe McGill, not quite. Ralph Martin holds her off. Page has caught Farrow and Masiokas.
That was good driving from Chloe McGill. She kind of had to go for the move because it would have been that thing of if you hesitate in this situation, the driver behind's going to pounce on you. But she just pulled out of the move before, and that's what it was about.
Yes.
That was really good reading of what was coming up for Chloe McGill. She wasn't going to get through the Bruno Ferrari S's. She tucked back, got back into the slipstream, knew if I keep this pace up, there's going to be a chance it's a hairpin one. She's now up to 4th place.
I hate to put the curse of the commentator on Chloe McGill. I just have a question for you, Andrew Mather. I don't expect the correct answer, but it's a rhetorical question. What position so far this week has the lowest position that a race winner has started from? I'll just let that simmer for a moment.
Will simmer.
Where did Chloe McGill start this race from?
18th.
Okay. Let's bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. With 3.5 minutes to go, shall we? Yes.
3.25 minutes to go. And this one's not been decided yet. Masiokas, Farrow and Page have broken away from the rest of the field. Chloe McGill and, did I see an SFR car? Yes, Alfie Garrett's got through and into 5th place. So Ralph Martin shuffled down now to P7. Here goes Garrett down the inside, takes 4th place. Nice, decisive work on the brakes there from Alfie Garrett. Another driver who has improved so much so far this season. And then again, pointing forward, making the decision clear. Let's work now as a 3. LBJ Stubbs there as well. It's a 3-on-3 now with 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it always makes me laugh. Why didn't Alfie Garrett want to work together when he wasn't leading that group? He only wants to work together now. He's at the head of it. And again, the curse of the commentator was I talked about Chloe McGill potentially winning this race, and then 3 quarters later she gets overtaken for the first time in this race.
It's not done yet.
It was a question that had to be posed.
It's not done yet, though, because even though there was a bit of overtaking on that lap, Garrett set the fastest lap of the race so far. So there's clearly a bit of inherent pace in that second trio. Out off the bridge, down towards hairpin 1 once again. Just a little look down the order. Teddy Murphy, we mentioned, up 7 places as Ralph Martin's having a go here with Otto Amy. That's all over 7th place. Benjamin Karajkovic up 10 spots. This is a really good drive for the driver flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Up 10 spots. That means that Benjamin is now up into the top 15.
He's flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina, even though he's the United Arab Emirates Micromax champion. Him and Ash Deer, his mechanic, and he's got 2 mechanics here, helping him. But the JKND sponsored driver, Benjamin Karachkovic, really learning a lot very, very quickly. I know that he had a poor start to the season in the UAE, but then got better and better and better, and took the championship in the final round. So again, these young drivers, it won't take Benjamin long. Yeah, he got 2 bad qualifyings, didn't quite get things right there, but learning to cope with the British style of racing, British style of circuits, and now we've got an issue, well, not an issue, we've got Benedictas Masiokas defending from Charlie Page, and you were right to tell me not to give up hope yet, because Alfie Garrett, Chloe McGill, and Albie J. Stubbs closing in. Oh, the early evening sun casting shadows across the track, but the stars are shining on it.
I tell you what, we've got an answer as well from Stats Wizard Dave Whitehouse.
Hello.
12th place is the lowest position we've had a winner from so far this weekend.
Keywords, so far.
10 seconds remaining on the clock. Now, they're going to get over the line here. There's going to be another 2 laps. That's very good for the second trio. It gives them more time to close in. Albert Farrow. Now the pressure really is building. Albert J. Stubbs has the new fastest lap of the race, but there's bigger things going on at the front of the field. Masiokas has got down the inside. Farrow's trying to hold it around the outside, which will become the inside for coming off the bridge. But Masiokas has got the move done. Here comes Chloe McGill down the inside. Oh, Charlie Page. That was a little bit too close. Has a big slide for Farrow. Farrow's going to slot down into 6th place. So Page now up to 2nd, Stubbs up to 3rd. Here back comes Chloe McGill again. Down the inside, takes 3rd place. This one is still not decided.
I will say this, and I'll say this because the Page family know that I'm a huge supporter of Charlie. It was the second look over, and then the move. He sort of looked, oh, there's a driver there. Now I'm going to move again. That was.
We don't like to see that.
Well, I mean, it's a lesson that will be learned.
Yeah.
Whether there's action from it, but that is a lesson that I think he will learn after this race.
Indeed.
He's going for the lead now, but obviously he knows how fast he is Charlie Page, and he now, as they start the final lap, takes the lead. So you can understand. There's an element you can understand. He was so aggressive in his defence there because he knows how quick he is, and he knew that, okay, if one more person passes me, I'm not going to get a chance to win this race. Sometimes you've just got to give and accept you're not going to win a race, but that is not today for Charlie Page. As we move into the second hairpin now, it's Page from Masiokas, from Stubbs, from Garrett, from McGill, Farrow, and then Otto, Amy, Teddy Murphy, Ralph Martin, and Harris Barber. Now, again, that's the defence. Make a move, don't make a move, and then look across and make another move. Out of the Mike Wilson complex, a great Micromax race is going to round off a long, long day here at Kartmasters. Page takes the win. He's under investigation, so there's a provisional with a capital P over it. Masiokas is 2nd. That could be a significant. Albie J. Stubbs 3rd. Alfie Garrett 4th. Chloe McGill 5th. Albert Farrow is 6th. And Otto Amy, Harris Barber, Teddy Murphy, and Oliver Woodall, who was 8 years, turned 8 in May. Oliver Woodall finishes in the top 10. Ahead of Dax Farah, Liam O'Hanlon, Ralph Martin, Dimitar Usanov, then Arlo Gamble, Sebastian Crawford. You're looking down the order there. All 26 starters finished that race.
Also, full credit to Crawford, because Crawford was, I'd say, with everything that happened on the first lap and a number of drivers falling down the order, Crawford went all the way to the bottom of the order, did he not? So to come back up to P16 is very good. Just to note as well, yes, that win for Charlie Page is under investigation. What won't change is Benedictas Masiokas on top. Will be on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. Will most likely be alongside his teammate Alfie Garrett. Should note that Garrett as well was under investigation and has then had a warning flag. So that may have been a conclusion of that that under investigation notice at 18:26, because the warning flag came in at 18:27.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch Charlie Page, and again, they race like demons. They take their crash helmets off and they look so angelic, like butter wouldn't melt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally finished with the racing today. Bachini and Xander Clements will be back tomorrow. Xander is doing a lot of work here behind the scenes, in the background. Bachini as well.
It's been a day.
It's been a day, and I'm thinking as we look at the sun setting, and that is important. 304 drivers started this event. We're not going to have 304 drivers tomorrow. 2 drivers we know, well, several drivers have been sent home, but 2 drivers will not be racing tomorrow. But they will be watching. Fletcher Jameson and Zach Starbuck. Why will they be watching? They'll be watching for the fact that British karting has the safest circuits. Trent Valley Kart Club has on a fearsome track. They make every effort to make this the safest track it can be. They have the best marshals, the best medical training, and the best systems to put in place. Is that occasionally when this sport reminds everybody just how dangerous it is, the drivers whose families put their sons and daughters' safety in the face of the Orange Army and the people that train them, the paramedics, they are in their best position possible. Fletcher Jameson and Zach Starbuck will be watching it tomorrow thanks to the efforts that go on year after year, month after month, from people who do this for dinner money. If you want to become a safety marshal or an official in karting or motorsport in general, please go to motorsport.org.uk to find out how you can become one of the real superheroes of the sport. Not the drivers, not the mechanics, not the other officials or commentators or anything like that. Those superheroes you're looking at now. The superheroes who wear orange. We will be back tomorrow morning for the biggest, the most spectacular, the best, and as we learned today, the safest track, the safest event, Kartmasters 2025, finals day tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. Be safe.